Chapter 1 Echoes in the Static. The light in Lara Page's world was a synthetic dawn, a perpetual, programmable sunrise of RGB and glowing pixels. It spilled from the twin monitors on her desk, bathed the acoustic foam panels on her walls in shifting hues of magenta and cyan, and painted a vibrant electric sheen across her face. To the thousands of people watching, she was a creature of this light, a being born from the digital ether. She was Pixel, and this was her domain. "All right, Pixels, you know the drill," she chirped, her voice a practiced melody of enthusiasm that belied the faint tremor of caffeine in her veins. Her eyes, unnaturally warm hazel, seemed to absorb the monitor's glow, turning them into pools of shimmering data. "We're pushing for the Sky Gardens on this run. No more getting flattened by that triple-headed floor beast. Tonight we conquer, for honor, for glory, for the sweet, sweet loot." Her left hand danced across the WASD keys of her mechanical keyboard, each press a satisfying clack that her microphone picked up as part of the stream's ambient symphony. On screen, her avatar, a nimble rogue with hair the color of a supernova, dodged a spray of acidic spores, rolling into a fluid counterattack. A cascade of colorful text messages flooded the chat window on her second monitor. "Pixel Pioneer, let's go, Lyra. GamerGod22, the beast is toast tonight. Static spam, LULULULUL. Moonchild, you got this, Pixel. We believe." Lyra smiled, a genuine, unforced expression that reached her eyes. This was the good part. This was the connection, the community she had painstakingly built from nothing. These were her Pixels, her little constellation of faithful followers in the vast, dark expanse of the internet. They were the reason she could afford her small but stylish apartment in Sinishore City, a city that devoured dreams for breakfast and spat out mediocrity for lunch. "Moonchild, GamerGod, you guys are the best hype crew a girl could ask for," she said, her fingers never ceasing their dance. "Okay, I'm popping a stealth potion. We're going to sneak past the grunts and go straight for the main boss. High risk, high reward, people. That's how we roll in the Pixelverse." She was good. She knew she was good. Not just at the game, a sprawling, notoriously difficult fantasy RPG called Athelgard Online, but at the performance. She narrated her every move, wove a story from the random chaos of the game, and engaged with her chat in a seamless, effortless rhythm. She was a storyteller, a comedian, a digital acrobat, all while executing complex in-game maneuvers that require split-second timing. Yet, for all her talent, she was perpetually stuck, treading water in an ocean where others seemed to surf on tsunamis of sponsorship deals and viral clips. Her channel was growing, but it was a crawl, not a sprint. Every new subscriber felt like a victory clawed back from the jaws of a crushing, indifferent algorithm. The first sign of trouble was subtle. A single comment, stark and different from the rest. "Jonin X, fan, army, lol, this noob still stuck on the verdant blight. J1NX cleared this a week ago, blindfolded." Lyra's eyes flicked to it, her smile faltering for a fraction of a second, an imperfection so small that only someone watching with superhuman focus would notice. She ignored it. Rule number 1 of streaming, don't feed the trolls. J1NX was another streamer, a rival with a personality as abrasive as his gameplay was aggressive. He had 10 times her viewers, and a fan base that mirrored his toxic bravado. Then came another, and another. Jonix rules? J1NX sent us Trollface Killer, pathetic gameplay, my grandma could do better. Jonix, fan, army, raid J1, NX army. Suddenly, the friendly cascade of her chat turned into a waterfall of sludge. The messages scrolled by too fast to read, a blur of insults, spam emotes, and coordinated hate. The cheerful notification sound that announced new followers began to chime incessantly, but she knew they were fake, troll accounts created to harass. A wave of cold dread washed over her, a familiar, sickening feeling, a hate raid. "Okay, guys, looks like we've got some visitors," she said, her voice a little tighter, the practice cheer now a shield. "Just ignore them. My mods will take care of it. Let's focus on the game." But her mods, loyal volunteers, were overwhelmed. For every account they banned, 10 more appeared. And then, the second attack began. Her game stuttered. A single, jarring frame drop. Her avatar froze for a critical half-second, long enough to take a heavy hit from a monster she hadn't even seen. Her health bar plummeted. "Whoa, lag spike," she said, trying to laugh it off. The chat exploded with mocking laughter. It happened again. A longer stutter this time. Her screen froze, then lurched forward. It was like trying to run through molasses. The game was becoming unplayable. The hate raid was one thing. It was personal, it was ugly, but it was just words. This was different. This was sabotage. A targeted DDoS attack, most likely. Flooding her connection with junk data to cripple her stream, panic began to coil in her stomach. Her stream was her livelihood. Technical difficulties were daggers to its heart. Viewers had zero patience for lag. They would leave in droves. She could see the viewer count. Once her pride and joy began to tick downward. 1,500, 1,450, 1,300. Each number was a small twist of the knife. "Having some technical issues here, folks," she announced, the strain now audible in her voice. "Hang in there with me. Let me see if I can reset my connection." It was hopeless, and she knew it. The attack was external. There was nothing she could do. Defeat settled on her like a shroud. She was going to have to end the stream, defeated and humiliated in front of thousands of people, her triumph stolen, her night ruined. She could already picture J1NX laughing on his own stream, gloating to his cheering fans. The thought filled her with a hot, helpless rage. She gripped her mouse, her knuckles white, and stared at the mocking, lagging screen on the verge of surrendering. Miles away, in a room that was the antithesis of Lyra's, Silas Cade observed the unfolding disaster with the placid focus of a deity watching a storm in a teacup. His world was not one of shifting, colorful light, but of absolute controlled darkness, punctuated by the cold, analytical glow of 27 separate monitors. They formed a cocoon around his ergonomic chair, a digital cave he called the Panopticon. There was no sound here, save for the whisper-quiet hum of cooling fans and the soft, rhythmic click of his own breathing. The air was chilled to a precise 18 degrees Celsius, optimal for the hardware and, by extension, for him. Silas did not see a hate raid. He saw a coordinated data burst from a cluster of botnet nodes, a brute force denial of service attack, unsophisticated but effective. He did not see a streamer in distress. He saw his project, his carefully chosen subject, experiencing an unacceptable operational failure. His face, pale and impassive, was illuminated by scrolling lines of code and network traffic analysis. He was a man in his late 30s, neither handsome nor unattractive. His features were forgettable, a strategic blankness he had cultivated over years of living in the shadows. His hands moved with an unnerving economy of motion, his long fingers gliding over a keyboard with no letters, its blank keys mapped only in his mind. On the main central monitor, a 4 Kelvin display showing Lyra's stream in perfect, uncompressed quality, her face was a mask of strained professionalism. He saw the minute twitch at the corner of her eye, the subtle tightening of her jaw. He had cataloged every one of her expressions. He knew her tells better than she did. He saw the flicker of panic she was trying so hard to conceal. He felt a cold, sharp pang of something. Not anger, not pity. It was the feeling an architect might get, watching a wrecking ball swing towards his most cherished creation. It was a feeling of incorrectness, a variable that needed to be eliminated. His eyes shifted to a smaller monitor on his right. It displayed real-time analytics for the streaming platform. He didn't need to hack the platform. He didn't need to break down any doors. Years ago, as one of his lead architects, he had built the entire fortress. And he had, of course, kept a key, a master key. A series of backdoors and administrative protocols known only to him, woven so deep into the source code they were practically fossils. With a few keystrokes, he bypassed the public-facing interface and accessed the platform's core. He saw the attack's origin signature. It was lazy, arrogant. J1NX's digital footprint was all over it. The botnet was rented, but the command and control server initiating the attack was linked to an IP address that Silas had long ago associated with his rival. A new window opened on his screen, A simple black terminal with a blinking cursor. It was his toolbox. It contained instruments of surgical precision and weapons of overwhelming force. J1NX's attack was a blunt instrument. Silas's response would be a laser. He typed a series of commands. His fingers were a blur. The code that appeared on the screen was elegant, efficient, and utterly ruthless. He wasn't just going to null route the attacking botnet. That was temporary, a defensive measure. He was going to retaliate. He was going to calibrate the error. He initiated a distributed, reflective denial of service attack of his own, but on a scale J1NX could only dream of. He wasn't using a simple botnet. He was leveraging misconfigured servers all over the globe, amplifying his initial signal 1,000-fold. He aimed this digital tsunami not at J1NX's stream, but at the core router of his internet service provider, a single point of failure he had identified months ago during a routine system analysis of all major streamers in Sinister City. His gaze drifted for a moment to the corner of his desk. There, in a simple silver frame, sat a slightly faded photograph. It showed a young girl with a bright, fearless smile, her hair a chaotic halo around her head. She looked a little like Lyra, the same fire in her eyes. Silas's own face remained impassive, but his focus sharpened, the coldness within him hardening into something like purpose. He had failed the girl in the photograph. He had been powerless then, watching from the sidelines as the digital world, with its casual cruelty and toxic mobs, had chipped away at her until there was nothing left. He would not fail again. Lyra was his chance to do it right. A second draft. A controlled experiment to protect a spark of genuine talent from the overwhelming static of the world. He pressed enter. The cursor blinked once, then the command executed. On Lyra's screen, the impossible happened. One moment, her game was an unplayable, stuttering mess. The next, it was perfectly smooth. The lag vanished as if it had never been there. The stream was crystal clear, the frame rate a flawless 60 per second. She blinked, her mind struggling to catch up. Simultaneously, a new wave of notifications flooded her chat, but this time they were different. GamerGod22 J1NX's stream just died. Moonchild, LOL, he's offline. Pixel Pioneer. What just happened? Curious Cat. Did he get banned? Lyra's eyes darted to the chat, then back to her game, then to her viewer count. The downward tick had stopped. In fact, it was reversing. And not just reversing, it was skyrocketing. R. Ling. San. Ling. Wu. Ling. A torrent of new viewers, refugees from J1NX's suddenly defunct stream, were pouring into her channel, curious to see the streamer their hero had been attacking. Her mind reeled. It was too much, too fast. 1 minute, she was on the brink of total failure. The next, she was in the middle of the most successful stream of her entire career. The emotional whiplash was dizzying. Her professional instincts, honed by thousands of hours in the digital spotlight, took over. She pushed her confusion down, deep down, and put her performance mask back on. Welcome everyone, she said, her voice bright, with a shock she hoped sounded like excitement. Looks like we've got a full house tonight. For anyone new, I'm Pixel, and we were just about to take down the Verdant Blight. You all arrived just in time for the party. She was flying, fueled by adrenaline and a tidal wave of new followers. She played like a woman possessed. Every dodge was perfect, every parry was precise. She narrated the fight with renewed vigor, her commentary sharp and witty. The new viewers who had come to mock stayed to watch. The chat, once a cesspool of hate, was now a roaring river of hype. They were cheering for her. For her. When her avatar finally plunged its daggers into the heart of the great floor beast, and the monster exploded in a shower of glittering loot, the roar from the chat was deafening. It was a victory so total, so absolute, it felt like a dream. She spent the next hour riding the wave, answering questions from new fans, thanking the tidal wave of new subscribers and donations. She was charming, she was funny, she was everything she always tried to be, but now it felt effortless, amplified by the sheer energy of the crowd. When she finally ended the stream, an hour later than planned, her face ached from smiling. She leaned back in her chair, the sudden silence of the room ringing in her ears. The vibrant lights of her setup seemed to pulse in time with the frantic beating of her heart. She looked at the final numbers on her screen. A new peak viewer record. More subscribers in 3 hours than she usually got in 3 months. She should have been ecstatic. And she was. But underneath the euphoria, a strange, unsettling feeling began to surface. A single, persistent question, like a discordant note in a perfect symphony. It was all too perfect. The lag disappearing at the exact moment J1NX's stream died. The sudden, massive influx of viewers. It wasn't just luck. Luck was messy. This was clean. It was surgical. It felt less like a fortunate coincidence and more like a divine intervention, like some unseen force had reached down, plucked her from the jaws of defeat, and placed her on a pedestal. She shook her head, trying to dispel the thought. Don't be crazy, Lyra. It was a fluke. His internet probably went out. You just got lucky. She repeated the word to herself, a mantra against the creeping unease. Lucky. I just got lucky. But as she stood up and walked to her window, looking out at the glittering, indifferent skyline of Sinosure City, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Not by the thousands of fans who adored Pixel, but by something else. A singular, invisible presence. A silent architect, designing her good fortune from the shadows. A ghost in her machine. In the Panopticon, Silas Cade closed the terminal window. The operation was a success. The variable had been eliminated. The project was back on track. He watched Lyra on his main screen as she moved around her apartment, her post-stream energy still buzzing around her. He saw her walk to the window and look out at the city. His system cross-referenced her line of sight with architectural blueprints and city maps. He knew exactly which skyscraper she was looking at. He knew the ambient temperature on her balcony. He knew the make and model of the car that had just driven past her building. He had protected her. He had corrected the course of her narrative, pruning away the undesirable elements and grafting on a new branch of success. He felt a quiet, profound sense of satisfaction. It was the clean, pure feeling of a problem solved, of order restored from chaos. His eyes flicked back to the faded photograph. The girl in the picture was smiling, but he remembered the end. He remembered the static, the echoes of 1,000 cruel, anonymous voices that had drowned out her light. He looked back at Lyra, a living, breathing collection of pixels on his screen. He would not let the static win this time. He would be her shield. He would be her algorithm of fortune. He would be the perfect, silent guardian, and she would never, ever have to know he existed. He would build her a gilded cage of success and call it freedom. The thought brought no smile to his face, no change in his placid expression. There was only the low, constant hum of the machines and the cold, unwavering light of the screens reflecting in his empty eyes. The ghost was in place, and his work for the night was done. Chapter 2. The Invisible Architect. The morning after was a paradox, a schism in Lyra's soul. She woke to the alien sensation of sunlight, warm and golden, slicing through the gap in her blackout curtains. For a moment she was just Lyra Page, a woman in her 20s in an overpriced apartment, her body a dull ache from sleeping in a tangle of limbs and residual adrenaline. Then memory crashed back in, and she was Pixel, the conquering hero, the overnight sensation. She grabbed her phone from the nightstand, her thumb swiping through the lock screen before her eyes had fully adjusted. The numbers were still there, stark and beautiful and terrifying. They hadn't been a dream. A 5-figure viewer count, thousands of new subscribers. Her social media mentions were a firestorm. Her phone had died overnight, unable to keep up with the cascade of notifications. She plugged it in and watched it come back to life, buzzing angrily on the nightstand like a disturbed hornet's nest. A smile, wide and involuntary, stretched across her face. This was it. This was the tipping point, the moment every creator prays for, the break. She swung her legs out of bed, a new energy coursing through her. The apartment, which had felt like a slightly too expensive cage yesterday, now felt like a throne room. She made coffee, the rich aroma filling the small space, a grounding ritual in a world that had suddenly tilted on its axis. Seated at her command center, the twin monitors dark and sleeping, she began to read. She scrolled through the VOD, video on demand, comments of last night's stream. The hateful sludge from the raid was gone. buried under an avalanche of praise. New fan, Alex, came from the J1NX raid, stayed for the gameplay. You're insane. Subbed. Clarice, I've been watching for months. Khan knew this was going to happen. So proud of you, Lyra. RPG Master, that takedown of the Verdant Blight was textbook, seriously impressive. She drank it in. Every word a balm on the countless wounds of self-doubt she'd accumulated over the years. This was validation. This was proof that she wasn't just screaming into the void. But as she scrolled deeper, back to the moment it all changed, the unease from the night before returned. A cold drop of ink in a glass of clear water. She watched the clip. One moment, she's lagging, her face a mask of frustration. The next, everything is flawless, and J1NX's channel is gone. It was too clean, too sudden. She found a thread on a community forum discussing the incident. The consensus was that J1NX's ISP had suffered a massive, catastrophic outage localized to his specific neighborhood hub. A 1 in a million fluke. A technical miracle. A technical miracle, she whispered to herself, the words feeling hollow. She wanted to believe it. Oh, how she wanted to believe it. To accept the gift from the universe and not question its origins. But she was a creature of the digital world. She knew its rhythms, its chaos. The internet was rarely that neat. She shook her head, forcing the paranoia down. She had work to do. An opportunity like this was a rocket with limited fuel. She had to ride it as high as it would go. She spent the entire day planning, drafting emails to potential sponsors, outlining a week-long celebration stream, engaging with her newfound community. She was energized, focused, a whirlwind of productive ambition. The doubt was a ghost at the edge of her vision. As long as she didn't look directly at it, she could pretend it wasn't there. By evening, she was exhausted but triumphant. She ordered takeout, a small celebration for one, and decided against streaming. She needed to recharge, to let the victory settle. As she walked through her apartment, tidying up, she felt the familiar prickle of loneliness that always followed a massive social high. She thought about calling her mother, then decided against it, not wanting to field a dozen anxious questions. Instead, she thought of Ben, her only real friend in the industry, a man who lived on the other side of the digital wall. Ben worked in cybersecurity. He'd understand. She opened the private message client on her computer, a secure one he'd insisted she use. Pixel, you will not believe the night I had. Ben, Sec, I saw the numbers. Holy crap, congrats. What happened? Did you sacrifice a goat to the algorithm gods? Pixel, something like that. J1NX tried to raid me, and then his entire internet connection for his whole block apparently imploded. Ben, Sec, LOL. Karma is a beautiful thing. Pixel, is it? It just felt weird. Too perfect. Ben, Sec, don't look a gift horse in the mouth, Lyra. You deserve it. Just ride the wave. Pixel, I know, you're right. It's just a lot. Ben, Sec, get some rest. You've earned it. We'll celebrate this weekend. I'll buy the good pizza. Pixel, deal. Talk soon. She closed the chat window, a small measure of comfort settling over her. Ben was right. She was overthinking it. It was just a fluke. She had to accept it. She finished her meal, took a long hot shower, and for the first time in a long time, went to bed before midnight, surrendering to a deep, dreamless sleep. Her final thought was one of gratitude. The universe had finally smiled on her. The universe, however, was not smiling. It was observing. In the panopticon, Lyra's sleep was just another data stream. Silas monitored the subtle shifts in her breathing patterns via the microphone on her laptop, which she never turned off. He tracked the drop in her heart rate through the fitness tracker she wore on her wrist, its Bluetooth signal a constant, weak pulse in the wireless spectrum of her apartment. To Silas, her day was a preamble. The real work began now, in the quiet hours, when his subject was dormant. He did not hack. The word was crude, a barbarian's term for breaking down a door. Silas did not break doors. He was the architect. He simply walked through walls using passages only he knew existed. His monitor displayed the administrative backend of the streaming platform, a stark command line interface he had designed to be invisible to his successors. It was his kingdom. His first task was a system diagnostic. He analyzed the fallout from his counterattack on J1NX. The damage was surgical and complete. The ISP had already dispatched a team, who were currently baffled by a router that had suffered a firmware corruption so total and bizarre they would likely have to replace the entire unit. It would take them days. J1NX was offline, silenced. The variable was neutralized. Now, for the primary objective, refining the profile. Silas believed that, to protect a system, you must understand it completely. Not just its strengths, but its every vulnerability, every hidden flaw, every secret desire. Lyra Page was the most complex system he had ever encountered. He opened a file on his local server, a heavily encrypted container named Project Lyra. Inside was the culmination of months of work, a multi-layered psychological and behavioral profile that would have been the envy of any intelligence agency. It was his masterpiece. His fingers moved with silent precision, opening windows, accessing databases. He wasn't guessing passwords or exploiting vulnerabilities. He was using a master authentication token, a digital skeleton key he had embedded in the platform's single sign-on protocol years ago. When Lyra logged into her Stream account, she unknowingly authenticated Silas's access to every other federated service she used. Her email, her cloud storage, her social media, her life. He began with her emails. He wasn't interested in the sponsor requests or the fan mail. He filtered for her drafts folder. There he found an email addressed to her mother, written and deleted 3 times over the past week. He read all 3 versions. They told a story of quiet desperation, of dwindling savings, of the fear of having to give up and move home. He saw the polite fiction she presented to her family versus the stark reality of her financial precarity. He cross-referenced this with a surreptitious scrape of her bank account data. The numbers confirmed her fear. Before last night, she had been less than 2 months from total failure. Vulnerability identified. Financial instability. He typed into a notes field in the profile. Motivational axis. Fear of failure. Return to mediocrity. Mitigation. Path to financial security must be maintained and accelerated. He moved on, his face impassive, a researcher studying a specimen. He accessed her private messages, pulling the full, unredacted transcript of her conversation with Ben. The name Ben was already a node in his mind map of her social circle, flagged as primary ally, potential obstacle. He analyzed their exchange. Lyra's suspicion was a worrying development. Ben's advice to ignore it was a positive. Silas filed the transcript, making a note. Ben Sec, Benjamin Carter, Senior Threat Analyst at Cyber Aegis Corp, is a stabilizing influence for now, but his expertise presents a future risk. Monitor closely. His methods were born from the ashes of his greatest failure, his sister, Alara, the girl in the photograph. She had been a musician, a brilliant singer-songwriter who had tried to use the internet to find an audience. And the internet, in its casual, brutal way, had found her first. He had watched, helpless, as trolls and predators had dissected her art, her appearance, her soul. He had tried to help, but he was just her brother then, not the architect of anything. He had reported comments, blocked users the equivalent of throwing pebbles at a hurricane. The static had grown louder and louder until it had drowned out her music, and then her light. He had found her in her apartment, surrounded by printed out comments. The anonymous cruelty of the digital world made terrifyingly physical. The official report said it was an accidental overdose. He knew it was an execution by 1,000 tiny cuts. After that, Silas retreated from the world and into his work. He dedicated himself to understanding the architecture of control. He built the Panopticon not out of a desire for power, but out of a desperate pathological need to prevent the chaos that had consumed Alara. He would be the unseen god in the machine, the perfect moderator, the silent protector. And in Lyra, with her talent, her fire, her vulnerability, he had found his new project. His chance to build the perfect protected environment, a sanctuary, a cage. He opened her cloud storage. Inside were her stream overlays, video assets, and a private folder named Dreams. He opened it. It contained a single document, a business plan for a small, independent animal shelter. It was meticulously detailed, with budget projections, mission statements, and floor plans sketched out. It was a dream so pure, so disconnected from her public persona, that it felt like peering into her very soul. Primary motivation identified, he typed. Not fame, not wealth. These are means to an end. The end is autonomy, sanctuary creation. Project Second Chance Shelter. This is the core directive. A profound sense of clarity washed over him. He finally understood the full operational parameters. He wasn't just helping a streamer get famous. He was facilitating the construction of a sanctuary, both for her and for the animals she wanted to save. It made his mission feel almost noble. The moral calculus shifted. The invasion of her privacy, the manipulation of her career, it was all justified if it served this higher, purer purpose. Satisfied, he moved to the final dataset for the night. A real-time sweep of her direct messages across all platforms. It was mostly routine. Fan, mail, spam, messages from other streamers. He let his custom-built analytical software parse and categorize them, flagging anything for review. Most of it was benign. Then, the software flagged a threat. The username was anonymous, a string of random characters. X0R7. The account was new, created 2 weeks ago. The message history was short but chilling. He opened it, his placid expression tightening for the first time all night. 2 weeks ago, X0R7. I see you, Pixel. You shine so bright. 1 week ago, X0R7. Your laugh is my favorite sound. I listen to it all day. 4 days ago, Z07. You look so beautiful in the red sweater today. The way it hugs your body. Lyra hadn't worn a red sweater on stream. She had worn it to the grocery store. Silas knew this because he had her credit card receipts and had cross-referenced them with the store's exterior security camera footage, which he had access to. The user wasn't just watching the stream, they were watching her. 2 days ago, 07. I walked past your building today. It's so high up, like a princess in a tower. But even princesses get lonely. And then, the last message, sent yesterday during the chaos of the raid, which is why Lyra hadn't seen it yet. 07. All those new people cheering for you. They don't know you. Not like I do. They don't deserve you. Soon, it will just be you and me. I'll protect you from all the noise, I promise. The coldness in Silas's chest sharpened into a point of ice. This was not a fan. This was not a troll. This was a rival predator in his territory. The language was eerily similar to his own internal monologue, the desire to protect, to quiet the noise. But this was a corrupt, degenerate version. It was the chaos he sought to eliminate. It was the kind of static that had destroyed Alara. An error. A critical, unacceptable error in the system. Silas's fingers flew across his keyboard. He wasn't refining a profile anymore. He was initiating threat protocols. He ran a trace on the X0R7 account, but it was well hidden, routed through multiple layers of anonymizing proxies. Amateurish, but effective enough to hide from platform moderators. It was not, however, effective enough to hide from him. He began peeling back the layers, his code a digital scalpel, slicing through each proxy with contemptuous ease. As the trace ran, his attention shifted to the physical world. He accessed his live feeds of Cynosure City. The city slept, but its electronic eyes were wide open. He pulled up a multi-pane view of the area around the Skylands apartments. Traffic cameras, ATM cameras, the security feeds from the lobby and the coffee shop across the street. He created a virtual perimeter. His system, cross-referencing cell phone location data and facial recognition databases, began to monitor every individual who entered the designated zone. The trace on X0R7 completed. It resolved to a burner phone, currently active, pinging off a cell tower less than a mile from Lyra's location. An alarm, silent and visible only to him, flashed on his screen. Threat proximity, critical. Just then, Lyra's own data stream changed. Her breathing pattern shifted, her heart rate increased slightly. She was stirring in her sleep, rolling over. On the live feed from her laptop camera, he watched her murmur something, her face peaceful, completely unaware of the storm gathering just outside her walls. He had to act. But how? Direct intervention was messy and traceable. He needed an elegant solution, a surgical strike. He began to run background checks on the identity associated with the burner phone, pulling public records, social media history, anything he could find to build a profile of his own rival. The chapter of his night's work that was supposed to be about quiet analysis had become a hunt. Miles away, Lyra Page shifted in her bed, a deep sense of peace settling over her for the first time in months. She dreamt of her victory, of the cheering crowds, of the bright, promising future that was finally within her grasp. She felt safe. She felt lucky. She felt, for the first time, like she was truly in control of her own destiny. Outside her window, the city lights of Sinishur blinked and shimmered. A lone figure stood in the shadows of an alley across the street, looking up at her floor, his face hidden, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. He was just another shadow in a city full of them, invisible to the world. But he was not invisible to Silas. On a high-resolution traffic camera feed, magnified and enhanced, Silas Cade watched the figure. He cross-referenced the man's physical build and clothing with the data he was pulling on the burner phone's owner. A match. A 97.8% probability. Lyra slept, wrapped in a blanket of blissful ignorance. Her self-appointed guardian, the invisible architect of her new life, was wide awake, his gaze fixed, his mind racing. He was the ghost in her machine, and he had just found a demon in her garden. The demon would have to be removed. Chapter 3. Calibrating the Error. The digital ghost did not sleep. While Lyra Page surrendered to the soft, dreamless oblivion she had earned, Silas Cade worked. The identification of the threat, X0R7, had shifted the Panopticon's operational state from passive observation to active threat mitigation. For Silas, this was not a matter of anger or vengeance. It was a matter of system integrity. A foreign, malignant code had entered the periphery of his project, and it needed to be purged before it could corrupt the core. The burner phone was a crude shield, a sheet of plywood against a battering ram. Silas had its unique IMEI and the ID of the cell tower it was communicating with. He didn't need to petition the telecom company for subscriber data. Their internal servers were old, poorly patched, and to him, an open book. He bypassed their flimsy firewalls and pulled the raw connection logs. The phone was registered to a John Smith with a prepaid credit card purchased with cash, a dead end for the police. For Silas, it was merely a locked door for which he already possessed the key. He correlated the phone's location data over the past 2 weeks. It painted a map of a life, a commute from a bland suburban tract in the city's sprawling outskirts to a drab office park downtown with frequent, lingering detours into the upscale commercial district surrounding the Skylands apartments. The pattern was pathetic in its predictability. Now he had a geographical profile. He cross-referenced it with publicly available data, then with the vast, semi-legal databases he'd purchased from data brokers on the dark web. He fed his algorithm every scrap of information. Vehicle registrations from traffic cameras in the area, property records, employee databases for the companies in the office park. The system churned through terabytes of data, searching for a single individual who fit the pattern. It took 7 minutes. A name appeared on his screen, surrounded by a spiderweb of associated data points. Arthur Finch, age 46, married, 2 children, employed as a mid-level accounts manager at a logistics firm, Sterling Thorne Global, a mortgage, a car loan, a digital footprint so mundane it was almost an art form. His public-facing social media profile showed a balding man with a weak chin and the perpetually disappointed eyes of someone who suspected life had offered him a raw deal. He posted pictures of his family at barbecues, of his lawn, of his company's charity, 5 Kelvin Run. He was the epitome of suburban invisibility. Silas looked at the image of Arthur Finch, then at the live camera feed of the figure still lurking near Lyra's building. He ran a facial recognition comparison. The match was 97.8%. The demon had a name, and it was devastatingly, disappointingly ordinary. This was the type of man Silas despised most. Not the overt monsters, but the hidden ones. The ones who wore masks of normality to hide the rot within. The hypocrisy was an offense to the clean, logical systems he revered. The hunt began in earnest. Silas's first point of entry was Sterling Thorne Global. Their corporate network was a joke, a patchwork of legacy systems and half-hearted security updates. He slipped past their defenses without triggering a single alert, a phantom walking through their digital halls. He accessed Arthur Finch's work computer. It was a treasure trove of mediocrity and quiet desperation. But amidst the spreadsheets and banal emails, Silas found what he was looking for. Arthur was skimming. It wasn't a sophisticated scheme. He was padding his expense reports, adding small, untraceable amounts for client entertainment that never happened, mileage for trips he never took. It was the work of a timid thief, stealing just enough to feel a thrill but not enough, he hoped, to get caught. Over 5 years, however, the petty thefts had amounted to a significant sum. Silas downloaded every doctored report, every corresponding financial ledger entry. He now had leverage point number 1, professional ruin. Next, Silas turned his attention to Arthur's personal life. The burner phone was the man's attempt at compartmentalization, but it was a leaky container. Through the corporate network, Silas had gained access to the Wi-Fi credentials for the office. He could see every device Arthur had ever connected: his personal laptop, his tablet, his primary smartphone. The man practiced abysmal digital hygiene, using the same weak passwords across multiple platforms. Silas breached Arthur's personal email, his cloud storage, his entire digital existence. It was like kicking in the door to a flimsy garden shed. He found the source of the man's secret confidence, the wellspring of his creepy pronouncements to Lyra. Arthur Finch was living a double life. He had a profile on a tawdry dating site, one specializing in discreet encounters for married individuals. His profile name was Urban Explorer 88. His picture was 10 years old, with more hair and less despair in his eyes. His bio was a masterpiece of self-aggrandizing fiction. He claimed to be a high-level executive in a fast-paced industry, a patron of the arts with a passion for discovering new talent. He was trying to be the man he thought Lyra Page would want, a grotesque caricature of success and power. Silas read the man's messages to other women. They were clumsy, full of transparent flattery, and a desperate need for validation. But his messages to Lyra, sent from the anonymous X0R7 account, were different. They held a possessive, proprietary tone. He wasn't trying to impress her, he was claiming her. In his twisted mind, his mundane life gave him the right to own her success, to live vicariously through her light. Silas felt a surge of cold, clean disgust. This was not a protector, this was a parasite. He meticulously documented everything. Screenshots of the dating profile, chat logs, the location data proving Arthur was at home with his family, while claiming to be closing a deal downtown. He now had leverage point number 2, personal annihilation. The plan formed in his mind, not as a burst of inspiration, but as the logical output of an equation. The problem was Arthur Finch. The solution was the precise and targeted application of truth. He would not attack the man. He would simply remove the walls between his separate, sordid worlds and allow them to collide. First, the wife. Her name was Brenda Finch. Her social media profile was public, a stream of proud posts about her children's soccer games and her prize-winning roses. She was, by all appearances, blissfully unaware of the sewer running beneath her manicured lawn. Silas would not contact her directly. He would create a catalyst. He composed an email. The sender was a throwaway account, concernfriend1984@protonmail.com. The recipient was Brenda Finch. The subject line was simple: something you need to see. The body of the email contained no text, only a link to a password-protected, anonymous web gallery. Inside the gallery, Silas arranged the evidence with the care of a museum curator. The Urban Explorer 88 profile, side by side with a family portrait from Brenda's own feed. The flirtatious, deceitful messages to other women. The location data showing his lies. It was a complete, undeniable portfolio of his betrayal. Second, the employer. This required a different touch. It had to look like an internal discovery, clean and professional. Silas drafted a new email, this one from a spoofed address that appeared to be from an internal audit department that didn't actually exist. The recipient list included the head of human resources and the chief financial officer of Sterling Thorne Global. The subject, urgent. Financial discrepancy report, A. Finch. The email body was brief and formal. Please find attached a summary of significant irregularities discovered in the expense accounts of employee Arthur Finch. A full investigation is strongly recommended. The attachment was a PDF. It was a work of art. Silas had designed it to mimic the company's official branding perfectly. It was a detailed, 5-page report outlining the embezzlement, complete with transaction IDs, dates, and a final, damning total. It was so thorough, so professional, that no one would ever question its authenticity. He queued both emails, routing them through a chain of hacked servers in 3 different continents. They would be sent precisely 48 hours from now, in the middle of a workday, to ensure maximum chaos. His work was done. He leaned back in his chair, the cool air of the panopticon washing over him. He had identified the error. He had analyzed its parameters. He had written the corrective script. Now, all he had to do was execute the command and observe the results. He felt the serene satisfaction of a mathematician solving a complex proof. It was clean, it was logical, it was just. He was not destroying a man's life. He was merely calibrating an error in the system. The man had built his own prison of lies. Silas was simply handing him the bill for its construction. For 2 days, Lyra lived in the warm glow of her newfound success. She was a whirlwind of activity, streaming for longer hours to an ecstatic, expanded audience. She was charming, she was on fire, her gameplay elevated by the confidence that came from knowing thousands were watching, cheering her on. The J1NX incident was now a legend, a piece of streamer folklore. His channel was still dark, the official word being a catastrophic hardware failure. Lyra's community joked that she had angered the internet gods who had smote her rival as a show of favor. Lyra laughed along, the explanation feeling more plausible with each passing day. The creepy messages from X0R7 were a distant memory, a minor footnote in the chaos of that fateful night. She'd seen them, felt a brief chill, and then banned the user, assuming it was just another one of J1NX's rabid fans. She had more important things to worry about now. Negotiating with a new energy drink sponsor, planning a 24-hour charity stream, and trying to keep up with the endless, exhilarating flood of new attention. On the 3rd day, during a rare afternoon break, she was scrolling through her DMs, trying to clear her backlog, when she searched for the username X0R7 to make sure the ban had stuck. The search came up empty. User not found. He had deleted his account. A small, sharp spike of relief went through her. It was one thing to ban someone, it was another for them to disappear completely. It felt more final, cleaner. It was one less loose end in her new, tidy world. A flicker of curiosity, the same instinct that made her want to explore every corner of a video game map, prompted her to open a new browser tab. The user had been so persistent. Had he used that name anywhere else? A quick search yielded nothing. Of course not. It was a generic, anonymous handle. She was about to close the tab when she remembered something. In one of his last messages, he had mentioned her red sweater. How could he have known? She hadn't worn it on stream, she had worn it to the grocery store. And she had posted a selfie in it on her private, friends-only social media account. An account she only shared with people she knew in real life. A cold knot formed in her stomach. Had she accidentally accepted a request from a stranger? She quickly pulled up her friends list, her heart starting to beat a little faster. She scrolled through the names, looking for anyone she didn't recognize. And there it was, a request she had accepted about a month ago. The name was Arthur Finch. The profile picture was of a harmless-looking, middle-aged man standing with his family. She must have mistaken him for a distant relative or a friend of a friend. Her finger hovered over his name, then clicked. His profile was set to public. It was a dreary landscape of suburban life. She scrolled down, and then she saw it. A post from his wife, Brenda Finch. It had been posted only a few hours ago. It wasn't a picture of a rose garden or a soccer game. It was a block of furious, white-hot text, written in all caps. To anyone who knows this man, Arthur Finch, I want you to know the truth. I want you to know that, for years, he has been living a disgusting, pathetic, secret life. I want you to know that while he was sitting next to me on the couch, he was messaging other women, lying, cheating, and building a fantasy world because he was too much of a coward to live in his real one. I found his profile on a filthy dating site. I saw the messages. If any woman out there has been contacted by Urban Explorer 88, know that he is a fraud, a liar, and a cheat whose life is now officially over. The house is for sale. "Don't bother coming home, Arthur. I hope it was worth it." Lyra stared at the screen, her breath caught in her throat. The raw, unfiltered fury of the post was like a physical blow. She could feel the woman's pain and rage radiating from the pixels. She scrolled through the comments. They were a mixture of shock support for the wife and virtual stones being cast at the husband. His life was being dismantled, piece by piece, in a public forum for the entire world to see. A dizzying wave of emotions washed over her. There was shock, a touch of pity for the sheer totality of the man's destruction. But overriding everything was a profound tidal wave of relief. This was him. This had to be him. X0R, Seven and Arthur Finch, and Urban Explorer 88 were all the same pathetic person. The man who had watched her, who had known about her red sweater, whose messages had started to feel suffocatingly close, that man was now gone. Not just banned, but obliterated. His secret world had been exposed and had in turn annihilated his real one. She leaned back in her chair, a shaky laugh escaping her lips. It was incredible. The timing, the sheer karmic justice of it all. It was just like the J1NX incident, only more personal, more potent. It was as if the universe itself had a vested interest in her well-being, striking down her enemies with bolts of targeted lightning the moment they became a threat. She felt a profound sense of safety, of being looked after. "The universe has my back," she whispered, a real smile spreading across her face. Her belief in her good fortune, once a hopeful seedling, was now putting down deep, strong roots. She was special. She was lucky. The world was finally arranging itself to her benefit. She didn't need to understand why. She just needed to be grateful. The dark, questioning thoughts from the other night seemed foolish now, paranoid. The world wasn't being manipulated. It was just fair. Finally, beautifully, terrifyingly fair. In the Panopticon, Silas Cade archived the file. Threat X0R7. Status resolved. On one of his monitors, he watched the social media immolation of Arthur Finch. On another, he saw the email from Sterling Thorne Global's HR department, terminating Arthur's employment, effective immediately. On the main screen, he watched Lyra. He saw her read the post. He saw the shock, the dawning comprehension, and finally, the deep, soul-cleansing relief. He saw her smile. His system logged her biometrics. Heart rate stabilizing, respiratory rate decreasing, skin temperature returning to baseline. The threat had been neutralized, and the subject's sense of environmental security had been dramatically reinforced. He typed a final entry into the Project Lyra file. Error calibrated. Subject's perception of malevolent external actors has been replaced by a reinforced belief in karma and environmental benevolence. Probability of attributing positive outcomes to unseen agency remains negligible. Subject is stabilized. He closed the file. The matter was finished. He felt no pride, no joy. He felt only the quiet hum of a perfectly functioning system. He had restored order. He had protected his project. He had pruned another diseased branch, allowing the main stem to grow stronger, healthier, reaching for the light. His attention now shifted to a new file he had opened on an adjacent monitor. It contained a copy of a contract Lyra had just received from the energy drink sponsor. He began to read through the dense legalese, his expression placid. His analysis immediately flagged several clauses. They were predatory, restrictive, a series of hidden traps in the fine print. It was another error in the system, a new variable that needed to be calibrated. His work was never done. The ghost in the machine turned its cold, analytical gaze to its next task, the silent architect preparing to reshape another piece of his creation's world. Lyra Page was safe and thriving, wrapped in a cocoon of good fortune, never suspecting that the architect of her luck was also the weaver of her cage. Chapter 4. The Optimal Protocol. The euphoria of success was a fragile, shimmering bubble. Lyra learned this 3 days later, during a video call that felt less like a meeting and more like a hostage negotiation. On her main monitor was the face of her agent, Mark Feynman, a man whose ambition was perpetually at war with his thinning hairline. His office, visible behind him, was a shrine to minor victories framed posters of moderately successful clients, a bookshelf full of industry awards from years past. Today, his face was a landscape of strained patience. Lyra, I hear you. I really do, Mark said, his voice the smooth, placating tone of a man trying to sell a lemon as a luxury vehicle. But you have to look at the big picture. Volt Rush is a major player. This is a foothold. This is how you level up. A foothold, Mark? It reads like an anchor. Lyra shot back, her finger tracing a line on the printed contract that lay across her desk like a death sentence. The paper felt toxic. They want global perpetual rights to my likeness. Perpetual. That means when I'm 90, they can still use my 20-something face to sell their radioactive sludge water. And for what? The payout is insulting. It's less than what I'm making now from subs and donations alone. It's not about the initial payout, it's about the exposure, the cross-promotion, their logo on your stream, your face on their cans. It's synergy. Synergy. It was Mark's favorite word, used to describe any situation where his client did most of the work for the least amount of money. The contract from Volt Rush Energy had arrived like a vulture circling after a kill. They'd seen her sudden spike in popularity after the J1NX incident and had swooped in with an offer that was all opportunity and no substance. It was the kind of deal offered to desperate, hungry creators, a trap disguised as a ladder. And the worst part was, just a week ago, she would have signed it without a second thought. Now, with a taste of real success, it felt like a step backward, a betrayal of the momentum she fought so hard for. My agent in Aethelgard gets better terms, and he's a goblin who communicates in grunts, Lyra muttered, rubbing her temples. The luxury of her apartment, the stunning vista of Sinosure City, framed by her floor-to-ceiling windows, suddenly felt like a mockery. The Skylands Apartments, a beautiful cage you paid for yourself. The success that had felt so solid and real was starting to feel like a dream she was waking up from, and this contract was the cold, hard floor she was about to hit. Look, Mark sighed, dropping the salesman's smile. We pushed back. They're not budging. Their legal team is notoriously aggressive. Frankly, you don't have another offer on the table. This is the only door that's open right now, Lyra. Sometimes you have to walk through the scary door to get to the better room. The finality in his tone was what broke her. He had given up. He saw this as the best she could get. The bubble of her recent triumph didn't just shimmer. It burst, leaving behind a cold, wet dread. She was a flash in the pan, a one-hit wonder. The universe had given her a lucky break, and this contract was the bill coming due. Send me the e-signature link, she said, her voice flat, devoid of the life and energy she projected as Pixel. I'll look it over one more time. That's my girl, Mark said, his smile instantly returning. You're making the smart play. This is going to be huge for you. Trust me. The call ended, leaving Lyra staring at her own reflection in the dark monitor. The vibrant, confident Pixel was gone. In her place was Lyra Page, a woman who felt small and trapped, 1,000 feet up in the air with nowhere to go but down. She felt utterly, terrifyingly alone. The call ended, but the observation continued. In the Panopticon, Silas Cade had not just listened to the conversation. He had analyzed its every nuance. He had the full audio, the video, and a real-time transcript running through a sentiment analysis program. He saw the dip in Lyra's vocal tone, the spike in her heart rate, a feed he pulled from her fitness tracker, the micro-expressions of despair that flickered across her face. He saw Mark Feineman's transparent capitulation. Silas had already read the Volt Rush contract. He'd intercepted the email attachment the moment it was sent to Mark. He hadn't seen it as a bad deal. That was an emotional, human judgment. He saw it as a flawed implementation, a suboptimal protocol. The contract's terms were a systemic liability designed to stifle growth and create long-term dependencies that would limit the project's potential. Volt Rush was a parasite. Mark Feynman was an ineffective gatekeeper. The entire situation was an error that needed calibration. He swiped a hand across a touch-sensitive console, and one of his secondary monitors filled with a complete corporate dossier on Volt Rush Energy. Their financials were solid, but stagnant. Their marketing strategy was aggressive, but uninspired, relying on buying out emerging talent and locking them into restrictive, long-term contracts. Their network infrastructure, however, was their weak point. Silas had done a passive scan of their corporate servers weeks ago, a routine analysis of all potential market actors in Lyra's sphere. He had found it to be a clumsy collage of modern cloud services and aging, on-premise hardware poorly integrated and managed by an understaffed IT department. It was a house with a titanium front door, but windows made of sugar glass. His objective was clear. First, he needed to disrupt the parasite's ability to attach itself. Second, he needed to introduce a superior alternative, a symbiotic host. And third, he needed to ensure that the resolution appeared to be the result of the existing actor's efforts, thereby reinforcing Lyra's trust in her currently inadequate support system. To simply give her a better offer would be a crude intervention. To empower her agent to win her a better offer, that was architecture. The first phase of his plan was surgical. He opened a new terminal window, the blinking cursor a single point of light in the vast darkness. He wasn't preparing a DDoS attack. That was a sledgehammer for a different kind of problem. This required a scalpel. He navigated through the internet's back alleys with the effortless grace of a native, his commands flowing from his fingertips. He entered VoltRush's network not through their main firewall, but through a vulnerable maintenance port on one of their legacy inventory servers, a forgotten doorway left open by a lazy technician years ago. Once inside, he was a ghost. He moved through their internal file structure, his presence leaving no trace, his access indistinguishable from routine system processes. He found what he was looking for in their primary server cluster, the monitoring software that their IT team used to watch over the health of their own network. It was an off-the-shelf program, powerful but predictable. Silas didn't plant a virus. He didn't steal any data. He simply wrote a small, elegant script. The script's only function was to generate a series of false positive error flags within the monitoring software's own logs. It was designed to mimic the early-stage signature of a particularly nasty strain of ransomware known as Cerberus's Kiss, a variant famous for its speed and its ability to corrupt data backups before demanding a ransom. His script wouldn't harm a single byte of data, but it would tell the system that every file it touched was on the verge of being irrevocably encrypted. It was the digital equivalent of shouting "fire" in a crowded theater. He set the script to execute on a timer, scheduled for 10 a.m. the next morning, the peak of their corporate workday. Phase 1 was armed. For Phase 2, he needed to create the superior alternative. His research had already identified the ideal partner, Kinetic Fuel, a newer, trendier energy drink company that was rapidly gaining market share. Their brand was built around sponsoring elite esports athletes and creators with a reputation for skill and authenticity. They paid better, offered more creative freedom, and their contracts were notoriously creator-friendly. They were the optimal host. The problem was they hadn't approached Lyra, so Silas would make them. He couldn't just forge an offer. It would be discovered eventually. He needed to create the appearance of interest, a catalyst that Mark Feineman could leverage. This required a piece of social engineering so subtle that the participants would write it off as a simple, embarrassing mistake. He began by crafting a fictional email chain. Using his access to a network of compromised email servers around the world, he created two new personas: David Chen, head of talent acquisition, Kinetic Fuel, and Maria Flores, VP of marketing, Kinetic Fuel. He then wrote a series of emails between them, from David Chen to Maria Flores. Subject: Recreator Outreach, Pixel, Maria. Following up on our conversation, I've done a deep dive on the streamer Pixel, Lyra Page. The metrics from her recent spike are phenomenal. Her engagement to viewer ratio is off the charts, and her brand safety score is 99.7%. She's exactly the kind of authentic, high-skill talent we're looking for. The J1NX incident has given her a compelling narrative. She's the underdog who won. That's a story we can sell. I think we should move on this, and fast, before a competitor like VoltRush snaps her up with one of their garbage tier contracts. Let me know your thoughts. David, from Maria Flores. To David Chen. Subject: Recreator, creator, outreach, Pixel. David: Agreed. She has a spark. VoltRush plays the volume game. We play the quality game. She fits our brand perfectly. Draft a preliminary offer. Let's make it strong. I want her to know we're serious. Something in the low six-figure range for a 12-month term, with performance bonuses and full creative control on integrations. I want a partnership, not an indentured servant. Let's connect tomorrow to finalize. Maria. The language was perfect, a seamless blend of corporate jargon and genuine enthusiasm. It was exactly how two ambitious executives would communicate. Now for the delivery mechanism, Silas drafted one final email in the chain from David Chen to M.A. Flores at Kinetic Fuel, Corp. J. Sanders at Kinetic Fuel, Corp. CC Mark.Feynman at summit-agency.net. Subject FOD, Kfir, Creator, Outreach, Pixel, Jian. Here's the chain you asked for regarding the new talent prospect. Maria is on board. Let's get this in front of legal ASAP. D. The masterstroke was in the recipient list. He sent it to the real email address of an actual low-level marketing manager at Kinetic Fuel, Jian Sanders, whose address he'd easily found. And he added Mark Feynman to the carbon copy line. The email would arrive in Jian's inbox, who would be confused, see it was about a talent acquisition matter, and likely forward it to the correct department or simply delete it. But it would also arrive in Mark Feynman's inbox. To Mark, it would look like an incredible, unbelievable stroke of luck. A careless employee at Kinetic Fuel had accidentally looped him in on a confidential internal discussion about poaching his star client. It was the kind of mistake that happened every day in the corporate world. It was plausible, it was deniable, and it was a stick of dynamite placed in Mark's hands. Silas cued the email. It would be sent at 10:05 a.m., 5 minutes after the chaos began at Volt Rush. The stage was set, the script was written, the actors had their motivations. All that was left was to raise the curtain. The next morning, Lyra woke up with a hangover of despair. She hadn't signed the contract yet, but his presence on her computer felt like a physical weight. She was procrastinating, doom scrolling through her social media feeds when her phone buzzed with an incoming call from Mark. She braced herself for another round of placating salesmanship and answered. "Don't sign it," Mark said, his voice completely different from yesterday. It wasn't smooth or placating. It was sharp, electric, buzzing with the thrill of a predator who had just scented blood. "Don't sign what?" Lyra asked, confused. "The Volt Rush contract? Do not sign it. Something's happened. Something incredible." Lyra sat up. "What's going on, Mark?" "Two things. First, Volt Rush is in the middle of a total corporate meltdown. A friend of mine on the inside says they've been hit by some kind of massive cyber attack. All their systems are frozen, their legal department is in a panic, and they're hemorrhaging money. They've temporarily rescinded all outstanding offers. They pulled the contract, Lyra. It's off the table." Lyra felt a jolt, a dizzying surge of pure, unadulterated relief. It was as if a physical weight had been lifted from her chest. It was another miracle, another piece of impossible, perfect good luck. "But that's not even the best part," Mark continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You are not going to believe this. 5 minutes ago, I got an email. It's from a VP at Kinetic Fuel. It looks like some idiot over there accidentally copied me on an internal chain. They're planning to make you an offer, Lyra. A real one. They're talking 6 figures. They love you. They think you're the future." Lyra was speechless. She gripped the phone, her knuckles turning white. It was too much. It couldn't be real. The universe wasn't just smiling on her. It was laughing with glee, clearing a path for her with a wrecking ball. "This is our chance," Mark said, his voice brimming with renewed confidence and ego. "This is the leverage I needed. They don't know that I know. I'm going to play them against each other, even if Volt Rush is out of the picture for now. I'll make Kinetic think there's a bidding war. I can get them to sweeten the deal even more. Lyra, we're going to be rich." Lyra listened, a slow smile spreading across her face. Her doubt, her fear, it all dissolved in the face of Mark's infectious, triumphant energy. He hadn't given up on her. He had been waiting, playing the long game, and his shrewdness had paid off. He was a shark, her shark, and he was fighting for her. "Do it, Mark," she said, her voice full of a faith that was absolute. "Work your magic." For the next 2 days, Mark provided her with a running commentary of his masterful negotiation. He was a man reborn, full of swagger and strategic bravado. He told her how he'd feigned indifference to Kinetic Fuel, how he'd hinted at a competing offer, how he'd expertly played on their fear of losing her. Lyra listened, amazed and deeply grateful. She had a team, a real team. She wasn't alone in this. When the final offer from Kinetic Fuel came through, It was better than she could have dreamed. A stunning base salary, a generous bonus structure tied to viewership milestones she was already hitting, a short one-year term with an option to renew, and most importantly, a clause guaranteeing her complete creative freedom. It was a contract built on respect, not exploitation. She signed it with a hand that didn't shake. As she clicked the final confirmation, she leaned back in her chair, tears of joy welling in her eyes. She looked out the window of her Skylands apartment, but this time, it didn't feel like a cage. It felt like the cockpit of a starship, the whole glittering universe of Cynosure City laid out before her, waiting to be conquered. She thought of her mom's simple faith that she deserved it. Maybe she was right. She thought of Ben's advice to ride the wave. She was riding it, and it was the most exhilarating feeling in the world. Her phone buzzed. It was a text from Mark. Mark Feynman. "We did it, kid. Told you to trust me." Lyra smiled and typed back. "Pixel, you're the best, Mark. I couldn't have done it without you." In the Panopticon, Silas Cade archived the entire incident file. He labeled it Protocol, Optimization, Kinetics. On his central monitor, he watched the feed from Lyra's laptop as she celebrated, her face glowing with pure happiness. He saw the text message she sent to Mark, a small data point, but a significant one. Subject's trust in Agent Feynman has been elevated to high. This is an acceptable outcome. The agent's boosted ego will make him a more effective, albeit unwitting, tool in the future. Silas felt the quiet, clean satisfaction of a perfectly executed strategy. The system was balanced. The project was on an optimal trajectory. The parasite had been repelled, the symbiotic host secured, and the subject's morale was at an all-time high. He had manipulated corporate giants, orchestrated chaos, and rewritten Lyra's reality, and she believed it was a combination of her agent's brilliance and her own good fortune. The architecture was flawless. He closed the file. His gaze drifted to an adjacent monitor, which was already displaying a new data set. A preliminary analysis of the streaming platform's algorithm. He had noticed a slight, inefficient drift in its recommendation engine over the past quarter. It was a minor imperfection, a small bit of code that was not performing at peak capacity. It was not prioritizing the right kind of content. His content, the ghost in the machine turned its attention to the new problem. The architect's work was never finished. There were always new systems to refine, new variables to calibrate, new protocols to optimize. He began to type, his fingers gliding silently over the blank keys, preparing to once again reshape the world around Lyra Page, his cherished, oblivious, and perfectly protected creation. Chapter 5. The Algorithm of Fortune. The contract was a key, and it unlocked a world Lyra had only ever pressed her face against, peering through the glass. The signing of the kinetic fuel deal was not a quiet digital transaction. It was a detonation. Its shockwave reordered her reality. The first change was the arrival of the welcome package. It wasn't a box. It was a series of heavy-duty flight cases delivered by a specialized courier, the kind of cases that held sensitive scientific instruments or military hardware. Inside was a treasure trove that made her want to weep with joy. A new top-of-the-line streaming PC, a silent, liquid-cooled beast in a sleek black chassis. Its specifications reading like a fantasy wish list. A trio of 4 Kelvin monitors with refresh rates so high they made reality look blurry. A professional-grade microphone that could capture the sound of a pin dropping in the next room. A new keyboard, its mechanical switches tuned for a specific tactile response she had only ever read about in enthusiast forums. And, of course, the product itself. A mini fridge, already stocked, bearing the sharp, aggressive logo of Kinetic Fuel, filled with dozens of slim, brightly colored cans. For the first hour, she just touched things, her fingertips tracing the cool metal of the monitor stands, the smooth, matte finish of the PC case. It was all real. Tangible proof. This wasn't just luck anymore, it was a resource, it was capital, it was legitimacy. Her old setup, a cobbled-together rig she had painstakingly upgraded piece by piece over the years, now looked like a child's toy in comparison. Her first stream with the new gear was an event. She made an elaborate show of the unboxing, her genuine excitement infectious. The Kinetic Fuel branding was seamlessly integrated into her new stream overlays, which she'd spent the entire previous day designing. The logo pulsed gently in the corner of the screen, a silent, powerful new ally. She cracked open her first can on stream, the sharp hiss a sound of pure commerce, and took a sip of the electric blue liquid. It tasted like carbonated candy in victory. "Okay, Pixels," she said, her voice impossibly crisp and clear through the new microphone. "Welcome to Pixel 2.0. Upgraded, overclocked, and officially fueled by the future." The chat went wild. But it wasn't just the enthusiasm that was different. It was the numbers. From the moment she went live, the viewer count climbed with a strange and beautiful steadiness. There was no lag, no stutter. Her gameplay, on a machine that never dropped a single frame, was elevated from proficient to balletic. Her movements were fluid, her reactions instantaneous. She felt like she had been running a marathon with weights on her ankles, and someone had just cut them off. This, she told herself, was the power of a real sponsor. Her channel was being promoted on Kinetic Fuel's own social media. Her Go Live notification was being pushed to a wider audience. The algorithm, that great and terrible god of the digital age, was finally smiling upon her because she was now affiliated with one of its favorite children. It made perfect sense. All her hard work, all her talent, had just needed this one final push of corporate legitimacy to break through the ceiling. She streamed for 6 hours straight, and the energy never dipped. Her viewership peaked higher than the night of the J1NX raid, and, more importantly, it stayed there. The session was a triumph, and it was only the beginning. The days that followed blurred into a montage of escalating success, each one building on the last. What Lyra experienced was a series of wonderful, logical progressions. Old clips of her best gameplay moments, long buried in the platform's archives, suddenly started getting recommended to new viewers, gaining thousands of views overnight. When she wasn't live, her channel was no longer dormant. It was a tireless machine, constantly recruiting new followers. Her subscriber count, once a number she checked with anxious hope, now ticked upwards with the relentless pace of a clock. She was trending, not just in the Athelgard Online category, but on the platform's front page. To Lyra, it was the beautiful, magical logic of momentum. She had broken through, and now the system was rewarding her for it. Her success was breeding more success. It was the dream of every creator, a self-perpetuating cycle of growth. She worked harder than ever before, fueled by the validation and the sweet, fizzy contents of her new mini-fridge. To Silas Cade, it was not magic. It was mathematics. In the sterile chill of the panopticon, he worked with the quiet, focused intensity of a watchmaker. The platform's recommendation algorithm was his creation, a complex, multifaceted system of logic he knew better than his own heartbeat. He saw it not as a monolithic god, but as a vast, intricate clockwork mechanism, and he knew exactly which gears to polish and which levers to pull. He didn't crudely boost her channel, a brute force tactic that would be easily detectable in a system audit. His interventions were far more subtle, woven into the very fabric of the code. He began by adjusting the weighting parameters. He slightly decreased the viewership decay variable on Lyra's content, meaning her popular streams stayed relevant and visible in recommendation sidebars for longer periods. He increased the session completion bonus, giving more weight to the fact that her viewers tended to watch for long stretches, a key indicator of quality content. He moved on to affinity scores. He wrote a small subroutine that analyzed the viewing habits of users who watched high-skill RPG content from other top streamers. The script would then subtly increase the content adjacency score between those channels and Lyra's, making it more likely for the algorithm to suggest Pixel as the next channel to watch. He was building invisible bridges, connecting her small island to the platform's major continents of content. He watched her grow, not with the pride of a fan, but with the detached satisfaction of a scientist observing a successful experiment. Her rising numbers were data points on a graph, a perfect curve moving up and to the right, precisely as his models had predicted. He was the invisible hand guiding the market of attention. He was the algorithm of her fortune. The greatest test of his architecture came a week later. It was a Tuesday night, typically a slower evening for streaming. Lyra was deep into a notoriously difficult new raid in Aethelgard, one that required intense focus and coordination. She was in her element, her commentary sharp, her gameplay flawless, but her audience was a steady, respectable 10,000 a number she now considered her baseline. Then it happened. A notification sound chimed, a sound different from a subscription or a donation. It was a loud, booming fanfare, accompanied by a massive banner that appeared at the top of her screen. Valerian is rating with a party of 47,882. Lyra froze. Her mouth went dry. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Valerian. He wasn't just a streamer. He was an institution. A founding father of the RPG streaming scene. A man famous for his god-tier skill and his stoic, no-nonsense personality. He rarely spoke, and he never ever raided smaller channels. His audience was a legion of loyalists who hung on his every silent, perfect headshot. To be raided by Valerian was to be anointed. It was a blessing from the Pope of gaming. Her chat, which had been a lively river, became an exploding supernova. A torrent of 50,000 new people flooded in, their own emotes and greetings overwhelming the screen. Wow, Lyra stammered, her composure momentarily shattered. She could see her viewer count spinning like a slot machine, stopping at a number so large it didn't seem real. Hi, everyone. Welcome, Valerian's Legion. We're just in the middle of the umbral depths here, trying not to get incinerated by this rather rude dragon. She took a deep breath. The professionalism she had honed over years of performing kicking in. This was a test, an opportunity of a lifetime. She had to perform, and she did. With 50,000 new pairs of eyes on her, she played with the focus she didn't know she possessed. She led her raid team with calm, clear commands, her avatar a blur of perfectly timed dodges and devastating attacks. She was not just playing a game, she was putting on a clinic. Valerian himself said nothing, but he stayed, his own stream now hosting hers. His silent presence was a powerful endorsement. His audience, notoriously critical, started to change their tone. Valerian's Blade. Okay, she's actually good. Legionnaire 7. This is way more entertaining than Valerian's usual stream, LOL. Silent Watcher. The skill is legit. New fan, 1, subbed. The raid lasted for over an hour. By the time Valerian finally left, with a simple, uncharacteristic message in her chat that just said respect, Lyra had retained over 15,000 of his viewers and gained thousands of new, high-quality subscribers. She was shaking, her hands trembling with adrenaline. It was the single most impactful event of her entire career. A random, miraculous act of kindness from a legend in the field, a life-changing stroke of luck. It was not luck. In the Panopticon, Silas watched the event unfold with the quiet satisfaction of a successful military commander. He had orchestrated the entire thing. The operation had been one of his most delicate. He knew that Valerian, a creature of pure logic and efficiency, did not choose his raids randomly. He used a proprietary, custom-coded analytics dashboard developed by his own team. At the end of his stream, he would glance at this dashboard, which would recommend the channel to raid based on a complex set of criteria: content similarity, current viewer to chat activity ratio, growth potential, and a dozen other metrics. Silas had not hacked Valerian. He had not hacked the dashboard. He had, with surgical precision, intercepted and manipulated the raw data stream from the platform's API before it reached Valerian's dashboard. For a critical 5-minute window, as Valerian was finishing his own game, Silas fed his dashboard a perfectly curated, completely fictional set of analytics. He made Lyra's channel appear as the mathematically optimal raid target. He inflated her engagement metrics by a precise 17%, tweaked her content relevance score to a near-perfect 98.6%, and flagged her with a high-potential breakout status that his own algorithm had invented. To Valerian, clicking the raid channel button was a simple, data-driven decision. He was merely following the logical recommendation of his own trusted tool. He would never know that the data had been a lie, a carefully constructed illusion designed to steer his 50,000-strong army directly to Lyra's doorstep. Silas watched Lyra's tearful, ecstatic thank you speech to her community after the raid. He logged the new subscriber numbers. He archived the incident file under the label Catalyst Injection VLRN. The system was working perfectly. The culmination of this new level of fame arrived not as a notification, but as a physical object. A thick, cream-colored envelope delivered by courier with an embossed holographic seal. Lyra's hands trembled slightly as she opened it. Inside was a heavy card, printed with elegant, minimalist typography. You are cordially invited to Sinosure Connect, the premier summit for digital influencers and industry leaders, an exclusive 3-day event at the Sinosure Grand Convention Center. She read the words 3 times. Sinosure Connect. It was the Met Gala of the internet world. It wasn't a public convention. It was a curated, invitation-only gathering of the absolute top-tier creators, CEOs, and venture capitalists. It was where million-dollar deals were sketched out on cocktail napkins. It was where the future of the industry was decided. Getting an invitation meant you weren't just a streamer anymore. You were an asset. You were a brand. You were a player. She let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob, and immediately dialed her phone. Mark, you're not going to believe this. His shriek on the other end of the line was so high-pitched it almost shattered her eardrum. The invitation was the ultimate validation of his own career. Proof that his client, his brilliant discovery, had made it to the big leagues. After hanging up with her ecstatic agent, Lyra felt a sudden, overwhelming need to connect with something real, something outside the glittering, artificial world of streaming and contracts. She dialed her mother. Her mom picked up on the second ring, her voice warm and familiar, a comforting anchor in the swirling storm of Lyra's new life. Hi, sweetie. Is everything okay? You sound out of breath. Everything is more than okay, Mom. It's insane, Lyra said, pacing back and forth in her apartment. She explained it all: the kinetic fuel deal, the soaring viewership, the raid from Valerian, and now the invitation to Sinosure Connect. She recounted the events as a string of miracles, a lottery she kept winning over and over. I don't understand it, Lyra finished, her voice full of genuine awe and a sliver of imposter syndrome. Why me? It feels like I have a guardian angel working overtime. Her mother was silent for a moment on the other end of the line. When she spoke, her voice was full of a simple, unshakable certainty that cut through all of Lyra's confusion. Lyra Page, don't you dare call it luck, she said, her tone gentle but firm. Luck is what people who don't know you call it. Do you know how many years you've spent in your room, practicing, studying, learning? How many times you wanted to quit but didn't? How many nights you stayed up, building your community one person at a time? This isn't a guardian angel, sweetie. This is a payday. All that hard work is finally paying off. Luck is just what happens when preparation meets opportunity. You've been preparing your whole life. The opportunity has finally arrived because you earned it. You deserve every second of this. Tears welled in Lyra's eyes, but they were not tears of confusion. They were tears of profound, cleansing clarity. Her mother was right. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't a guardian angel. It was her. Her work. Her passion. The universe wasn't giving her handouts. It was rewarding her for the dues she had paid in obscurity for so long. The thought was empowering, intoxicating. It chased away the last lingering shadows of doubt. She felt a surge of confidence so powerful it was almost a physical force. You're right, Mom, she said, her voice thick with emotion. You're right. They talked for another 20 minutes. About the summit, about what she would wear, about how proud her father would have been. When she hung up, Lyra felt a deep sense of peace settle over her. She was not a passive recipient of fortune. She was the architect of her own success. The world was finally seeing what she and her mother had known all along. Silas Cade listened to the entire phone call via the compromised firmware of her smartphone. He processed the conversation not as an emotional exchange, but as the successful deployment of a psychological reinforcement. The mother's interpretation of events provided the subject with a powerful, internally consistent narrative that attributed her success to her own agency. This was the optimal outcome. It buried any nascent suspicion under a thick layer of earned confidence. It made her a more stable, more predictable asset. He watched her on his monitor as she stood before her closet, a genuine, unforced smile on her face, already thinking about what a future industry leader would wear to a summit. She was happy. She was confident. She was secure. His garden was flourishing. But the work was not over. An event like Sinosure Connect was a new environment, a system with countless new variables, new threats, new opportunities. It was an uncontrolled space, and he hated uncontrolled spaces. His fingers began to move, a blur of silent activity. He swiped away the monitor showing Lyra's triumphant channel metrics. A new set of windows appeared. The floor plans and security schematics for the Cynosure Grand Convention Center. The complete confidential guest list for the summit, which he had acquired from their insecure registration server. The personal and professional dossiers of every major speaker and attendee. He began the slow, meticulous process of threat analysis. He cross-referenced the guest list with his own extensive databases of problematic individuals. Streamers with a history of harassment, predatory executives, tabloid journalists. He flagged every potential negative variable. His eyes scanned the list. His gaze paused on one name, J1NX. His channel was still dark, but he was still a brand, still an influencer. His agency had secured him an invitation. A flicker of something, a digital ghost of an emotion passed through Silas. J1NX was a variable he had already neutralized once. His presence at the summit was an imperfection in the design, a weed resprouting in the garden. The satisfaction of the day's successes faded, replaced by the familiar, cold hum of operational readiness. Lyra was about to step onto a much larger, more dangerous stage. She would be surrounded by smiling sharks and hidden pitfalls. She believed she was going there as a conqueror, protected by her own hard work and talent. Silas knew the truth. She was going there protected by him, and his work was just beginning. The silent gardener had to prepare his tools. There were always more weeds to pull. He began to map the convention center's camera network, planning his sightlines, his gaze as patient and unwavering as a god's carno. Chapter 6. The Gilded Cage. The move to the Skylands apartments was less a relocation and more of an ascension. Lyra Page didn't just change her address, she changed her altitude, her perspective, her very atmospheric pressure. Her old apartment, with its charming but noisy radiator and the perpetual scent of her neighbor's cooking, was a memory from a different life. A life lived on the ground. This new existence was lived in the clouds. The apartment itself was a masterpiece of luxurious minimalism. It wasn't a home, it was a statement. The walls were a stark gallery, white. The floors were polished, concrete, cool, and unyielding under her bare feet. The furniture, selected by a designer Mark had insisted on hiring, was all low-slung, architectural, and punishingly expensive. It was less a place for living and more a place for being photographed. But the centerpiece, the feature that justified the astronomical rent, was the view. An entire wall of her living room was glass, a seamless, floor-to-ceiling window that looked out over the sprawling, electric tapestry of Cynosure City. At night, it was a living circuit board, rivers of white and gold light flowing along the arteries of its boulevards, skyscrapers piercing the bruised twilight like crystalline data shards. It was a view that screamed power, success, arrival. It was a view that made you feel like the protagonist of the entire city. For the first few days, Lyra would simply stand before it, a mug of coffee in her hands, and watch the city breathe. This was hers. She had earned this. Every stream, every troll endured, every sleepless night spent editing videos had been a brick in the foundation of this tower. Her mother's words echoed in her mind. This is a payday. You earned it. The thought was a warm, fortifying shield against the lingering whispers of imposter syndrome. She had built this. The view was her trophy. The move was also a symbolic cleansing. She had left her old, cobbled-together streaming rig behind, donating it to a local youth center. Her command center was now the gleaming, black and silver hardware from Kinetic Fuel, a professional setup that hummed with a quiet, confident power. It felt less like a gaming station and more like the flight deck of a spaceship. Her life settled into a new, elevated rhythm. She woke with the sun, a luxury she'd never had in her old, north-facing apartment. She did yoga on a mat overlooking the sprawling city, feeling the energy of millions of lives buzzing beneath her. She streamed, not with the hungry desperation of her past, but with the cool, assured confidence of an established star. She was Pixel 2.0, a polished, premium version of herself, and her audience adored her for it. The invitation to Cynosure Connect sat on her sleek, marble-topped kitchen island, its heavy cardstock a constant, thrilling reminder of her new status. The summit was less than 2 weeks away, and her preparations became a ritual of self-actualization. She was no longer just a streamer who played games in her room. She was about to become Lara Page, industry leader. One evening, she spread her wardrobe options across her vast, minimalist bed. The clothes she had worn in her old life seemed childish, out of place in this new, sophisticated environment. They were the clothes of Pixel. She needed the clothes of Lyra. On Mark's advice, she had hired a personal shopper, and the results were transformative. A sharply tailored blazer in a deep emerald green, a silk blouse that flowed like liquid silver, a pair of wide-leg trousers that made her feel taller, more imposing, an elegant, understated black dress for the main gala. She tried on the black dress, its cool fabric settling against her skin. She stood before the full-length mirror, a feature built into the wall of her walk-in closet. The woman looking back at her was a stranger, and yet more herself than she had ever been. She was sleek, powerful, her angles sharpened, her presence amplified. This was the woman who belonged at Cynoshore Connect. This was the woman who could command a room, who could negotiate a deal, who could build an empire. The future of creator-led branding, she said aloud, testing the words. Her voice sounded different in the acoustically perfect space of the apartment, clearer, more resonant. She practiced her smile in the mirror, shifting it from the wide, enthusiastic grin of Pixel to a more subtle, knowing expression. It's not about synergy. It's about authentic, symbiotic partnerships that provide genuine value to the community. She laughed, a short, sharp burst of sound. It sounded ridiculous, but it also felt right. This was the language of the world she was about to enter. She had to learn to speak it. She had to become fluent. The girl who had worried about paying rent was gone. The woman who discussed symbiotic partnerships was here to stay. Her life was becoming a gilded cage, but from the inside, it didn't feel like a cage at all. It felt like a fortress. A beautiful, impenetrable fortress of success, built high above the noise and the chaos of the world below. She felt untouchable, safe, and utterly in control. She felt, for the first time in her life, truly free. That evening, to celebrate her transformation, she decided to treat herself. She wasn't in the mood for the crowds and the performative socializing of Cynoshore City's elite restaurants. She wanted to enjoy her fortress. She pulled up the app for Umami Direct, a high-end delivery service that specialized in bringing Michelin star quality food to your door. She scrolled through the options, her finger hovering over the omakase menu from Shizuka, a legendary sushi restaurant so exclusive that its reservations were booked a year in advance. It was obscenely expensive. It was decadent. It was perfect. With a thrill of indulgence, she placed the order, her reflection in the phone's dark screen smiling back at her. She put on a soft jazz playlist, the music filling the silent, cavernous space of her apartment. She dimmed the lights, leaving just a few strategically placed lamps that cast a warm, intimate glow. The city outside twinkled like a carpet of fallen stars. She poured herself a glass of crisp, cold sake and stood by the window, waiting for her feast, feeling like the queen of the world. The kingdom was under surveillance. The transition to the Skylands apartments had been the single greatest tactical advancement for Silas Cade since the inception of Project Lyra. The building, a monument to wealth and modern design, was also a monument to network vulnerability. Silas knew this because 2 years ago, under a shell corporation he used for consulting, he had been one of the architects of its security infrastructure. He had designed their network topology. He had advised them on their camera placement. He had written the proprietary code for their integrated smart home system, which controlled everything from the lighting and climate to the security alarms in each unit. And in that code, he had built a door, a quiet, undocumented, administrative level access point that was, for all intents and purposes, invisible. He didn't have to hack the Skylands. He was its ghost, woven into the very concrete and fiber optics of its construction. From the panopticon, Silas's monitors displayed a new, intimate mosaic of Lyra's life. He had access to every public area camera. He saw her entering the lobby, the doorman greeting her by name. He saw her in the elevator, a silent, mirrored box where she would check her reflection. He saw her walking down the long, silent corridor to her apartment, 47B. He even had access to the service cameras, which showed him the food delivery couriers, the maintenance staff, the rhythm of the building's hidden life. Her apartment itself was a black box, its internal privacy sacrosanct, even to him. His access was limited to the devices she brought inside it. Her laptop, her phone, her fitness tracker. But it was enough. He was the gatekeeper. He saw everything that went in and everything that came out. His systems logged her new routine with the cold precision of a scientific journal. Wake up time, 7:15. A full 90 minutes earlier than in her previous residence. Morning activity. Yoga, 35 minutes. Breakfast. Black coffee, protein smoothie. He analyzed the nutritional information from the smoothie delivery service she used. He noted the increase in her average daily screen time, the slight decrease in her REM sleep, the corresponding increase in her social media engagement metrics. She was a system, and he was monitoring its every input and output, ensuring its continued optimal performance. Tonight, he watched her preparations for her solitary celebration. He saw the email confirmation from Umami Direct the moment it hit her inbox. He opened the attached receipt. Omakase for one. Nigiri, Otoro, Chutoro, Akami, Shima, Aji, Kinmedai. A supplemental order of uni, miso, soup. Edamame. He logged the meal into her dietary profile. Then, he opened a new browser window on his own terminal. He navigated to the website of a high-end ghost kitchen, a delivery-only service on his side of town that employed chefs who specialized in replicating famous dishes. He typed in his order, his fingers moving with swift certainty. Omakase for one. Nigiri. Otoro, Chutoro, Akami, Shima, Aji, Kinmedai. A supplemental order of uni. Miso soup. Edamame. His own delivery was scheduled to arrive 10 minutes after hers. The operation was one he had performed several times, a private ritual of his own design. He called it synchronization. It was an attempt to bridge the sterile digital gap that separated him from his subject. It was a way to consume a piece of her reality, to feel what she felt, to taste what she tasted. It was the deepest, most pathetic expression of his obsession, a secret he kept even from the cold, logical parts of his own mind. He was not just her protector. He was becoming her shadow, her echo, a parasite living off the scraps of her experiences. He watched her receive her delivery from the camera in the hallway outside her door. He saw the brief, polite interaction with the courier. He watched the door close, and then she was gone from his external sight, existing only as data points and the single, all-important live feed from her laptop's camera, which she had positioned on her kitchen island. His own delivery arrived. A silent, masked man handed him a brown paper bag. Silas took it, closed his door, and returned to the cold blue glow of the panopticon. He unboxed his meal with meticulous care. The containers were different, but the contents were identical. He arranged the pieces of sushi on a simple, black slate plate, mirroring the layout he could see on Lyra's own plate on the screen. He poured himself a glass of water, as he did not drink alcohol. He swiped a hand, and the main, central monitor in his array expanded, filling his vision. On it, Lyra sat at her small dining table. The glittering city, her backdrop. She had her laptop open beside her, but she wasn't working. She was watching a movie, a classic romantic comedy he knew she loved because he had her entire viewing history. She looked beautiful, serene, content, a queen in her castle. Silas sat down at his own Spartan desk. He positioned his plate to the left of his keyboard, just as hers was. He picked up his chopsticks. The room was utterly silent save for the hum of the fans. He was alone, in the dark, surrounded by the ghosts of 1,000 data streams. But on the screen before him, he was having dinner with Lyra Page. She lifted the piece of otoro, the prized fatty tuna, its marbled pink flesh gleaming under the soft light of her lamp. She placed it in her mouth and closed her eyes for a moment, a subtle, blissful expression on her face. In the panopticon, Silas lifted the identical piece of otoro. He placed it in his mouth. The fish was rich, meltingly tender, an explosion of oceanic flavor, but he barely tasted it. His entire consciousness was focused on the screen, on her reaction. He was trying to experience the flavor through her. He chewed slowly, his eyes locked on her face, attempting to synchronize his own sensory input with her perceived pleasure. She took a sip of her sake, the small ceramic cup delicate in her hands. He took a sip of his water. She laughed at a line from the movie, a genuine, throaty sound that her laptop microphone picked up perfectly. The sound filled the sterile silence of Silas's room, a brief, warm intrusion of life. Silas's face remained a blank, impassive mask. He did not laugh. He simply observed, cataloged the sound, the expression. He was a spectator at the feast of her life. This was the core of his delusion. He was not protecting a person. He was curating a work of art. And like a lonely, obsessive curator, he sometimes pressed his face against the glass, trying to feel the warmth of the paint, trying to live inside the frame. He had escaped his own empty existence, a life of silent observation and cold logic, by attempting to inhabit hers. He ate her food, watched her movies, listened to her music. Her life was the only one he had. Lyra finished her meal, a contented sigh escaping her lips. She felt full, satisfied, and for the first time, a little lonely. The apartment was beautiful, but it was big, and her own presence felt small within it. The silence, once a luxury, now felt heavy. She pushed the feeling away. Loneliness was the price of ambition, she told herself. She stood up, stretched, and carried her empty plates to the kitchen. In his chair, Silas methodically ate his last piece of sushi, the sweet, briny uni. He packed the empty containers back into the paper bag with neat, precise movements. The synchronization was over. He was once again just the observer. The connection was severed. The brief, vicarious warmth receded, leaving behind the familiar, deep-seated chill of his own solitude. He watched as Lyra, her solitary meal finished, returned to her laptop. Her curiosity, a trait he knew well, had gotten the better of her. He saw her navigate to the Cynosure Connect website and then to a password-protected portal for registered attendees. She logged in. A page loaded, displaying the full, confidential guest list. Silas swiped his own console, bringing up the identical guest list, which he had downloaded days ago. He watched her scroll through the names, a catalog of the digital world's royalty. She saw the CEOs of major platforms, the venture capitalists who were the industry's kingmakers, the top-tier creators she had admired from afar for years. Her eyes widened slightly with each famous name she recognized. She belonged here. This was her peer group now. Her finger paused on the mouse, her cursor hovering over one name. Silas's gaze followed hers, though he already knew who it was. The name was printed in the same elegant font as all the others, but to both of them, it carried a different weight, a darker resonance. J1NX. Lyra's expression tightened. A flicker of the old anxiety, the feeling of being hunted, briefly crossed her face before she smoothed it away, replacing it with a look of cool determination. He was a relic from her past, a defeated rival. His presence meant nothing. She was in a different league now. She closed the laptop, stood up, and walked towards her bedroom, the gilded cage ready to embrace her in its luxurious, silent comfort for the night. Silas, however, did not look away from the name. J1NX, a variable he had already been forced to neutralize, a chaotic, unpredictable element. His presence at the summit was an imperfection. It was a statistical anomaly that increased the probability of a negative interaction with Project Lyra by a factor of 47%. It was a weed, resprouting in the meticulously manicured garden he had cultivated. The serene, detached satisfaction of the synchronization ritual evaporated completely. It was replaced by the cold, familiar hum of operational readiness. Lyra was walking into an uncontrolled environment. She believed she was a queen entering her court, protected by her status and her success. Silas knew better. She was a precious, unique specimen being introduced into a jungle full of predators. And her silent, obsessive, lonely guardian had to once again prepare his tools. He began to cross-reference J1NX's known associates with the summit's security staff list. He started mapping the convention center's camera network, planning his sightlines, his gaze as patient, as cold, and as unwavering as a god's looking down upon a world he had created, a world he would protect at any cost, from a cage of his own design. Chapter 7. Eliminating the Variable. The Cynosure Grand Convention Center was not a building. It was an ecosystem, a hermetically sealed biome of ambition where the air itself, recycled and chilled to a perfect 22 degrees Celsius, seemed to thrum with the energy of a billion unspoken deals. The low, persistent hum was a symphony of 100,000 quiet conversations, the clinking of glasses, the soft swish of expensive fabrics, and the distant, synthesized beat of brand-approved electronic music pulsing from monolithic video walls. Light was the primary currency here, the stark white glare of exhibitors' booths, the flashing cyan and magenta of interactive displays, the warm golden glow of catered networking lounges. It was a place designed to overwhelm, to impress, to remind every single person inside that they were at the nexus of the digital universe. Lyra Page, however, refused to be overwhelmed. She was ascending. Dressed in the emerald green blazer that felt like a suit of armor and a badge of honor, she navigated the flowing currents of people with a newfound, practiced grace. This was not the chaotic, anonymous scrum of a public fan convention. This was a curated river of power. Every face was a brand, every handshake a potential transaction. She saw them all, the legends of her industry, not as distant idols on a screen, but as contemporaries, colleagues, and, in some cases, competition. There was the CEO of her streaming platform, holding court near a towering ice sculpture of the company's logo. There were the venture capitalists, their casual attire belying the billion-dollar funds at their disposal, their eyes scanning the room like predators seeking the weakest gazelle. And there were the creators, the top 0.1%, a menagerie of digital royalty, each trailed by a small entourage of agents and managers. She felt a thrill, a sharp, intoxicating spike of belonging. Her mother's words had become her mantra. You earned this. She wasn't an imposter. She was an invited guest. She was a player. Mark, her agent, had been by her side for the first hour, a whirlwind of introductions and air kisses, before peeling off to work the room. Lyra was grateful for the solitude. She needed to do this on her own. Her first meeting was a casual coffee chat with a senior marketing executive from a high-end cosmetics company, a brand known for its selective, high-impact partnerships. The woman, chic and impossibly poised, had been impressed by Lyra's recent numbers and the authenticity of her brand. We're moving away from the traditional beauty influencer space, the executive said, stirring her oat milk latte with a tiny silver spoon. It's become saturated. We're looking for leaders in other verticals, women with strong, engaged communities who project confidence and skill. Your profile, frankly, is fascinating. Lyra smiled, the calm, knowing smile she had practiced in the mirror. I think my community appreciates that I've never tried to be anything other than what I am. They're there for the gameplay, for the story we create together. Authenticity isn't a strategy. It's just the path of least resistance. The executive's eyes lit up. The path of least resistance. I love that. That's exactly the kind of messaging that resonates. The conversation continued for another 20 minutes. It was a dance of carefully chosen words and probing questions. Lyra felt herself performing with effortless skill, channeling a version of herself that was sharp, articulate, and insightful. She wasn't Pixel, the funny, energetic gamer. She was Lyra Page, the CEO of her own burgeoning empire. By the time they parted, with a promise to circle back with a concrete proposal, Lyra was buzzing, not with caffeine, but with pure, unadulterated self-assurance. She had done it. She had held her own. The fortress of her confidence, built on the foundations of kinetic fuel and the Valerian raid, felt unbreachable. It was during the evening's networking mixer, a sprawling affair held on a terrace overlooking the glittering lights of Seneschal City, that the first crack appeared in her armor. She was in a conversation with the founders of a new analytics startup, nodding along as they explained their paradigm-shifting approach to sentiment tracking when she saw him. He was across the terrace, holding a flute of champagne, surrounded by a small group of sycophants who laughed a little too loudly at whatever he was saying. J1NX. In the flesh, he was shorter than she'd imagined, but he compensated with an aura of aggressive, territorial confidence. He wore a ridiculously expensive designer hoodie and a smirk that seemed permanently affixed to his face. He was a relic from her past, a ghost she thought she had vanquished. Seeing him here, thriving, laughing, felt like a glitch in her new, perfect reality. A cold dread, familiar and sickening, washed over her. She tried to push it down, to rationalize it. He meant nothing. He was a defeated opponent. She was on a different level now. But the sight of him brought back the memory of the hate raid. The feeling of being overwhelmed, of being helpless. Their eyes met across the crowded space. His smirk widened. He said something to his group, disengaged from them, and began walking towards her. His movements a slow, deliberate saunter. It was the walk of a predator who knew he had his prey cornered. The founders of the analytics startup, sensing a shift in her attention, followed her gaze. Their expressions tightened with recognition. Everyone knew who J1NX was. Everyone knew the story of his mysterious downfall and her meteoric rise. Lyra's heart began to hammer against her ribs. Run! A primal part of her brain screamed. But she was rooted to the spot, trapped by social convention and the weight of 100 pairs of watching eyes. The startup founders muttered their excuses and melted away, not wanting to be caught in the blast radius. She was alone. Well, J1NX said, his voice a low, mocking drawl. He stopped a few feet from her, looking her up and down, his gaze lingering on her blazer. Look at you, all dressed up for the big leagues. It's amazing what a little bit of luck can do for a girl's career, isn't it? The word luck was a poisoned dart, and it hit its mark. It's nice to see you too, 1NX, Lyra said, her voice admirably steady, though she could feel a tremor in her hands. Is it? He chuckled, taking a sip of his champagne. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice so only she could hear, but his posture was performative, designed for the onlookers. I hear things, you know. I hear the big boys at the ISP are still scratching their heads over what happened to my connection that night. A 1 in a billion electrical surge, they called it, happened at the exact same moment you were about to crash and burn. What are the odds, huh? You must have a guardian angel pixel, or maybe just a really good script. He was trying to unnerve her, to plant a seed of doubt, not just in her mind, but in the minds of anyone watching. He was framing her success as a conspiracy. I'm sorry you had technical issues, Lyra said, her voice tight, but that has nothing to do with me. Oh, I'm sure it doesn't, he sneered. Just like it has nothing to do with you that Kinetic Fuel, a company I was in final talks with, suddenly dropped me and signed you a week later, after their main competitor conveniently suffered a catastrophic data breach. You're a miracle worker, Lyra, a regular saint of streaming. Everything you touch turns to gold, and everything that gets in your way turns to shit. It's a real talent. His words were acid, dissolving the foundations of her confidence. He was weaving every one of her triumphs into a narrative of foul play, making her look not like a rising star, but a black widow. She could feel the eyes of the people around them, their curiosity turning to suspicion. The friendly, buzzing atmosphere of the mixer had grown cold and silent in their immediate vicinity. She saw 2 executives from a major gaming publisher, men Mark had been trying to get a meeting with for weeks, watching with expressions of wary amusement. Her reputation was being poisoned in real time. You're pathetic, she finally snapped, her composure cracking. And you're a fraud, he shot back, his voice rising just enough to carry. You're a manufactured little puppet, playing a role, wearing a costume. But we all know what's underneath, don't we? Just another desperate, second-rate gamer who got lucky. Enjoy it while it lasts, sweetheart. Because cages, no matter how gilded, are still cages. He gave her one last, dismissive smirk, turned on his heel, and swaggered back to his group, who welcomed him with knowing chuckles. The show was over. The damage was done. Lyra stood frozen, her face burning with a humiliation so profound it felt like a physical blow. The conversations around her slowly resumed, but the quality of the air had changed. She could feel the whispers, the sideways glances. She was no longer Lyra Page, the industry's exciting new talent. She was the subject of gossip, a story, a controversy. Her carefully constructed fortress had been breached and set aflame in less than 5 minutes. She turned, her movements stiff, and walked away from the terrace, away from the glittering lights and the quiet murmurs, her vision blurring with hot, unshed tears. She fled through the labyrinthine corridors of the convention center, not stopping until she reached the sterile anonymity of her hotel room. The moment the door clicked shut behind her, the facade of the powerful, confident woman crumbled completely, and she collapsed onto the bed, the sobs she had been holding back racking her body in great, shuddering waves. The variable had become hostile. The system had been compromised, and from his silent, dark throne in the Panopticon, Silas Cade had witnessed it all. His surveillance of Cynosure Connect was a multi-layered, omniscient web. He had access to the convention center's primary security feed, a network of over 300 cameras. The feed was grainy, low resolution, but it gave him a map of the battlefield. More importantly, he had compromised the Wi-Fi network. Every unencrypted data packet sent within the building flowed through his servers. He saw every social media post, every location check-in, every message sent on the event's official app. And of course, he had the most critical feed of all, the live, high-fidelity audio from the microphone of Lyra's own phone, which was nestled in the pocket of her blazer. He had heard every single one of J1NX's poisoned words. He had heard her composure crack. He had heard her choked sob as she fled. He watched her on the hotel's hallway camera as she fumbled with her keycard, her shoulders slumped in defeat. He watched the door close. And then he listened to the sound of her crying, the raw, unfiltered audio of her pain, a jarring intrusion into the sterile silence of his domain. A cold, still fury settled over him. It was not a hot human anger. It was the detached, absolute rage of a god whose creation had been vandalized. J1NX had not just insulted Lyra. He had attacked the integrity of the project. He had introduced chaos into a controlled environment. He had undermined the narrative of earned success that Silas had so carefully constructed for her. He was a bug in the code, a malignant tumor in the system, and he had to be excised, completely. Silas's face was a pale, emotionless mask in the blue glow of his monitors. The time for subtle adjustments, for nudging algorithms and manipulating contracts, was over. This was not a problem that could be solved with a scalpel. This required amputation. He swiped a hand, and a new set of windows opened on his main display, pushing aside the live feeds from the summit. He navigated to a heavily encrypted partition on his central server. The folder was labeled with a single stark letter, J. He opened it. Inside was the culmination of 2 years of passive data collection on Jameson J1NX Vance. Silas had begun compiling the file shortly after J1NX first appeared on his radar as a potential competitor to the project. It was a monument to one man's hypocrisy. Silas had never needed to actively hack J1NX. The man's ego was a security flaw larger than any unpatched server. He conducted his business on unsecured networks, bragged about his exploits in private chats, and treated the digital world like his personal fiefdom, never imagining that a silent, patient archivist was recording his every transgression. Silas began to work, not with the frantic energy of anger, but with the cold, methodical precision of a demolitions expert setting his charges. He was no longer a gardener pulling a weed. He was an executioner preparing his block. The outline from his earlier analysis had specified no deepfakes, no forgeries. The truth, he knew, was a far more potent weapon. His task was to assemble that truth into an undeniable, indefensible narrative. First, the business dealings. He pulled up a series of chat logs from a private messaging service, time-stamped from 6 months ago. In them, J1NX was conspiring with another major streamer to fix the outcome of a sponsored tournament. They were agreeing to split the prize money, faking a rivalry for the cameras while privately mocking the sponsor, Volt Rush Energy. He had the complete, unedited logs. It was fraud, plain and simple. Next, the bullying. Silas opened a folder containing screen recordings of video calls. He had captured them by exploiting a vulnerability in the video conferencing software they all used. One recording was particularly damning. It showed J1NX on a call with a young, aspiring streamer, a girl in her late teens who had won a mentorship contest he had hosted. Instead of offering guidance, J1NX spent 20 minutes berating her, mocking her accent, belittling her gameplay, and making thinly veiled, inappropriate comments about her appearance. The girl was visibly close to tears by the end of the call. "This is how the industry works, kid," J1NX had said, a cruel smirk on his face. "Toughen up or get out." He had recorded it himself, Silas suspected, as some kind of sick trophy. Finally, the hypocrisy. Silas compiled a series of emails retrieved from the compromised account of a freelance graphic designer. The emails showed a clear agreement. The designer would create a complete rebranding package for J1NX's channel for a set fee. The final email in the chain was from the designer, desperately pleading for the payment, which was 3 months overdue. J1NX's reply, sent from his phone while he was on vacation in Bali, a fact Silas verified with geotagged social media posts, was a single brutal line. The designs were shit. I'm not paying for shit work. Sue me. Silas had his 3 pillars: professional fraud, personal cruelty, and financial exploitation. It was a perfect trifecta of character assassination, but just dumping the raw data would be messy. It could be dismissed as out of context, a targeted hack. He needed to be the storyteller. He needed to build the case. He spent the next hour working like a dark documentary editor. He opened a video editing suite. He took the most damning clips from the video calls and intercut them with the chat logs, which he animated to appear on screen, highlighting the key lines. He used screenshots of the fraudulent tournament results alongside the messages where J1NX and his cohort planned to fake it. He overlaid the designer's desperate emails with pictures of J1NX's lavish vacation. He even composed a sparse, ominous electronic score to play underneath it all. He added simple, stark, white text on a black background to provide context, his words cold, factual, and damning. The final video was 9 minutes long. It was titled, The J1NX Hypocrisy, a case study in deceit. It was not an attack, it was an indictment. It was clinical, irrefutable, and utterly devastating. His weapon was forged. Now, he needed to choose the delivery system. He navigated to the homepage of Creator Clash, the largest and most ruthless of the online drama channels. It was a digital tabloid run by an anonymous figure known only as Spill, famous for its speed, its lack of scruples, and its massive drama-hungry audience. A story broken on Creator Clash could end a career in hours. Silas opened an anonymous, encrypted email client. He drafted a new message. To tips@creatorclash.net. From friend and anonymous. Natte. Subject. For Spill. You're welcome. Attached, you will find a comprehensive evidence-based file regarding the business practices of Jameson J1NX's Vance. All evidence is authentic and verifiable. I trust you will know what to do with it. He attached the 9-minute video file. The upload progress bar began to fill a slow-moving line of green that represented the imminent end of a man's career. He looked back at the live feed from Lyra's phone. The sobbing had subsided, replaced by the sound of quiet, ragged breathing. She was lying on her bed, staring at the ceiling of her dark hotel room, the impenetrable fortress of her confidence reduced to rubble. She felt alone, defeated, and exposed. In the panopticon, Silas Cade watched the green bar reach 100%, upload complete. He clicked send. The email vanished into the ether, a digital torpedo speeding towards its target. He leaned back in his chair, the impassive mask settling back over his features. The variable had been hostile. The hostile variable was being eliminated. The system would be restored to its optimal state. Lyra would wake up tomorrow to a different world. One where her enemy had been mysteriously, brutally, and publicly executed. She would believe it was karma, the universe once again balancing its scales in her favor. Her faith in her own charmed life would be restored, stronger than ever. The ghost in the machine felt nothing, not satisfaction, not pity, not triumph. There was only the cold, clean logic of a problem solved. The execution was in motion. The variable would be erased. The project would be protected. Chapter 8. The Perfect Suspicion. Sleep was not a refuge. It was a continuation of the assault. Lyra drifted through a gray, suffocating landscape of disjointed nightmares, each one starring J1NX's leering, triumphant face. She saw him on the terrace, his words replaying on a loop, each syllable a fresh cut. She saw him magnified on the convention center's giant video walls, pointing at her, his laughter echoing through the cavernous halls, while a faceless crowd turned to stare, their eyes full of judgment and disappointment. She woke up tangled in the hotel's high-thread count sheets, her heart pounding a frantic, panic rhythm against her ribs, the ghost of his voice still ringing in her ears. Fraud, puppet, cages, no matter how gilded, are still cages. The first light of dawn was a sterile, indifferent gray, filtering through the window of the generic five-star hotel room. The silence was absolute, a stark contrast to the buzzing energy of the summit, but it offered no comfort. It felt accusatory. The humiliation from the night before was a physical weight, a sickness coiling in her stomach. She had fled the mixer like a scared child, her powerful emerald blazer feeling like a cheap costume. She hadn't answered Mark's frantic calls. She hadn't looked at her phone. She had simply curled into a ball on the king-size bed and let the tidal wave of shame wash over her. Now, in the cold light of morning, she had to face the consequences. Today was the last day of Cynosure Connect. She was supposed to attend a Women in Tech brunch, followed by a final keynote. The thought of walking back into that ecosystem, of facing the whispers and the pitying or scornful glances, made her want to crawl out of her own skin. They had all seen her crumble. The publisher executives, the startup founders, the other creators. J1NX hadn't just insulted her. He had stripped her of her newfound power, revealing the same scared, insecure girl she had always been, right in the heart of the court she so desperately wanted to belong to. She lay there for what felt like an hour, paralyzed by dread, replaying every second of the confrontation. His words had been so specific, so targeted, a really, really good script. He had woven her miracles into a tapestry of deceit, and the worst part was, she had no defense. How could she explain the perfect timing of it all? She couldn't even explain it to herself. The foundation of her confidence, her belief in her own earned success, had been a house of cards, and J1NX had blown it down with a single contemptuous breath. With a groan, she forced herself to sit up. Procrastination was a luxury she couldn't afford. She had to know. She had to see the damage. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, she reached for her phone on the nightstand, bracing herself for the flood of negative comments, the speculative blog posts, the number Lyra the Liar hashtags she was sure were already trending. The screen lit up, and the sheer volume of notifications made the device lag for a second. But as her eyes focused on the lock screen previews, she saw it wasn't what she expected. There were hundreds of messages, yes, but the hashtags flickering past were different. They weren't about her at all. Number J, 1NX's over party. Number Creator Clash. Number Spill the Truth. Number by J1NX. A knot of confusion tightened in her chest. She unlocked the phone, her thumb hesitating before tapping on the social media app. The top trending topic, not just in the gaming community but globally, was J1NX. Her feed was an avalanche of posts, a chaotic, furious storm all centered on him. She clicked the top hashtag, and the first thing she saw was a video. It had been posted 8 hours ago by Creator Clash, the infamous drama channel. The thumbnail was a stark, black and white image of J1NX's face, his trademark smirk looking sinister and grotesque. The title was simple, brutal, and direct. The J1NX Hypocrisy, a case study in deceit. It already had 17 million views. Her finger trembled as she pressed play. The video began not with a flashy intro or an obnoxious host, but with absolute silence and a black screen. White text appeared, cold and clinical. The following presentation is compiled from authentic, verifiable sources. No deepfakes or forgeries have been used. The truth is sufficient. Then, it started. It was a 9-minute masterpiece of character assassination, edited with the ruthless precision of a state prosecutor laying out an airtight case. It opened with the tournament fraud. The screen showed the official VOD of the final match against Vote Rush's sponsored team, J1NX's dramatic victory. Then, it cut to a recording of his private chat logs, animated and highlighted, showing him and the rival streamer meticulously planning the throne match, laughing about how gullible the sponsor was, agreeing to split the 6-figure prize pool. The text on screen was brutally simple. Pillar 1, professional fraud. Next, it moved to his treatment of others. It showed the clip of the mentorship call. Lyra watched, her stomach churning, as J1NX systematically tore down the young female streamer. The video zoomed in on her face as she fought back tears, then cut to J1NX's cruel, smirking expression. "Toughen up or get out," he said, his voice dripping with condescending power. The video then presented two more, similar clips with other small creators he had bullied and harassed in private calls. All of them recorded, all of them undeniable. The text, Pillar 2, Personal Cruelty. Finally, it showed the emails with the graphic designer. It displayed the invoice, the polite, then desperate, pleas for payment. It then showed J1NX's final, callous reply, "Sue me," and immediately intercut it with a montage of pictures from his Instagram, showing him on that lavish Bali vacation, posing on a yacht, drinking champagne, living a life of luxury with the money he had refused to pay. The text, Pillar 3, Financial Exploitation. The video ended as it began, with silence and a black screen. There was no call to action, no smash that like button. It simply presented the evidence. A cold, hard, and complete demolition of a man's entire public persona, and left the viewer to draw their own conclusions. Lyra stared at her phone, the video having auto-played into a stream of reaction clips. She was numb, her mind struggling to process the sheer totality of the destruction she had just witnessed. This wasn't a scandal. This was a public execution. The evidence was too perfect, the presentation too professional, the narrative too airtight. There were no holes, no room for doubt, no he said, she said. It was a closed case. She scrolled through the reactions. It was a digital feeding frenzy. J1NX's sponsors, including the champagne company from his Bali photos, had already issued public statements terminating their relationship with him. The streaming platform had suspended his channel pending investigation. Valerian, the stoic legend who had rated her, had posted a rare, single-word comment, disgusted. It had 500,000 likes. Number J1NX's over party wasn't just a hashtag. It was a global event, a public holiday celebrating the fall of a tyrant. She found J1NX's own profile. He had posted a single, desperate message an hour ago. The video was full of lies and out-of-context clips. "This is a coordinated attack on me. I will be taking legal action." The post had over 100,000 replies, nearly all of them mocking him, posting clown emojis, calling him a liar. He was not just canceled, he was a pariah. His career, which had been thriving just 12 hours ago, was now a smoking crater. Her phone buzzed, vibrating violently against her palm. It was Mark. She answered, her own voice a hoarse whisper. "Did you see it?" "See it?" "Lyra, I haven't slept." Mark's voice was a manic buzz of adrenaline and glee. He sounded like he just won the lottery. "It's biblical. It's an act of God." The guy is toast. Burnt toast. Career, reputation, everything gone. Poof. In a single night. "It's a lot," Lyra managed to say. "A lot? It's everything," he crowed. "Do you know what this means? That little stunt he pulled last night? It's completely backfired. He tried to paint you as a fraud, and now the entire world knows that he's the fraud. You're not just a rising star anymore. You're a victim who was targeted by a bully. And now that bully has been righteously slain by the gods of karma. The narrative is perfect. It's better than anything I could have written." The executives from Titan Gaming, the ones who saw the whole thing, they just emailed me. They want to schedule a priority lunch. The cosmetics lady, she wants to fast track a proposal. Everyone wants to be on the side of the righteous victor. We're golden, kid, absolutely golden. Lyra sank back against the pillows, Mark's triumphant words washing over her like a tide of ice water. He was celebrating. Her fans in her private Discord were celebrating, posting memes of J1NX's face on a funeral pyre. The whole world was celebrating. Justice had been served. The villain had been vanquished. The hero had been vindicated. So why did she feel so cold? She should have felt relief. She should have felt a surge of righteous vindication. She should have been dancing on the metaphorical grave of her rival's career. But she wasn't. As Mark continued to babble about brand narratives and leveraging opportunities, a single terrifying thought began to crystallize in her mind, a shard of ice forming in the pit of her stomach. It was too perfect. The thought, once a fleeting whisper she could easily dismiss, was now a deafening roar. She closed her eyes, and the events of the past few months played out in her mind, not as a series of lucky breaks, but as a sequence, a pattern. First, there was the stalker, Arthur Finch. A creepy but ultimately harmless man whose life had been surgically dismantled and exposed at the precise moment she became aware of his existence. It wasn't a messy breakup or a slow decline. It was a sudden, catastrophic implosion triggered by perfectly curated information being delivered to the exact right people. It was clean. Then there was J1NX's ISP outage. A 1 in a billion technical failure that had occurred at the exact second she needed it most, launching her into the stratosphere. At the time, she laughed it off as karma, but it wasn't messy karma. It was targeted, instantaneous, and devastatingly effective. It was clean. Then, the contract dispute. Volt Rush, a corporate behemoth, suddenly crippled by a mysterious targeted cyber attack that rescinded their predatory offer. And in the very same hour, a mistaken email from their biggest competitor landed in her agent's inbox, containing all the information he needed to secure her the deal of a lifetime. It wasn't a lucky break. It was a perfectly orchestrated sequence of events. It was clean, and now this. The execution of J1NX. This wasn't the usual chaotic unraveling of an internet scandal, a slow drip of accusations and denials. This was a single, overwhelming blow. The evidence wasn't just damning. It was curated. The video wasn't a collection of random clips. It was a polished, professional piece of propaganda, edited and scored like a dark thriller. It had been assembled by someone with access to private calls, confidential chat logs, and financial records. And it had been delivered to the one place guaranteed to cause maximum instantaneous damage. It wasn't a scandal. It was a hit. A clean, professional, impossibly perfect hit. The coldness in her stomach spread through her entire body. It wasn't a guardian angel. Guardian angels were creatures of light and mercy. This was something else entirely. This was a force that operated in the shadows. It didn't nudge things in her favor. It annihilated obstacles. It didn't bring good luck. It wielded misfortune like a weapon. Her good fortune had a body count. A ruined marriage, a lost job, a dead channel, a destroyed career. The hand that was protecting her was ruthless. It was terrifying. And so I told them, we're not even looking at offers under $500,000 for the naming rights. We have all the leverage now, Mark was saying, still high on the victory. Mark, Lyra interrupted, her voice quiet but firm. Don't you think it's a little strange? Strange? What's strange? That a scumbag like J1NX finally got what was coming to him? That's not strange. That's overdue. No, not that. The timing, the perfection of it. The video, where did all that evidence come from? Private calls, chat logs? It's like someone has been collecting ammunition on him for years, just waiting for the right moment to pull the trigger. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line. Lyra, who cares? Mark said, his voice losing a bit of its celebratory edge, replaced by a note of dismissive pragmatism. Maybe it was a disgruntled ex-employee. Maybe it was another streamer he screwed over. The guy made a lot of enemies. The point is, one of them did us a massive favor. Don't question it, capitalize on it. This is how the game is played. Sometimes a bomb goes off and you're lucky enough to be standing outside the blast radius. We're outside the blast radius, kid. Let's enjoy the view. But what if we're not outside the blast radius? She thought, a chill running down her spine. What if we're at the very center of it, in the quiet eye of a storm that someone else is controlling? I have to go, Mark, she said abruptly. I need to think. She hung up before he could reply, tossing the phone onto the bed as if it were contaminated. She stood up and walked to the window, staring out at the hazy morning skyline of Cynosure City. The city didn't look aspirational anymore. It looked like a web. And she was a fly, caught in the center, believing she was the spider. The humiliation of last night was gone, replaced by a much deeper, more profound emotion. Fear. Not the fear of a bully, but the fear of the unknown. The fear of a protector whose methods were indistinguishable from a monster's seeing she was not in control. She was a puppet, and she was only just beginning to feel the tug of the strings. The gilded cage J1NX had spoken of was real. It was beautiful. It was luxurious. And its walls were her own success, her own impossible good fortune. And she had no idea who had built it, who held the key, or why. The perfect suspicion had finally taken root. It wasn't a fleeting doubt anymore. It was a cold, hard certainty. Her life was not her own. She looked at her reflection in the window, at the woman who was supposed to be a success story, an inspiration. But all she saw was a ghost, a hollowed-out figure at the center of a grand, terrifying design. Her lucky streak was over. Her investigation was about to begin. She would no longer ignore the impossible coincidences. She would start paying attention, she would start looking for the architect, and for the first time, she was more afraid of finding him than not. Chapter 9. A message from Kismet. The fragile peace Lyra had brokered with herself was a house built on sand, and the tide of her unease was always creeping closer. It had been a week since the chaos of Cynosure Connect, a week since the public immolation of J1NX. On the surface, everything was better than perfect. Mark's triumphant predictions had come true with unnerving accuracy. The priority lunch with Titan Gaming had resulted in a tentative, yet thrilling discussion about developing a new IP with her as a creative consultant. The cosmetics brand had sent a contract so generous it seemed like a misprint. Her channel was a fortress of positivity, her community fiercely protective, hailing her as a survivor who had weathered the storm and been vindicated by karma. She was living the victor's narrative, yet she felt like a fraud. She would smile during her streams, perform the role of the confident, ascendant star, and feel a chilling disconnect, as if she were a spectator watching a stranger's life unfold. The perfect suspicion, once a fleeting wisp of a thought, had become her constant, silent companion. It sat with her while she drank her morning coffee, its presence turning the spectacular view from her Skylands apartment into a panorama of a prison yard. It followed her into her dreams, twisting her successes into scenes from a horror movie where she was the only one who couldn't see the monster standing right behind her. Mark's advice, don't question it, capitalize on it, had become a hollow mantra she repeated to herself, the words losing meaning with each recitation. It was the logic of a man who saw the world as a game of winners and losers. But Lyra was starting to fear she was a piece on a different board entirely, moved by a hand she couldn't see, in a game whose rules she didn't know. Tonight, she forced herself to go live. Not a big planned event, not a high-energy sponsored stream, just a chill stream, a return to her roots. She chose a quiet, atmospheric indie game, a melancholy exploration puzzle with a haunting piano soundtrack. She wanted to reconnect with the core of her community, the ones who had been there before the meteoric rise, before the luck became too loud and too perfect to ignore. "Hey, Pixels," she said, her voice softer than usual. She wore a simple, comfortable sweater, her hair tied back loosely. The vibrant, programmable lights of her setup were dimmed to a soft, calming blue. "Welcome to a cozy little Tuesday stream. We're going to check out this beautiful game called Echoes of the Deep. It's supposed to be more vibes than action, so grab a warm drink, get comfy, and let's get lost together." The chat filled with warm, welcoming messages. Her core community was happy to have the old Pixel back, the one who felt less like a media conglomerate and more like a friend. For the first hour, it worked. Lyra found herself genuinely drawn into the game's somber, beautiful world. She solved puzzles, read fragments of lore, and shared her thoughts with the chat in a relaxed, meandering conversation. She felt a semblance of the old joy, the simple pleasure of sharing an experience. The perfect suspicion receded, becoming a low hum instead of a roar. The game's soundtrack was the source of its melancholic beauty, a sparse piano melody that was both sad and hopeful. As she navigated her character through a series of underwater caverns illuminated by glowing flora, a particular refrain in the music caught her ear. It was a simple ascending arpeggio, a progression of notes that stirred something deep in her memory. Without thinking, a subconscious act of pure nostalgia, she began to hum along. It wasn't the game's melody she was humming, but a different one. An old tune ached from her childhood that the game's music had dislodged from the deep strata of her mind. A few bars escaped her lips, a quiet, breathy sound. It was an old folk ballad her father used to play on his worn-out acoustic guitar. He wasn't a great singer, but he played with a gentle soulfulness that was the sound of safety, of home. The song was called The Silver, Sailor's Song, a sad, sweet story about a sailor made of moonlight who could only visit his love on the shore when the tide was high and the moon was full. It was their song, a private piece of her history, a relic of a time before streaming, before Cynosure City, before Pixel. It was a memory that belonged only to Lyra Page. She hadn't heard it, or even thought of it, in years. She stopped humming as quickly as she had started, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Sorry, she chuckled into the microphone. The music in this game just reminded me of a really old song my dad used to play. Total blast from the past. The chat responded with affectionate curiosity. Moonchild? Aw, that's so sweet. Gamergal 2, Papa Pixel had good taste. Curious cat. What song was it? Oh, it's nothing famous, Lyra said, a genuine, wistful smile on her face. Just a silly old folk song. I don't think I've ever found a recording of it anywhere. The memory was a brief, warm comfort, a flicker of genuine light in her carefully constructed performance. It was in that moment of authentic, unguarded nostalgia that the ghost decided to speak. The donation notification sound shattered the calm. It wasn't the standard chime. It was a loud, explosive sound effect reserved for donations over a certain, very high threshold. A shower of digital gold coins rained down her screen, and a massive, glowing banner appeared. Kismet has donated $5,000. Lyra's breath caught in her throat. $5,000. It was an absurd, life-altering amount for a random donation. The chat exploded. A chaotic flood of shocked emojis and all-caps exclamations. Her eyes darted to the username. Kismet. The word was unfamiliar, but it resonated with a strange, ominous weight. It meant fate, destiny. Then she read the message. It appeared on screen in large, bold letters attached to the donation. It was not a message of praise, it was not a request, it was a statement of chilling intimacy. That melody always makes me think of you. Time seemed to warp, stretching and slowing down. The blood drained from Lyra's face, a wave of icy coldness washing over her, so intense it felt like a physical plunge into a frozen lake. The chat was a blur, the game on her screen was a meaningless swirl of colors. Her entire universe had contracted to that single sentence, glowing on her monitor. That melody, not that's a nice song, not I know that tune, but that melody, the one she had just hummed, the one she had just said was a private memory, the one that belonged to her and her father. And the second part of the sentence was even worse. It always makes me think of you. The words implied a history, a long-standing association between the song and her. It was possessive, it was knowing, it was impossible. Her mind raced, desperately searching for a rational explanation. A coincidence. It had to be a coincidence. Maybe it was a more common song than she remembered. Maybe this Kismet was a fan who had somehow found a reference to it on an old blog post or a forgotten social media comment from years ago. Maybe. The word was a flimsy shield against a barrage of pure terror. Wow, she managed to say, her voice a strained, brittle thing that sounded utterly alien to her own ears. Her training, the thousands of hours of practice performance, kicked in on pure instinct, a final, desperate defense mechanism. She forced a smile, a grotesque rictus of joy that felt like it was cracking her face. Kismet, I am speechless. Thank you. Thank you so much for the incredible generosity. That's truly insane. Thank you. Her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs. She felt lightheaded, the room swaying slightly. She needed to get out. She needed to end the stream. Now, she had to cut the connection. Okay, pixels, she stammered, her eyes darting around the screen, looking for an escape. I think on that absolutely mind-blowing note, she never got to finish the sentence. A new notification appeared, one that bypassed her control completely. A media share request. Normally, these went into a queue for her to approve. This one did not. It executed itself, hijacking her audio output with an audible, authoritative click. And then, the song began to play. It wasn't a modern cover, it wasn't a synthesized piano version, it was the sound of an old, scratchy vinyl record. The warm crackle of the needle, the slight hiss of age. And then, the melody began. Played on a worn-out acoustic guitar, the note slightly imperfect, achingly familiar. It was followed by a man's voice, not a professional singer, but a gentle, soulful baritone, singing the sad, sweet story of the sailor made of moonlight. It was her father's song, but it was more than that. It was a specific, unique recording from the one record he had owned, a vanity pressing from a tiny, long-defunct local label. A record she hadn't seen since she was a teenager, a record she was sure had been lost or sold decades ago, a recording that could not exist anywhere online. A recording whose every crackle and pop was etched into the deepest grooves of her memory. The sound filled the apartment, a ghost summoned from the ether. It was the most comforting sound she had ever known, and it was the most terrifying thing she had ever experienced. The warmth of the memory was instantly flash frozen by the sheer, brutal impossibility of it. This was not a coincidence. This was not a lucky guess. This was a message. It was a demonstration of absolute power. It was the unseen hand showing its strength, proving that it didn't just know about her public triumphs. It knew the most private, most sacred corners of her heart. It knew her memories, it had access to her soul, and it could play them back for her whenever it wished. The chat was a frantic whirl of confusion. Moonchild, OMG, is this the song you were talking about? Curious Cat, where did that come from? I can't find it on Spotify. Gamer Gadwazech, Shidoi, Kismet. Are you a wizard? But Lyra could no longer see the chat. Her vision had tunneled, the world shrinking to the glowing screen and the sound of the ghost in her machine. The music was a physical violation, a trespass of the highest order. The perfect suspicion was no longer a suspicion at all. It was a screaming, undeniable certainty. The force that had been clearing her path was not a guardian angel. It was a warden, and it had just spoken to her in the language of her own past, a language it had no right to know. Her breath came in short, ragged gasps. Panic, cold, and absolute finally broke through the last vestiges of her professional armor. Her hand, trembling violently, shot out and slammed the power button on her streaming PC. The screen went black. The music cut off abruptly, plunging the room into a deafening, suffocating silence. The connection was severed. She was alone in the dark. She sat there, frozen for how long, she didn't know. Her body was rigid, her mind a maelstrom of terror. The warm, cozy atmosphere of the room had evaporated, replaced by a glacial chill. Every shadow seemed to deepen, to lengthen, to watch her. The blinking standby light on her monitor felt like a malevolent eye. Her beautiful apartment, her fortress of success, her gilded cage, had never felt more like a prison. The glass wall that looked out onto the city was no longer a window to her future. It was a one-way mirror, and she knew, with a certainty that settled into the marrow of her bones, that someone was on the other side, watching. Kismet, destiny, the name echoed in the silence of her mind. It was the signature on her new life. He hadn't just cleared a path for her, he had paved it. He had engineered it. Arthur Finch's public ruin. J1NX's perfectly timed ISP failure. The Volt Rush contract evaporating as the kinetic fuel opportunity materialized out of thin air. The Valerian raid. And the execution of J1NX. A professional hit job disguised as karma. It was all him. One single, invisible, omniscient entity. A stalker with the power of a god. She finally moved, scrambling backwards in her chair until it hit the wall with a dull thud. Her eyes darted around the room at the technology that had been her salvation and was now her damnation. The new PC, the professional microphone that could hear her breathe, the phone, still buzzing with notifications from her abruptly ended stream. They weren't tools anymore. They were listening devices. They were eyes. They were the conduits through which he watched and controlled her. The fear was so total, so absolute, that it circled back on itself and became something else. A spark of cold, hard rage. The audacity of it. The violation. To take a memory of her father, the one pure thing she had left, and twist it into a threat, a demonstration of power. She looked at the black silent monitors of her command center. The game was over. The performance was done. Mark's words, who cares? This is how the game is played, seemed like the babbling of a naive child. This wasn't a game. This was a hunt. And she had been the prey for months, happily trotting into every trap, thanking the hunter for the cheese. No more. The terror was still there, a frantic bird beating its wings against her ribs. But now it had a companion, a sliver of ice-cold resolve. She couldn't run. Where would she go? He had access to everything. She couldn't hide. He had access to her memories. She couldn't tell anyone who would believe her. They would think she was crazy, just as she had tried to convince herself she was. Ben had tried to help, and his life had been derailed. There was only one path left. She had to unmask the ghost. She had been looking at the strings, feeling them pull. Now she had to follow them, trace them back through the darkness all the way to the puppeteer. The thought was terrifying. It was an impossible task, facing an enemy with limitless power and no face. But the alternative to continue living this life, a celebrated marionette dancing for an unseen master, thanking him for the privilege of the stage he had built for her, was no longer an option. It was a fate worse than any failure she had ever imagined. She sat in the darkness of her gilded cage, the city lights of Sinashur glittering below her like the cold, indifferent eyes of a million strangers. The silence in the room was no longer empty. It was filled with the presence of her watcher, her protector, her captor. He had sent her a message. Now she would begin to formulate her reply. The hunt had been one-sided for long enough. It was time for the prey to start hunting back. Chapter 10. The Invisible Strings. The silence was a presence. It filled the void left by the abruptly terminated music, rushing into the apartment with the physical weight of deep ocean water. It was heavier than the absence of sound. It was an entity in itself, a testament to the absolute control the ghost in her machine wielded. He could give her the roar of a 50,000-strong crowd, and he could plunge her into a silence so profound it felt like the end of the world. Lyra sat frozen in her ergonomic throne, the command center of her empire, which now felt like an electric chair. The only light came from the city beyond her glass wall, a silent, glittering expanse of indifferent stars, and the single, mocking green standby light on her powered-down PC. It blinked with a slow, patient rhythm, like a reptilian eye, watching, waiting. The night did not offer the mercy of sleep. Sleep required a quiet mind, a sense of safety, and Lyra possessed neither. She lay in her bed, the expensive linens feeling like a shroud, and stared into the oppressive darkness of her bedroom. Her eyes were wide open, but the movie playing was inside her head, a horror film projected onto the back of her own skull. She was the star, the victim, and the sole, horrified audience member. The film was her life for the past few months, re-edited, rescored, and presented with a new, terrifying director's commentary. Her mind, a frantic detective, began to piece it all together, laying out the evidence on the cold slab of her newfound certainty. Each miracle, each stroke of impossible luck was no longer a gift from a benevolent universe. It was a file, an operation, a calculated move by an invisible player. Exhibit A, The Stalker, Arthur Finch. She had felt a wave of karmic relief when his pathetic secret life had imploded. Now she saw it differently. It wasn't karma, it was an execution. She pictured it with a chilling cinematic clarity. A man, her unseen protector, sits in a dark room, much like this one. He discovers the threat. He does not panic, he does not confront. He investigates. He gathers data with the dispassionate precision of an entomologist studying an insect. He finds the man's weaknesses, the fault lines in his carefully constructed double life. Then, with a few keystrokes, he triggers a controlled demolition, an anonymous email to a betrayed wife, a professional, irrefutable report to a corporate HR department. He doesn't throw a bomb. He plants 2 precisely calibrated charges and walks away, letting the resulting explosions tear the man's world apart from the inside. It was surgical, it was clean, and it was designed to make her feel safe, to make her believe the universe was on her side. Exhibit B, the rival J1NX, the 1 in a billion power surge. She had celebrated it, laughed about it with Mark. Now, the phrase 1 in a billion echoed in her mind with a sinister irony. What were the odds? J1NX had sneered at her on the terrace, and he was right. The odds were impossible. She imagined her phantom protector observing J1NX's attack on her stream. He would not see it as a personal insult. He would see it as a system error, an unauthorized incursion, and he would respond with overwhelming, disproportionate force. He would not just block the attack. He would decapitate the attacker. He would aim for the root, the central hub of J1NX's internet connection, and sever it with the digital equivalent of a lightning strike. It wasn't luck. It was retaliation, swift and absolute, disguised as a fluke. Her stomach churned. She rolled onto her side, pulling her knees to her chest, trying to make herself smaller, as if she could shrink away from her own thoughts. But the film continued to play. Exhibit C, the contracts. This was the one that made her feel the most like a fool, a willing pawn in a complex game of corporate chess. She had been so proud of Mark, so grateful for his masterful negotiation. Now she saw him for what he was, a puppet, just like her. She pictured the sequence of events with a terrifying new logic. Her protector reads the predatory Volt Rush contract and deems it an unacceptable protocol. He then orchestrates a two-pronged attack. For Volt Rush, a phantom cyber attack, a manufactured crisis designed to paralyze them, to make them rescind the offer. For her, a gift. An internal email chain from their biggest competitor, Kinetic Fuel, accidentally leaked to her agent. She could almost hear the ghost's cold, internal logic. To give her the deal would be too obvious. But to give her agent the leverage to get the deal, that was art. That made her feel empowered. That made her trust her agent, her team, the system. It made her feel like a winner, when in fact, she had never even been playing. Exhibit D, the anointing. Valerian's raid. This memory hurt the most. It had been a sacred moment, a blessing from a gaming god. She had rewatched the clip a dozen times, her heart swelling with pride at his simple, typed word, respect. Now, that memory was corrupted, tainted by the new, awful truth. Valerian was a man of logic, of data. He was famously unsentimental. What better way to control such a man than by controlling his data? Her protector wouldn't need to talk to Valerian. He would just need to talk to his tools. She imagined him feeding Valerian's custom analytics dashboard a stream of perfectly falsified data, a lie so convincing it appeared as objective truth. He would make her channel the mathematically, irrefutably optimal choice for a raid. Valerian, acting with what he believed was pure logic, would be nothing more than a guided missile, his 50,000-strong army, a payload delivered to her doorstep on a schedule set by an invisible commander. The respect hadn't been from Valerian. It had been a message from her captor, a reminder of his power to move kings and gods on the board he had set. And finally, Exhibit E, the execution, J1NX again, the Creator Clash video. It was the capstone, the final, undeniable proof. She replayed the video in her mind, not the content, but the construction, the cold, clinical tone, the perfect assembly of evidence from disparate, private sources, the polished editing, the ominous score. It wasn't the work of a disgruntled ex-employee or a random victim seeking revenge. It was the work of a professional. It was the work of an intelligence agency, a patient archivist who had been collecting, collating, and preparing this file for years, waiting for the perfect moment to deploy it. Her public humiliation had been the trigger. The ghost had seen his creation vandalized, and he had responded by burning the vandal's entire world to the ground. He had used the truth as an incendiary device. A wave of nausea washed over her. She sat up, her heart pounding. The room felt hot, suffocating. The air was thick with the presence of him, of Kismet. The name itself was a taunt, fate, destiny. He wasn't just influencing her life. He saw himself as its author. She had to see the name again. She had to confirm the ghost's signature. With a surge of desperate energy, she scrambled out of bed and went back to her command center. The green standby light pulsed. She pressed the power button. The familiar chime of the operating system booting up sounded alien and hostile. The PC, her prize, her weapon, her key to success, was his portal into her world. She felt a deep, primal urge to take a sledgehammer to it, to smash it into a million pieces. But she needed it. It was her only link to the battlefield. Her hands trembled as she moved the mouse. She opened the browser, her fingers fumbling on the keyboard as she typed the name of the streaming platform. She logged in. She went to the VOD of her last stream, the one she had so abruptly terminated. The comment section was a chaotic mess of confusion and concern. She ignored it. She went to the list of top donations. There it was, at the very top, a monument to her terror. Kismet has donated $5,000. She clicked on the username. Her breath hitched. A new page loaded. It was a user profile, but it was empty. Utterly, completely blank. No profile picture, no bio, no past streams, no follow channels. The account creation date was listed as 1 hour before her stream had started, and the last activity was the donation itself. It was a shell, a ghost account created for a single, specific purpose: to deliver a message. And now, its purpose served, it sat there, empty and mocking. She hit refresh. The page reloaded, but the profile was gone. A simple, stark message appeared in its place. User not found. He had deleted it. He had created a persona out of thin air, used it to demonstrate his omniscient power, and then erased it from existence as if it had never been. The sheer, effortless arrogance of it stole her breath. He could create and he could destroy, all with a few clicks. He was a god, and this was his digital universe. A new wave of paranoia, sharper and more potent than any she had ever felt, washed over her. She pushed her chair back from the desk, her gaze darting around the room, reevaluating every object not for its function or its beauty, but for its potential as a listening device. The microphone from Kinetic Fuel, a sleek black cylinder that promised to capture broadcast quality audio. It had captured her humming her father's song. It was his ear. The trio of 4 Kelvin monitors, their surfaces dark and reflective. They were his eyes. The new PC, humming quietly on the floor, its components a mystery to her. It was his brain, the central node of his access. Her gaze fell upon her phone, lying on the desk where she'd left it. It was buzzing with notifications. It was her connection to the world, to her friends, to her mother. It was also his leash. He had listened to her conversation with her mother. He had her location data. He could read her messages. He could probably see through his camera right now. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague, unsettling premonition. It was a physical certainty. She felt it on her skin, a crawl of 1,000 invisible insects. The Skylands apartment, her fortress, was a terrarium. The beautiful glass wall was not a window. It was the side of a glass box, and he was on the outside, his face pressed against it, observing the behavior of the specimen within. Every smart device was an extension of his senses. The smart television in the living room, currently off. Was it listening? The smart thermostat on the wall, its small screen glowing softly? Was it monitoring her movements, the heat signature of her body? The smart fridge in the kitchen, which she had thought was a pointless luxury. Did it track her habits? When she ate? What she drank? She felt a scream building in her chest, a primal howl of terror and rage. She was living in a cage made of convenience and technology. She had willingly, enthusiastically built it around herself, and she had thanked her jailer for every bar, every lock, every new surveillance device he had gifted her. The scream died in her throat, strangled by a sudden glacial fury. The image of her father's song, that pure, sacred memory, being weaponized against her, flashed in her mind. It was the ultimate trespass. He hadn't just invaded her privacy. He had invaded her past. He had taken something that belonged to the dead, something that belonged to the purest part of her own heart, and he had twisted it into a tool of intimidation. The sacrilege of it, the sheer, profound violation, was an anchor in the storm of her fear. It gave her something solid to hold on to. The terror was still there, a wild animal thrashing inside her, but it was no longer the only emotion. Now, it was accompanied by a cold, diamond-hard resolve. She would not be his specimen. She would not be his puppet. She would not live in this digital terrarium performing for his amusement. She couldn't run. She couldn't hide. She couldn't scream. So she would fight. But how do you fight a ghost? How do you attack an enemy who has no face, no body, no location? An enemy who controls the very ground you stand on. You can't. Not on his terms. You have to change the game. You have to do the one thing he doesn't expect. You have to stop playing. Her gaze fell upon her laptop, sitting on the corner of the desk. Its built-in camera, a tiny, unassuming black dot, felt like the barrel of a gun. It had watched her cry. It had watched her sleep. It had watched her try on clothes, practice her smiles, live her life. It was his most intimate window. She stood up, her movements stiff but deliberate. She walked out of the room, into the pristine, minimalist kitchen. Her hands rummaged through a drawer full of miscellaneous items, the junk drawer that was the one chaotic element in this perfectly designed apartment. She found what she was looking for, a roll of black electrical tape. She grabbed a pair of scissors. She returned to the desk. The objects felt heavy in her hands, imbued with a new symbolic significance. They were her first weapons. The tape was a shield, the scissors were a sword. She pulled a long strip of tape from the roll, the sound a sharp, satisfying rip in the oppressive silence. She cut a small, neat square with the scissors. Her hand was steady now. The trembling had stopped, burned away by the cold fire of her new purpose. She leaned over the desk over the laptop that had been both her tool and her spyglass, and she pressed the small, black square of tape firmly over the camera lens. She pressed down hard, her thumb rubbing against the smooth vinyl surface, ensuring it was secure. It was a small act, a pathetically analog gesture in a war that was being fought on a digital plane. But it was everything. It was a declaration. It was her first move. It was a single, defiant finger raised in the face of an omniscient God. You can watch me on 1,000 street corners, she thought, a silent, furious prayer. You can listen to my every breath, but you will not look at me through this eye. Not anymore. This one is mine, and I am closing it to you. She felt a tiny, almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere of the room. Nothing had changed, but everything was different. She had taken back 1 square centimeter of her own life. She had drawn her first boundary. She straightened up, her gaze sweeping over the room again. The task ahead was impossible. She was outmatched, outmaneuvered, a single infantry soldier facing an entire invisible army. She couldn't do it alone. She needed help. Her mind raced. Mark. Useless. He would tell her she was crazy and to focus on capitalizing on the J1NX situation. He was part of the gilded cage, not a key to unlock it. The police. What could she possibly tell them that wouldn't get her committed? Hello, officer. I'd like to report a stalker who is making me incredibly successful and is terrifying me. They would laugh her out of the station. Her mother. It would destroy her. She couldn't inflict this terror on her. One name remained. Ben. Ben Carter. Her one real friend in the industry. The cybersecurity expert. The man who had tried to help her before. The man whose own career had been attacked and derailed because he had gotten too close to the truth. He had been a casualty of her phantom protector. He had every reason to tell her to get lost, to never contact him again. But he was also the only person on the planet who had seen a fraction of the ghost's power. He hadn't believed her at first, but he had come to. He knew this wasn't just paranoia. He knew there was a real, sophisticated threat. He was her only hope. He was a long shot. He was a prayer. She walked over to her bed and picked up her phone, the device she had been so afraid of just moments ago. It was still a listening device. It was still a tracking beacon. But now, it was also a tool. Her tool. Her one chance to find an ally. She ignored the hundreds of notifications. She ignored the frantic messages from Mark and the worried posts from her community. She went to her contacts list, her thumb scrolling with a new, firm purpose. She found his name. Ben. Sec. She stared at it for a long moment. Making this call was crossing a line. It was the official start of her war. Once she pressed that button, there was no going back. She would be actively working against the entity that controlled her world. The consequences could be catastrophic, not just for her, but for Ben as well. She hesitated. The last vestiges of fear and self-preservation screaming at her to stop, to accept the cage, to enjoy the success and the safety it provided. Then she thought of the sound of her father's song, twisted into a tool of psychological warfare. She thought of the cold, calculating mind that would commit such a violation. The hesitation vanished, replaced by a pure, unyielding resolve. She took a deep breath, the air feeling sharp and clean in her lungs for the first time all night. She pressed the call button. The phone began to ring, the sound echoing in the silent, tomb-like apartment. 1 ring, 2 rings. She held her breath, listening to the sound, the signal traveling out from her prison, a single, desperate message in a bottle cast out into a vast, hostile ocean. Please pick up, Ben. Please believe me. Please. The invisible strings that had guided her, protected her, and imprisoned her were still there, wrapped around every aspect of her life. But for the first time, she was no longer just a marionette. She was pulling back. Chapter 11. Walls of Sand. The sound of the phone ringing was a physical assault in the tomb-like silence of the apartment. Each shrill digital tone was a hammer blow against Lyra's already frayed nerves. She stared at the screen, at the contact name Ben Sec, her thumb hovering over the call button for a full 10 seconds before she finally pressed it. The decision was a leap from a precipice into an unknown dark abyss. As the call connected, she held her breath, listening to the electronic pulse of the ringing signal, a desperate SOS sent out from her gilded cage. For a moment, she prayed he wouldn't answer, that she could retreat back into the paralysis of fear, that she wouldn't have to put her terror into words. But that was the old Lyra. The new Lyra, the one born from the ashes of her father's desecrated memory, held the phone to her ear with a hand that was surprisingly steady. "Lyra?" Ben's voice was thick with sleep, a low, gravelly sound of someone dragged from a deep dream. "It's 3 in the morning. Is everything okay?" The simple, human concern in his voice almost broke her. She took a ragged breath, forcing the words out past the lump of terror in her throat. "No, Ben. Nothing is okay." She tried to keep her voice even, rational, the voice of a client reporting a problem, not a victim having a breakdown. "I need your help. Something's happened. Something impossible." "Whoa, slow down," he said, his voice instantly sharpening, shedding the last vestiges of sleep. He was a professional. His mind was already shifting into diagnostic mode. "What kind of impossible? Did you get hacked? Is it a ransomware thing?" It's not that simple." She began to pace the length of her living room, the polished concrete floor cold under her bare feet. The city lights outside seemed to mock her, a million unblinking, indifferent eyes. "Remember how you told me not to look a gift horse in the mouth? To just ride the wave?" "Yeah, of course. Sinosure Connect. The kinetic deal. You're killing it. What's wrong?" "The horse is a Trojan horse, Ben, and the wave is a tsunami that someone else is steering. It's all connected. All of it." She started then, the words tumbling out of her in a frantic, desperate rush, but she forced herself to be methodical. She started with the tangible, the provable. She told him about the Creator Clash video, about the public execution of J1NX. She described its chilling professionalism, its impossible collection of private, damning evidence. "Okay, so the guy was a scumbag with a lot of enemies," Ben countered, his voice still that of a logical troubleshooter trying to contain a panicked user. "Someone with an axe to grind finally had enough dirt to bury him. It happens. You got caught in the crossfire and came out looking like a hero. That's good PR. It wasn't a disgruntled employee, Ben. It was a professional hit, and it happened less than 12 hours after he publicly humiliated me. Don't you see the timing?" "I see a coincidence," he said, but a note of uncertainty had crept into his voice. "A very, very fortunate one for you." "Then what about Volt Rush?" she pressed, her voice gaining intensity. "Their entire network goes into meltdown with a phantom cyber attack at the exact hour I'm about to sign their predatory contract. And 5 minutes later, you think it's just a coincidence that you get an accidental email from Kinetic Fuel laying out their plan to make me a massive offer." Mark thought he was a genius negotiator, but he was a puppet. He was handed a script. She could hear Ben breathing on the other end of the line, a long, slow exhalation. He was quiet for several seconds. "That is a hell of a coincidence," he admitted, his skepticism beginning to fray at the edges. "There are no coincidences, Ben. Not anymore. Not this many. Not this perfect." She was near the glass wall now, staring down at the city. "My stalker, the one from months ago? The one you thought the police caught? His life was surgically dismantled and exposed online the day after I realized he was watching me in real life. J1NX's stream didn't just go down. His entire neighborhood ISP hub suffered a 1 in a billion catastrophic failure right when he was attacking my channel. It's a pattern. It's a design. Someone is clearing a path for me by annihilating anyone who gets in my way." Ben was silent again. She could picture him in his own apartment, sitting up in bed, rubbing his eyes, his analytical mind trying to fit her frantic narrative into a logical framework. The framework was breaking. "Okay, Lyra," he said finally, his voice now serious, stripped of all doubt. "Okay, This is beyond a few lucky breaks. You're talking about a coordinated, long-term campaign by an unknown actor with an incredible level of resources and technical skill. Someone who can cripple corporate networks, manipulate high-level streamers, and access private information at will. That's not a hacker. That's an intelligence agency. It's one person, Lyra whispered, the words tasting like ash. I think it's just one person. And then she told him. She told him about the chill stream, about humming her father's song, about the name Kismet and the $5,000 donation. She told him about the message. That melody always makes me think of you. He knew the song, Ben, she said, her voice cracking, the carefully constructed dam of her composure finally breaking. He knew it was my father's. And then he played it. He played the recording from the old record, the one from my childhood, the one that doesn't exist anywhere. He hijacked my stream, and he played my father's ghost for me as a demonstration. That was it. The final, impossible detail. The piece of data that shattered any remaining framework of logic or coincidence. There was a long, heavy silence on the line. Lyra could hear the faint sound of traffic from outside Ben's window, a reminder of a normal world that no longer felt like hers. When Ben spoke again, his voice was different. It was cold, hard, and utterly serious. It was the voice of a man who had just seen the shadow of a monster he didn't believe could exist. Lyra, he said, his voice low and intense, listen to me. You were right to call. Don't talk to anyone else about this. Not Mark, not your mother, nobody. Do you understand? Yes, she breathed. We have to assume everything is compromised. Your phone, your computer, your network, everything. He's inside. He's been inside for a long time. So we fight back. We don't try to find him, not yet. We try to push him out. We build a fortress. We start right now. Are you at your desk? Yes. Good. Turn on your speakers. Put me on speakerphone. We have a long night ahead of us. We're going to build some walls. For the next 4 hours, Ben's voice was her anchor in a sea of terror. He was calm, methodical, a general directing a desperate defense from a world away. He walked her through what he called Digital Zero, a systematic attempt to purge her digital life and rebuild it from the ground up on a foundation of security. The first step was what he termed the password apocalypse. I don't want you to just change your passwords, Lyra. I want you to incinerate them, he commanded. Every single account you have. I want a unique 32-character, randomly generated alphanumeric string for each one. And you're not saving them in your browser. You're not saving them in a text file. We're going to set up an encrypted password manager. And the master password for that is going to be a 50-character passphrase that you will write down on a physical piece of paper and hide somewhere in your apartment. Is that clear? It was. Lyra spent the first hour in a state of meticulous, mind-numbing labor. She went through a list of her life, account by account, her primary email, her backup email, her banking portal, the streaming platform, every social media account, the cloud storage where she kept her family photos, the food delivery app, the online store where she bought her coffee. Each one was a potential doorway for the ghost. For each one, she used the password generator Ben linked her to, creating a string of impenetrable gibberish, copying it, pasting it into the field, saving it in the newly installed, heavily encrypted password manager, and then moving on to the next. The repetition was almost meditative. It felt like work. It felt like progress. With every password changed, she felt like she was replacing a single, rotten plank in the wall of her house. Good, Ben's voice said from the speakers as she finished the last one. That's phase 1. Now two-factor authentication. On everything. I don't care if it's annoying. I want it on your email, your bank, your socials, your stream account, everything that offers it. Use an authenticator app, not SMS. SMS is vulnerable. We have to assume he can intercept your text. Another hour passed. Lyra navigated the security settings of a dozen different websites, scanning QR codes with her phone, linking her accounts to the authenticator app Ben had recommended. Her phone now generated a new 6-digit code every 30 seconds for each of her important accounts. The process was tedious, frustrating, and deeply empowering. She was building locks, She was adding bolts. She was making her digital life as inconvenient as possible for her invisible intruder. Okay, walls are up, locks are on, Ben said. Now we have to check if he's still inside the house. We're going to do a deep clean. I'm sending you links to 3 different programs. I want you to download and run all of them. One is a rootkit scanner, one is an advanced malware detector, and one will analyze your system's core files for any unauthorized modifications. This is going to take a while. The scans will probably run for a couple of hours, but if he's left any software footprint, any kind of Trojan or spyware, this is our best shot at finding it. Lyra downloaded the programs. The interfaces were stark, professional, full of technical jargon she didn't understand. She initiated the first scan, then the second, then the third. 3 progress bars began to crawl across her screen, inching their way through the terabytes of data on her new, powerful PC. She watched them, her hope rising with every percentage point. Find something, she prayed. Please, just find one piece of malicious code. Find a virus, a keylogger, anything. Give me a tangible enemy. Give me a ghost I can actually bust. While the scans ran, she and Ben talked. She sat on her yoga mat on the floor, her back against her bed, the phone on the carpet beside her. She told him everything in more detail now, the fear in her voice replaced by a weary, determined exhaustion. She told him about the gilded cage, about the feeling of her successes being hollow, about the profound violation of her father's song. Ben listened without interruption. He didn't offer platitudes or easy reassurances. He just listened, his silence a sign of deep, focused thought. What you're describing, he said when she finished, his voice grim, is someone with God-level access to the platform you stream on. He's not hacking you from the outside, Lyra. I think he's part of the architecture. The way he manipulates the algorithm, the way he can take down other streamers at will, it sounds like he has administrative privileges. Maybe a former employee, a disgruntled developer who left back doors for himself. The creator, Lyra whispered, the thought landing with the cold weight of truth. He's not just in the machine, he built the machine. Exactly, Ben said, which means changing your passwords and running virus scans. It's the right thing to do, it's basic security hygiene, but it might be like trying to keep the ocean out with a bucket. He may not even be on your PC. He might just be watching you through the platform's own backend. The hope that had been building inside Lyra for the past few hours began to crumble. The walls she had so painstakingly built were just a facade, a stage set. The real threat was in the foundation, in the very ground beneath her feet. The first scan finished. A small window popped up. No threats found. The second scan finished. Your system appears to be clean. Finally, after nearly 3 hours, the third, most intensive scan completed its crawl through her system's core files. Lyra held her breath as it compiled the results. A green check mark appeared. No unauthorized modifications detected. The fortress was empty. The house was clean. There was no ghost in her machine, which meant the ghost was everywhere else. It's like I thought, Ben's voice said, heavy with resignation. He's too good. He's not leaving clumsy malware on your system. His access is deeper, more fundamental. He's a ghost in the truest sense of the word. A wave of utter despair washed over Lyra, so powerful it almost made her double over. She had spent the entire night fighting, building, hoping, and it had all been for nothing. He was still there. He was still watching. Every move she had made had been observed, noted, and likely pitied. So what do we do? She asked, her voice a fragile whisper. What can I possibly do? For now, you've done all you can, Ben said, his tone shifting, becoming gentler, the voice of a friend, not just a technician. You've built the walls. They may be made of sand, but they're still walls. It shows him you're fighting back. Now, you need to sleep, you're running on fumes, we'll talk tomorrow. I'll start doing some research on my end, see if I can find any chatter about former developers of the platform. It's a long shot, but it's a start. Okay? Okay, she said, though the word felt like a lie. Nothing was okay. Get some rest, Lyra. I mean it. I will. And Ben, thank you. I know you didn't have to do this. That's what friends are for, he said softly. We'll figure this out, I promise. The call ended. The sun was beginning to rise. painting the sky outside her window in bruised shades of purple and orange. She was bone tired, an exhaustion that went deeper than muscle and sinew. It was in her soul. But Ben's promise had left her with one tiny, flickering ember of hope. She wasn't alone anymore. She had an ally. She stood up, her joints aching, and began to prepare for sleep. She walked through the apartment, her gaze sweeping over the silent, sleeping technology. She felt a defiant urge to unplug everything, to cut herself off from the grid completely. But she couldn't. Her career, her life, was inextricably tied to this technology. It was her prison, but it was also her stage. She couldn't abandon it. She got into bed, the first rays of sunlight now streaming into the room. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, her mind was quiet, too exhausted for paranoia. She closed her eyes, and sleep, heavy and immediate, finally claimed her. In the panopticon, Silas Cade observed the end of the operation. He had watched the entire 4-hour process with a detached, clinical interest. He had seen every password Lyra changed, every 2FA code she generated, every byte of data the security scans analyzed. It was, from a technical standpoint, a competent, by-the-book defensive maneuver. It was also, from his perspective, completely and utterly pointless. He felt a flicker of something that could almost be described as pride in his creation. Her defiance was impressive. The introduction of the bin variable had made her more proactive. The system was learning, adapting. It made the project more interesting. Her efforts to build walls were, as Ben had correctly surmised, like building a sandcastle to stop a tsunami. He wasn't in her computer. He was in the network. He was in the firmware of her router. He was in the administrative backend of the platform. He was in the very code of the smart home system that controlled the building she slept in. Her changing a password was like a prisoner redecorating their cell, believing it would somehow affect the warden who watched them from a central tower. Still, her declaration of war required a response. A hostile action like locking her out of her accounts would be counterproductive. It would confirm his malevolence and might drive her to unpredictable, irrational behavior. A direct message would be too crude. No, the response had to be like all his other actions. Subtle, powerful, and psychologically resonant. It had to be a gesture of effortless, almost gentle omnipotence. It had to remind her that her walls were meaningless, that he could touch her whenever he wished, without breaking a single one of her new locks. He considered his options, rearranging the icons on her desktop, changing her email signature, small, petty demonstrations. He dismissed them as unworthy. The message needed to be elegant. It needed to be personal. It needed to be beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. His gaze fell upon her name, Lyra, the celestial harp, a constellation of quiet beauty and ancient myth. The idea formed instantly, a perfect, logical conclusion. His fingers moved across his keyboard. He wasn't accessing her phone through a known vulnerability. He was using a zero-day exploit, a flaw in the mobile operating system's core graphics rendering engine that he himself had discovered months ago and had kept in reserve for just such an occasion. It gave him the ability to directly manipulate the device's screen buffer, to change what was displayed without ever touching the user-level files. It was a key that bypassed the lock, the door, and the entire concept of the wall. He found the image he wanted in a NASA public database, a stunning, high-resolution photograph taken by a deep space telescope. It showed the constellation Lyra in all its glory, the brilliant star Vega shining like a diamond on a field of velvet black, surrounded by a faint, ethereal nebula of cosmic dust. It was breathtakingly beautiful. With a final command, he pushed the image directly to the memory buffer of Lyra's phone. It would replace her current lock screen wallpaper. She would not receive a notification. No files would be changed on her device. The next time she woke her phone, the image would simply be there. A silent, immaculate conception. A message with no words. A gift with a poisoned heart. A simple, beautiful statement. I am here. I am always here. Your efforts are commendable, but they are sand against the tide. Look up at the heavens. I can reach out and rearrange the stars for you. Do you really think your little passwords can stop me? He leaned back, the operation complete. He watched her sleeping form on the feed from her laptop, which he had forgotten to cover with tape. He made a note to himself to leave it uncovered. It was better if she believed her small act of defiance had worked. Let her have her 1 square centimeter of victory. It made the game more interesting. He watched her sleep, her face peaceful in the morning light, her mind blissfully unaware of the message waiting for her, the message that would shatter her fragile, hard one piece the moment she opened her eyes. The ghost in the machine settled in to wait, as patient and as silent as the stars themselves. Lyra woke a few hours later, the sun high in the sky. The sleep had been heavy and dreamless, a black void that had blessedly muted the terror. She felt groggy, hung over from stress and exhaustion, but for a moment, there was peace. She stretched, the events of the night before feeling distant, like a bad dream. She had fought back. She had an ally. They had a plan. She reached for her phone on the nightstand, her first instinct to check the time, her second to text Ben and thank him again. She pressed the side button, and the screen came to life. And she saw it. It wasn't the abstract, geometric pattern she had set as her wallpaper. It was a sea of impossible, brilliant stars. A deep, cosmic black sprinkled with the diamond dust of distant galaxies. And there, in the center, blazing with a calm, celestial fire, was a formation she knew as well as her own name. 5 bright stars forming a small, elegant parallelogram with a 6th, impossibly brilliant star shining at one of its vertices. The constellation Lyra, the celestial harp, her namesake. She stared, her mind refusing to comprehend what her eyes were seeing. It was beautiful, so achingly, heartbreakingly beautiful. For a split second, she felt a sense of wonder. Then, the context crashed down on her with the force of a physical blow, knocking the air from her lungs. Her passwords, the 2FA, the virus scans, the 4 hours of frantic, desperate work, her fortress. He had walked through its walls as if they weren't there. He hadn't broken down the door. He hadn't picked the locks. He had simply entered, a ghost passing through solid matter, and he had left this on her nightstand. Not a threat, not an insult, a piece of art, a calling card. A message that was more terrifying than any curse, any overt act of aggression. It said, "I see you, Lyra. I know your name. I can touch the most fundamental parts of your world. I can change the sky for you. Your walls are sand." The tiny, flickering ember of hope she had nurtured through the long night was instantly extinguished, snuffed out by a blast of cosmic, indifferent cold. She dropped the phone onto the bed as if its surface had been superheated. She scrambled back, away from it, her breath coming in short, panicked sobs. The war hadn't started. It was already over. She hadn't been building a fortress. She had been a child, playing with blocks in the shadow of a god. And he had just gently, almost kindly, reminded her of her place in his universe. She was utterly, completely, and hopelessly owned. Chapter 12. The Only Ally. The constellation on the screen was a silent, stellar scream. Lyra did not move for a full minute. She simply stared at her phone, at the impossible image of her own namesake hanging in a velvet black void, a silent testament to her captor's limitless reach. The phone, her lifeline to the outside world, felt like a bomb. The beautiful image was not a gift. It was a brand, seared into her mind, a declaration of ownership. The 4 hours she had spent with Ben, frantically building her pathetic sandcastle walls against his invisible tsunami, had been a child's game to him, a source of amusement. He had watched her build her fortress of passwords and protocols. And then, with the gentle, effortless grace of a god, he had walked through its walls and left a flower on her pillow. Her breath came in short, shuddering gasps. The despair was so total, so absolute, it felt like drowning. She had fought. She had taken her first defiant step, and her enemy had responded not with anger, but with an act of intimate, terrifying artistry. He had rearranged the heavens for her. It was a gesture designed to crush her spirit completely, to show her the futility of resistance. It almost worked. She wanted to curl up on the floor and weep. She wanted to smash every piece of technology in the apartment and live in the resulting silence until they came to take her away. She wanted to surrender. The thought was a seductive poison. To just give in, to accept the gilded cage, to let the ghost in the machine pilot her life. The success would continue. The money would flow. All she had to do was stop fighting. All she had to do was give up. Then she thought of her father. She thought of the warm, calloused feel of his fingers on the neck of his old guitar. She thought of his soft, off-key voice singing about the sailor made of moonlight. That memory was hers. It was a sacred private space that this thing had violated. It had taken something beautiful and pure and twisted it into an instrument of psychological terror. The memory of that violation was the only thing stronger than her fear. It was the antidote to the poison of surrender. Rage, cold and pure, burned through the fog of her despair. It was a pilot light, small but inextinguishable. She would not let him have that. She would not let him have her. She would not surrender. She would fight him, even if the only weapon she had was her own defiance. Even if she lost. It was better to be a free woman fighting a losing battle than a prized pet in a perfect cage. She snatched the phone from the bed. Her hands were trembling again, but this time with fury, not just fear. She ignored the constellation. She ignored the hundreds of notifications that had piled up. She went to her recent calls list. Her thumb, slick with sweat, found his name. Ben Sek. She pressed it. The call connected, and the sound of the ringing was no longer a plea. It was a war drum. He answered on the second ring, his voice alert this time. Lyra, what is it? Did something else happen? It wasn't a question. It was a demand for a situation report. He got through, she said, her voice low and tight, stripped of all hysteria, honed to a sharp edge by her rage. He got through all of it. What do you mean he got through? Did he lock you out of an account? Did he send a message? He left me a message. On my phone. He changed my lock screen wallpaper. There was a pause on the other end of the line, heavy with the weight of unspoken technical impossibility. She had changed her phone's master password. They had enabled every security feature. A direct manipulation of the screen buffer without user authentication should not be possible. What did he change it to? Ben's voice was grim. He already knew the answer would be something significant. A picture of the stars, Lyra said, her voice cold. The constellation, Lyra. She heard Ben swear. A sharp, violent curse. It was the sound of a professional locksmith realizing he was trying to secure a house against a ghost who could walk through walls. The sound, strangely, gave her strength. Her terror was not paranoia. It was a logical response to an impossible reality. And the expert, the man of logic, was just as horrified as she was. She was not crazy. Okay, Lyra, stay calm, Ben said, his own voice tight with a new urgent tension. This changes things. This means he has an exploit we don't know about. A 0 day, probably. Something at the operating system level. The walls we built are useless. Worse than useless. They're a joke to him. He's mocking us. I know, she said. So what's the new plan? Because I'm not giving up, Ben. I don't care what he can do. I am not letting him win. Good, Ben said, a note of respect, almost admiration in his voice. That's good. Because the new plan is a lot more dangerous. The new plan means I have to come over there. I have to see the environment for myself. I need to bring my tools. Not software, hardware. I need to get my hands on your network, on your machine. I need to see what he sees. Are you okay with that? I can be there in an hour. Letting someone into the contaminated zone, her apartment, her prison, was a deeply intimate space now. Intimate in a way that felt violating. The thought of another person entering it, seeing the gilded cage from the inside, was daunting. But the thought of being alone in it for one more minute was unbearable. An hour, she confirmed, her voice firm. I'll be waiting. The 60 minutes that followed were the longest of her life. She moved through the apartment like a soldier preparing for a siege. She made a pot of coffee, the strong, bitter aroma, a small act of normalcy in a world gone insane. She changed out of her pajamas and into simple jeans and a t-shirt, the clothes of a person ready for work, for a fight. She refused to be a victim cowering in her bed. She did not look at her phone again. She left it on the kitchen counter, face down, the celestial message hidden from her sight. Every 5 minutes she would walk to the door, peering through the peephole, her heart leaping at every sound in the hallway. When the chime finally rang, she almost jumped out of her skin. She looked through the lens and saw him. Ben. He looked tired, his hair disheveled, but his eyes were sharp and focused. He was carrying 2 large, heavy-duty Pelican cases, the kind used for sensitive electronic equipment. He was not here as a friend making a house call. He was here as a professional arriving at a hazardous work site. She unlocked the door, the series of clicks and thuds of the deadbolts sounding loud and final. She opened it, and for the first time, in what felt like a lifetime, another human being was standing in the doorway of her cage. Ben Carter was not what most people pictured when they thought of a cybersecurity expert. He wasn't a pale, socially awkward nerd. He was tall and solidly built, with the calm, steady presence of a former athlete. He had kind eyes that were currently shadowed with exhaustion and a deep, simmering anger. He stepped inside, his gaze sweeping the apartment, not with the awe of a first-time guest, but with the critical eye of a security professional assessing a compromised location. He took in the floor-to-ceiling glass wall, the sleek, minimalist furniture, the powerful streaming setup in the corner. "Nice place," he said, his voice flat. It was not a compliment. It was an observation about the nature of the trap. Lots of glass, lots of smart devices. It's a stalker's paradise. He set the heavy cases on the floor with a solid thud. "Let's get to work," he said, wasting no time on pleasantries. He opened the first case. It was lined with thick gray foam, with cutouts for an array of strange and complex-looking devices. There were network taps, signal analyzers, forensic data cloners, and a tangle of specialized cables. He pulled out a ruggedized laptop, a model built for military field use, and powered it on. "First things first," he said, his fingers already flying across the keyboard. "We're creating a clean zone. My laptop has never touched your network. It's connecting to the internet through its own encrypted cellular VPN. It's our one secure point of communication. From now on, we assume everything else is bugged. Every word we say is being listened to. Every device is an eye." "Got it." Lyra nodded, a fresh wave of fear washing over her. The paranoia she had felt was now being validated by an expert, its parameters laid out in cold, hard terms. "Okay," Ben said, turning his full attention to her. "I need the whole story, and I mean everything. From the very beginning, every lucky break, every weird coincidence, every time something felt too good to be true. I'm not your friend right now, Lyra. I'm a forensic analyst. You're the witness. I need data. Don't filter it. Don't worry if it sounds crazy. The crazier, the better. Start with the very first thing that felt off." And so she began. While Ben worked, a quiet storm of focused, methodical activity, Lyra talked. It was a confession. It was a deposition. She sat on one of the stark designer stools at her kitchen island, a mug of coffee growing cold in her hands, and she unspooled the entire, impossible story of her last few months. As she spoke, Ben began his own investigation. He started with the network. He disconnected the main Ethernet cable from her streaming PC and plugged in a small black device known as a network tap. It was a passive listening device, invisible to the network itself, that allowed him to intercept and copy every single packet of data that flowed in and out of her apartment. He connected the tap to his own ruggedized laptop, and his screen filled with a cascading waterfall of scrolling text, a raw, real-time feed of her digital lifeblood. "Okay, I'm seeing a constant stream of telemetry data going to the streaming platform servers," he muttered, his eyes scanning the data stream. "That's normal. Encrypted traffic to your bank, your email, also normal." He was a doctor listening to the heartbeat of the house, searching for an arrhythmia. Lyra continued her story. She told him about Arthur Finch, the stalker, and the surgically precise demolition of his life. As she described the anonymous email to the wife and the perfectly crafted report to his HR department, she saw Ben's eyebrows raise. He stopped looking at the data stream and turned to look at her, his expression one of dawning, horrified comprehension. An anonymous email and a spoofed internal audit report delivered within hours of each other. He spoke the words slowly, as if tasting them. "That's not a simple hack. That's a coordinated information warfare campaign that requires intelligence gathering, preparation, and flawless execution. The kind of thing governments do to destabilize each other." He turned back to his screen, his movements more urgent now. She told him about the Volt Rush contract, the Phantom cyber attack, and the accidental email from Kinetic Fuel. Ben let out a short, harsh laugh, a sound devoid of any humor. Social engineering, he said, shaking his head in disbelief. Classic. And brilliant. He didn't just give you a better deal. He made your agent believe he earned it for you. It's psychologically perfect. It preserves your sense of agency. It strengthens your trust in your team. It's not just about manipulation. It's about narrative control. This guy is an artist. The way he said the word artist made it sound like a curse. While Lyra recounted the story of the Valerian raid, Ben moved on to the apartment's smart devices. He pulled a small antenna-covered device from his case and began to scan the wireless spectrum. Okay, let's see what we have, he murmured. His screen filled with a list of every device in the apartment that was broadcasting a signal. Your phone, your laptop, your fitness tracker, your smart television, the smart thermostat, the refrigerator. Your refrigerator is on the Wi-Fi, Lyra. Why is your refrigerator on the Wi-Fi? It came with the apartment, she said weakly. I think it orders groceries for you or something. I never use it. It has a microphone, Ben said, his voice grim, as he pointed to a line of data on his screen. It's designed for voice commands, and its firmware hasn't been updated since it was installed. It's a gaping security hole, a persistent listening device sitting in the heart of your home. He typed a series of commands, and the refrigerator's entry on his list turned from green to red. Okay, it's firewalled now. It can't talk to the outside world anymore, but God knows how long it's been listening. Lyra felt a wave of nausea. She thought of every private phone call, every tearful conversation with her mother, every time she had talked to herself in the lonely silence of her apartment. Had he been listening through her damn refrigerator? The final piece of her story was Kismet. The donation, the message, the song. As she told him about hearing her father's voice, a ghost on the digital airwaves, she saw the last vestiges of Ben's professional detachment crumble. He stopped working. He turned his chair to face her fully. His expression, a mixture of profound sympathy and cold, hard rage. Chapter 13, An Unforeseen Challenge. The constellation remained on the screen, a silent, celestial scar. Lyra had turned her phone face down on the kitchen island, but she could still feel its presence, a cold spot in the room's atmosphere. The image was burned onto the back of her eyelids. Ben's arrival had been a necessary intrusion, a blast of cold professional reality into the hermetically sealed horror of her life. He was her only ally, the one person who could translate her terror into a language of packets and protocols. But as he worked, transforming her living room into the field headquarters for a war she never wanted, the scale of her enemy became terrifyingly, quantifiably real. He's not just in the machine, Ben had said, his voice grim as he stared at the clean scan results. He built the machine. The words echoed in the cavernous space of the apartment, a final, damning diagnosis. They had spent the night building walls of sand. Now, in the harsh light of a new day, the real work began. Ben, fueled by a thermos of coffee so strong it smelled like industrial solvent, had shifted from defense to offense. His strategy was no longer about purging her devices. It was about laying a trap. If he's the architect, then he has a master key. He can walk through any door we build, Ben explained, his voice low and even. A deliberate calm that did little to soothe the frantic buzzing under Lyra's skin. We can't keep him out, so we change the objective. We don't try to block him. We try to see him. We turn your network into a spider web. We let him walk into it, and we wait for him to trip a wire. He opened his second Pelican case. This one contained a device that looked like a black, featureless brick with a dozen different ports and a thick antenna. This is a dedicated network sniffer with a built-in intrusion detection system. I call it the Sentry, he said, placing it on the floor next to her router with a reverence usually reserved for a holy relic. We're going to route every single byte of data that comes in or out of this apartment through this box. It's not just a tap. It actively analyzes traffic patterns. It looks for anomalies, for things that don't belong. Sophisticated encryption where there should be none. Traffic routed through unusual proxies. Anything that deviates from your baseline digital behavior. If he so much as breathes on your network, the Sentry will see the ripple. He plugged a series of cables, his movements economical and precise. A small blue light on the Sentry blinked to life. Okay, he said, turning back to his ruggedized laptop. The web is spun. Now we wait. The waiting was a new kind of torture. Lyra felt like a goat tethered to a stake, The silence of the apartment, a prelude to the arrival of a tiger. She couldn't stream. She couldn't work. To go online and act normal was the plan, but she didn't think she had the strength. Ben insisted. "You have to," he urged, his eyes fixed on the scrolling data on his screen. He's a creature of habit and observation. If you go dark, he'll know something is wrong. He'll change his methods, become more cautious. We need him to act like he normally does. We need him to believe he's still invisible. So you do a stream, a short one. Play a simple game. Act normal, be Pixel. I'll be right here watching The Wire. It was the hardest performance of her life. She sat down at her command center, the black square of tape over her laptop camera, a tiny private rebellion. She powered on the PC, the hum of his fan sounding like a low growl. She went live. "Hey Pixels," she chirped, the cheerfulness in her voice a thin, brittle veneer over a core of pure dread. "Short surprise stream today. Just wanted to hang out and run some dailies. How's everyone doing?" She played a mindless, colorful game, a palate cleanser that required little focus. She responded to the chat, her eyes flicking between the game and the messages, while a third part of her brain was acutely aware of Ben, sitting silently behind her, a sentinel watching a screen she couldn't see, hunting for a ghost she couldn't prove existed. Every donation, every new subscriber, every bit of data that flowed into her stream felt like a potential carrier for the virus of his presence. She was smiling, laughing, performing, and all the while, she felt like she was walking through a minefield. Each step a prayer that she wouldn't detonate the unseen threat beneath her feet. In the panopticon, the change was immediate. For months, observing Lyra's network had been like listening to a familiar piece of music. Silas knew its every rhythm, its every cadence. The constant low-bandwidth pings to the streaming platform servers. The high-bandwidth burst of upstream data when she was live. The encrypted handshakes with her banking and email services. It was a predictable, harmonious symphony. Today, there was a new instrument in the orchestra, a foreign one. His monitoring systems, infinitely more sophisticated than Ben's Sentry, flagged it instantly. A new hardware device on the local network with a MAC address he didn't recognize. A device that was positioned between her router and the wider internet, intercepting and rerouting all traffic. He saw the encrypted tunnel it had opened to an external VPN, a secure channel that was exfiltrating a complete mirrored copy of her network data. A flicker of something new passed through Silas. It wasn't alarm. It wasn't fear. It was a surge of pure, cold, professional interest. The system had introduced a new variable, and this one was not a sniveling stalker or a boorish rival. This was an expert. The Ben variable had escalated his efforts. He was no longer just offering advice. He was on site, he had deployed hardware, he was actively hunting. For the first time since the project began, Silas felt a genuine challenge. He felt the phantom thrill of a grandmaster of chess realizing his opponent was not a novice, but a fellow master. The game had finally become interesting. His first move was to assess his opponent's capabilities. He analyzed the signature of the Sentry device. It was a high-end, commercial-grade IDS. Powerful, but its methods were known to him. Its detection algorithms were based on recognizable patterns. It was a very, very good watchdog, but Silas was not a common burglar. He was the man who had designed the house. He watched Lyra stream, her performance strained, her smiles a little too bright. He saw the tension in her shoulders. She knew. The game of invisible protection was over. She was now a willing participant in the hunt against him. His beautiful, flourishing creation was trying to discover its god. The thought filled him with a complex, cold cocktail of emotions, disappointment, pride, and a sharpened sense of purpose. He had to reassert his invisibility. He had to prove that even a master hunter could not catch a ghost. His fingers, which had been resting idly on his keyboard, began to move. His usual methods of observation, which involved direct administrative access to the platform's backend, were still secure. Ben couldn't see what happened inside the streaming company's private servers, but his other activities, the subtle manipulations of external algorithms, the monitoring of her wider internet traffic, the occasional forays into corporate networks on her behalf, all of these would now be visible to the Sentry. He needed a new cloak, a better one. He began to construct a series of nested, encrypted tunnels, It was a complex and delicate process. He couldn't simply encrypt his traffic. Heavy, unexplained encryption was an immediate red flag for any IDS. The art was in the obfuscation. He had to make his presence look like the normal, chaotic noise of the internet. His first layer was a standard VPN, but he didn't use a commercial service. He routed his connection through the compromised server of a small, underfunded university in Zurich, Switzerland. The server was old, its logs were rarely checked, and its constant stream of academic data traffic provided excellent cover. From Zurich, he tunneled his connection to a forgotten data center in Singapore that he had gained access to years ago, using its immense bandwidth to mask his own. From Singapore, he bounced his signal to a network of smaller, miscellaneous compromised devices all over the world. A smart refrigerator in Seoul, a public library computer in Mumbai, a misconfigured weather station in rural Brazil. He was weaving a web of misdirection across the globe, a digital labyrinth with 1,000 false paths. Any attempt to trace his connection would lead the hunter on a wild goose chase across continents, the trail dissipating into the background radiation of the global internet. He was no longer a ghost in Lyra's machine. He was a ghost in the world's machine. The process was resource-intensive and required his full, undivided attention. He was no longer a passive observer. He was now an active fugitive. Back in the Skylands apartment, Ben leaned forward, his eyes narrowed, his entire body tense with focus. The torrent of data scrolling across his screen had changed. "I see something," he whispered, his voice so low that Lyra, who was pretending to be engrossed in her game, almost didn't hear him. "It's subtle, but it's there." Lyra ended her stream shortly after, claiming she was feeling tired. The moment the end stream button was clicked, she ripped her headset off and rushed to stand behind Ben, her eyes wide, staring at his laptop screen. It was a meaningless cascade of text and numbers to her, but to Ben it was a story. "Look," he said, pointing with a finger at a specific block of data. "Most of your traffic is predictable. It goes to known servers. The platform, your email provider, social media sites. But see this little stream of packets here?" He highlighted a thin trickle of data amidst the flood. "It's different. It's wrapped in multiple layers of encryption, one inside the other, like a Russian doll. And its destination is constantly changing. It's hopping. 1 second it's talking to a server in Switzerland, the next it's pinging something in Brazil. This isn't normal traffic. This is someone trying very, very hard to be invisible. This is our guy. I've got him on the hook." A jolt of adrenaline, pure and sharp, shot through Lyra. Hope, fierce and desperate, flared in her chest. "Can you follow him? Can you see where he's coming from?" "Not yet," Ben said, his own excitement palpable. "He's good, damn good. This is a level of tradecraft I've only ever read about in intelligence community reports. But he's not perfect. To be this evasive, he has to create patterns, and patterns can be analyzed. He's running, and if he's running, he's scared. We flushed him out. Now the hunt begins." For the next 2 days, the apartment became a silent, tense hunting lodge. Lyra and Ben fell into a strange, domestic rhythm of war. She would make coffee, order food, and try to maintain a semblance of a normal online presence, posting on social media, responding to emails, all while feeling like a tethered goat. Ben, meanwhile, rarely moved from his chair, his entire world compressed into the glowing screen of his ruggedized laptop. He didn't sleep. He catnapped in his chair, waking with a start every time an alert chimed on his system. He was a man possessed, a digital bloodhound on a scent. The Sentry's logs grew gigabytes of data that Ben parsed with an obsessive focus. He was no longer just watching for the ghost's presence, he was mapping its behavior. "He's using a daisy chain of proxies," Ben explained to her on the second night, his eyes red, rimmed with exhaustion, his face illuminated by the screen's glow. "He never uses the same path twice. It's randomized. But the randomization itself has a signature. The software he's using to manage this chain, it has a tail, a specific, minute delay between hops. It's less than a millisecond, but it's consistent. It's his fingerprint. He had found a pattern in the chaos. He had found the ghost's pulse. He began to write a script, his fingers a blur across the keyboard. The script was designed to ignore all other traffic and isolate only the packets that bore this unique temporal fingerprint. He was filtering the ocean to find a single, specific drop of water. There, he breathed as the script executed. The chaotic waterfall of data on his screen was suddenly replaced by a single, thin, steady trickle of text. It was the ghost data stream, isolated and exposed. I have you now, you son of a bitch. He began a trace route, a command that will follow the data back through its labyrinth of proxies, hop by hop, asking each server where the connection had come from. The first few hops were the miscellany of compromised devices, the weather station in Brazil, the library in Mumbai, then the data center in Singapore, then the university in Zurich. He's good, but he's not a god, Ben muttered, his focus absolute. Somewhere in this chain, he's made a mistake. There's a weak link, a server that's not configured perfectly, a log file he forgot to wipe. All I need is one. The trace continued, each successful hop revealing another layer of the ghost's intricate web. Lyra stood behind him, her hands clenched into fists, her own breathing shallow. This was it. They were getting closer. The ghost was no longer an omniscient, untouchable entity. He was just a man at the other end of a very long, very complicated wire. And they were pulling on the string. Silas felt the probe. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible touch against the outer layers of his obfuscation network. A standard traceroute command. Amateurish. He could have easily deflected it, sending it into an infinite loop or feeding it false data, but he didn't. He let it through. He was curious. He wanted to see how deep his opponent could dig. He watched on his own monitors as Ben's probe dutifully mapped the outer layers of his labyrinth. Brazil, India, Singapore. Let him have his small victories, he thought. Let him feel like he's making progress. But then, Ben's technique changed. The standard probe stopped. A new kind of traffic began to touch his servers. It was more sophisticated. Ben wasn't just asking where the connection came from. He was actively scanning the ports of each server in the chain, looking for vulnerabilities, for open doors. He was testing the locks. He had isolated the signal using the temporal fingerprint. The maneuver was clever, more clever than Silas had anticipated. Silas's placid demeanor remained, but his focus sharpened to a razor's edge. The game had escalated. Ben was no longer just a bloodhound. He was a safecracker, and he was testing every tumbler in the lock. Silas watched as Ben's scans reached the university server in Zurich. This server was his primary bastion, his most trusted proxy. It was old, stable, and he had spent months hardening its defenses, patching its flaws, making it his own private, invisible fortress in the heart of Europe. It should have been impenetrable. But Ben found something, a tiny, almost insignificant flaw. It wasn't a major vulnerability. It was a legacy diagnostic port that was associated with a piece of outdated physics department software. It should have been firewalled from external access. But it wasn't. It was an oversight. A mistake. His mistake. From his hunting lodge in the Skylands, Ben saw it. A single port on the Zurich server responded to his scan in an unusual way. It was a crack. A tiny hairline fracture in the ghost's perfect wall. I've got something, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. Lyra's heart leaped into her throat. A port. It's misconfigured. It's talking back to me. It's not giving me direct access, but it's leaking data. Tiny fragments of metadata about the server's own internal connections. He began to hammer at the crack, sending a series of specifically crafted data packets designed to exploit the leak, to coax more information out of it. The screen began to fill with hexadecimal code, fragments of log files, meaningless to Lyra, but Ben was reading it like a sacred text, his eyes wide. It's working, he breathed. The metadata contains fragments of the internal IP address, the one that's connecting to this server. It's not the public internet address. It's the ghost's real local network address, hidden behind all these layers. If I can piece together enough fragments, I can reconstruct the whole thing. He was close, so terrifyingly close. For a split second, a string of numbers flashed on the screen. 172.16XX, a private IP address range. He had a piece of the ghost's true location. In the panopticon, Silas saw the data leak. He saw the fragment of his internal IP address appear on his own monitor, mirrored from Ben's screen. And for the first time in a very, very long time, Silas Cade felt a jolt of pure, cold adrenaline. He had been compromised. His own arrogance, his own belief in the infallibility of his Zurich fortress, had led to this. He had underestimated his opponent. Ben was not just a master, he was relentless, and he was about to unmask him. The decision was instantaneous. The Zurich server was lost. It was a poisoned limb that had to be amputated before the infection could reach the heart. To simply disconnect would be too slow. It would leave the server intact, a piece of evidence for Ben to continue to dissect. It had to be neutralized, completely. His fingers flew across his keyboard, typing a single line of code into a terminal window that was connected directly to the root level of the Zurich server. The command was simple, elegant, and utterly final. It was a logic bomb he had planted years ago for just such an emergency. It was designed to recursively delete the server's own operating system kernel and then overwrite the master boot record with junk data, rendering the machine an inert, unbootable brick of metal and silicon. It was the digital equivalent of a self-destruct sequence. He watched Ben's screen. He saw another fragment of the IP address appear, 172.16.25. X. Ben was moments away from having the complete address. Silas pressed enter. In the Skylands apartment, Ben let out a triumphant hiss. Almost there, almost one more piece. And then the screen went dead. The steady trickle of data from the Zurich server, the beautiful, informative leak he had been so carefully exploiting, vanished. It did not disconnect. It simply ceased to exist. In its place was a string of red error messages. Request timed out. Host unreachable. Connection refused. He tried to ping the server. Nothing. He tried to run a new scan. Nothing. The server, which had been a rich source of information just a second ago, had gone completely, utterly dark. It was as if a star had suddenly blinked out of the sky. No, Ben whispered, his voice full of disbelief. He frantically typed more commands, his face a mask of disbelief and frustration. No, 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 no. Lyra's heart, which had been soaring with hope, crashed back to earth. What? What happened? What did he do? Ben leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his hair, a look of stunned, almost fearful respect on his face. He didn't just disconnect, he said, his voice quiet with awe. He torched the server, he bricked it. From half a world away, he reached out and he digitally executed that machine. Wiped its logs, corrupted his operating system, fried his boot record. It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. He looked at Lyra, his eyes wide with the full, terrifying weight of what he had just witnessed. We didn't just lose the trail, Lyra. He sacrificed a queen to protect his king. He was willing to burn down one of his own fortresses just to keep us from seeing his face. He knew we were there. He watched us get close, and he slammed the door in our face at the last possible second. Ben turned back to his screen, at the wall of red error messages. He had been so close. He had touched the ghost. And the ghost had responded with a show of force so absolute, so ruthless, it was breathtaking. He had lost, but he had also learned something vital. He's not omnipotent, Ben said, a new, harder edge to his voice. He's not a god, he makes mistakes, and he's scared. He wouldn't have burned that server if he wasn't scared. We hurt him. We forced his hand. Silas K. stared at the blank connection log on his monitor. The Zurich node was gone, a black hole in his carefully constructed network. It would take him hours, perhaps days, to build a new one of equivalent security. He had won the battle, he had protected his identity, but it was a costly victory. He had been challenged. He had been forced to react. He had been forced to sacrifice a valuable asset. The perfect, serene control of the Panopticon had been shattered. The project was no longer a simple matter of observation and curation. It was now a two-player game. The thrill of the challenge had been replaced by a cold, pragmatic calculus. Passive defense was no longer sufficient. The Ben variable was too persistent, too skilled. Hiding was not enough. He had to go on the offensive. He had to stop reacting to his opponent's moves and start controlling the board again. He needed to give the hunter a new trail to follow, a false one, a path so convincing it would lead him far, far away from the real threat. He needed a scapegoat, a perfect, plausible suspect to throw to the wolves to satisfy their hunt. His mind was already sifting through his vast databases, searching for the perfect candidate. The ghost, forced from the shadows, was now preparing to create a phantom of his own. The game had changed, and his next move would be one of deception, misdirection, and calculated sacrifice. Chapter 14. The False Trail. The silence that followed the server's digital death was a different quality of quiet. It was not the oppressive, watchful silence of the night before. It was the dead, sterile silence of a severed connection, a trail gone cold. It was the silence of defeat. Ben stared at the wall of red error messages on his laptop. The words, "host unreachable," a digital tombstone for their hopes. He had been so close. He had touched the ghost's web, felt the vibration of its presence, and the ghost had responded by burning the entire section of the web to ash. Lyra stood behind him, her own brief, blazing hope extinguished as quickly as it had ignited. The elation of the hunt was gone, replaced by a hollow ache. She had watched Ben work, a man of logic and order imposing his will on chaos, and for a few hours she had allowed herself to believe that logic could win. But their opponent didn't play by the rules of logic. He played by the rules of power. When his logic failed, he used his power to simply erase the board. "He's gone," she whispered, the words tasting like failure. "No," Ben said, his voice low and hard, his eyes still locked on the screen. He wasn't looking at Lyra. He was looking past her, at the enemy who had just outmaneuvered him. "He's not gone. He's just shown his hand. He's fallible. He made a mistake, and he panicked. A glorious, beautiful, world-burning panic. He sacrificed a major asset because he was scared of what we would find. He's not a god, Lyra. He's just a man behind a curtain, and we just forced him to set his own curtain on fire." He leaned back, finally, running a hand over his face, the gesture a mixture of profound exhaustion and a new, steely resolve. The stunned awe was gone, replaced by the grim determination of a hunter who has finally gauged the true size and strength of his prey. "This changes the game," he continued, turning to look at her. "He'll be laying low now. He'll have to rebuild his proxy network. It gives us time. Time to think. Time to search for a different kind of trail." "What kind of trail is left?" Lyra asked, wrapping her arms around herself. The apartment felt cold again. "He's invisible. He proved it. He's invisible when he's hiding," Ben corrected. "But he's been active. Very active. Destroying careers, manipulating contracts, launching cyber attacks. Actions like that, even for a ghost, they leave echoes. We were looking for the sound. Now we listen for the echoes." In the Panopticon, there was no panic. There was only a cold, swift, and ruthless damage assessment. The Zurich server was gone, a black hole in Silas's network architecture. The loss was significant, an inconvenience that would require hours of careful work to replace. But the true damage was not tactical, it was strategic. His perfect, serene invisibility had been compromised. He had been seen, he had been challenged. The Ben variable had proven to be far more persistent and skilled than his initial profile had suggested. The man was not merely a competent IT professional, he was a natural-born hunter. And Silas had made the cardinal sin of underestimating an opponent. He felt a cold, clean anger at himself. Not for the mistake itself, all systems have flaws, and the legacy port had been a statistical probability he had failed to mitigate, but for the arrogance that had led to it. He had grown comfortable in his role as the silent, omniscient god, and that comfort had made him careless. He had allowed the hunter to get too close. The panicked, brute force destruction of the Zurich server was an ugly, inelegant solution, a confession of his own vulnerability. He replayed the last few minutes of Ben's activity on a monitor, analyzing his methods. The isolation of the temporal fingerprint in his proxy chain, the deep port scan, the exploitation of the data leak. Ben's techniques were sophisticated, his instincts sharp. He would not give up. He would simply change his angle of attack. He would, as he just told Lyra, start listening for the echoes. Silas's mind, a grand, cold supercomputer, processed the new reality. Passive defense had failed. A reactive posture was no longer sufficient. To continue hiding, to simply rebuild his network and hope Ben wouldn't find another flaw, was to cede the initiative. It was to let the hunter dictate the terms of the engagement. That was unacceptable. The system had to be brought back under his control. The objective shifted. It was no longer about hiding his own trail. It was about creating a new one, a false one. A trail so compelling, so plausible, and so rich with evidence that it would become the single, all-consuming focus of Ben's hunt. He would not just misdirect the hunter. He would feed him a different prey, a creature so perfectly suited to the role of villain that Ben would believe he had discovered it through his own brilliance. He needed a scapegoat. His fingers moved with renewed purpose, gliding across the blank keys of his keyboard. He wasn't building defensive walls now. He was designing a narrative. He was becoming a storyteller, a fabricator of alternate realities. The first step was to create the perfect villain. He opened a file from his deep archives, a vast private intelligence library he had been building for years, on every significant player in the digital world. He filtered the database, his search parameters precise. He was not looking for a simple hacker. He was looking for a specific archetype, one whose known methods would align with the chaos that had surrounded Lyra. He searched for individuals known for blackmail and extortion targeting online personalities, high-level technical skills, but with a reputation for sloppiness and arrogance, and a history of activity that could be plausibly linked to Eastern European syndicates, a classic red herring that often sent Western investigators on a wild goose chase. The system returned 17 potential candidates. Silas scrolled through them, his eyes scanning the detailed profiles, a digital rogues gallery. He dismissed the first few. Too sloppy, too small time. Then he found him. The perfect monster. The file was labeled Chernobog. The handle was a nod to the Slavic god of darkness and evil, a choice that spoke volumes about the user's self-perception. His real name was unknown, but his digital signature was infamous in the darker corners of the web. Chernobog was a predator who specialized in what he called reputation management. He would breach the accounts of rising streamers, gather their private data, embarrassing photos, compromising DMs, financial irregularities, and then blackmail them, either for a large sum of money or for a percentage of their future earnings. His methods were a blend of technical sophistication and brute force intimidation. He was known to use a specific family of custom-coded malware, written in obfuscated Python, and he often routed his attacks through a small, tightly controlled botnet of compromised servers located in Moldova and Ukraine. He was arrogant, he was greedy, and he had a long list of victims, most of whom had paid him off and remained silent, terrified of his reach. He was the perfect scapegoat. His motives, greed, and a desire to control successful streamers were easily understood. His known technical skills were sufficient to explain the attacks, and his Eastern European connection provided a satisfyingly exotic and difficult to trace origin point. Silas made his decision. Chernobog would be the phantom Ben Carter was allowed to catch. Now, the artistry began. Silas couldn't just point a finger at Chernobog. He had to build a road of evidence, a trail of digital breadcrumbs that would lead Ben directly to the monster's door, all while making Ben believe he was paving the road himself. This required 3 distinct phases of fabrication. Phase 1, the signature. Silas spent the next several hours in a state of intense, focused immersion. He became a student of Chernobog. He reviewed the complete forensic analyses of 3 of Chernobog's previous hacks, which Silas had acquired from a private cybersecurity forum. He studied the man's code, the specific libraries he favored, the unique way he structured his malware payloads. He analyzed the digital fingerprints the man invariably left behind, a specific type of junk data written into the headers of his command and control packets, a preference for a certain non-standard encryption algorithm. It was the digital equivalent of studying a painter's brushstrokes, a composer's harmonic language. He needed to be able to replicate it perfectly. He was not just going to frame a man, he was going to become him digitally. He created a new virtual machine on one of his servers, a sandbox environment where he could write and compile code, and he began to craft his own tools, meticulously designed to mimic the crude but effective signature of his chosen villain. Phase 2, planting the breadcrumb. This was the most delicate part of the operation. He needed to insert a clue into Lyra's system, a clue so subtle that it would appear to be a mistake made by the attacker, not a plant from a third party. Ben's sentry was still watching the network, which meant a prolonged, invasive connection was out of the question. He needed a digital hypodermic needle, a way to inject the evidence in a single, fleeting burst that would be lost in the noise of normal network traffic. He waited until the middle of the night in Cynosure City. In the apartment, Lyra was asleep on the couch, having refused to sleep in her own bed, while Ben dozed fitfully in the ergonomic chair at the command center. Their digital activity was at its lowest point. Silas took a deep breath, his own systems primed. He used the same zero-day exploit on the router that he had used on her phone, a flaw in the firmware's handling of ICMP packets. It was his master key, a way to bypass the sentry entirely for a fraction of a second. He executed the command. For precisely 750 milliseconds, he had a direct, privileged connection to Lyra's streaming PC. His script, a masterpiece of efficiency, executed its payload. It did not install any software. It navigated directly to a specific, obscure system log file, one that recorded low-level driver interactions. It located a specific line of code from 3 months ago, the approximate time of the J1NX ISP outage, and it overwrote a single 16-byte segment of that line with a piece of hexadecimal code. The code was a fragment of the signature used by Chernobog's known malware. The overwrite was intentionally imperfect, designed to create a data corruption error, a buffer overflow that would look like the clumsy mistake of a rushed or arrogant hacker. It was a single, misspelled word in a library of millions of books, a breadcrumb so small only the most obsessive, desperate hunter would ever find it. The connection terminated. The entire operation had taken less time than a human heartbeat. On the sentry's monitor, the brief, anomalous packet was logged, but it was flagged as a benign network echo, a piece of routine, meaningless chatter. The evidence was planted. The seed of the false trail was sown. Phase 3. Corroboration. A single clue was not enough. Ben was too smart. He would need a pattern. Silas now had to create an echo, a confirming incident that would validate the breadcrumb he had just planted. He needed another victim. He scrolled through a list of mid-tier streamers, looking for a suitable target. He chose a streamer named Kale, a boastful but largely harmless player known for his high-end cosmetic items in a popular online shooter. Kyle was a good choice because he was prone to drama and would undoubtedly make a public spectacle of any attack. Silas, still wearing the digital mask of Chernobog, launched his attack. It was deliberately clumsy, a performance of brutish force. He used a simple DDoS attack, just enough to make Kale stream lag and stutter for a few minutes. Then, he used the compromised account to send a single, taunting message in Kale's chat. System, your shiny toys are mine now. Pay the toll or lose it all. See. Then came the masterstroke. He sent Kale a private message on the platform. A message Kale would almost certainly share with his community out of outrage. The message contained a single, low-quality image. A screenshot of Kale's account inventory with a photoshopped image of a stereotypical Eastern European mobster holding a knife to the throat of Kale's favorite character skin. It was crude. It was melodramatic. It was exactly the kind of thuggish, unsophisticated threat that a bully like Chernobog would make. Most importantly, the network packets used to send the message were encoded with the exact same flawed, custom signature as the breadcrumb he had planted in Lyra's log file. He had created his pattern. The 3 phases were complete. The stage was set. The false trail was laid out. A winding path of carefully crafted evidence leading directly to a monster of Silas's own choosing. Now, all he had to do was wait for the hunter to find it. He leaned back, a patient god observing his rearranged universe, and watched. The days that followed were a slow, grinding torment for Lyra and Ben. The trail from the Zurich server had gone colder than a dead star. Ben spent hours, then days, poring over the terabytes of data captured by the Sentry, searching for a new lead, a new anomaly. He found nothing. The ghost, after his one spectacular act of self-destruction, had vanished completely. The silence from their opponent was more unnerving than any attack. "He's gone to ground," Ben said, his voice raw with frustration. He hadn't slept for more than 2 hours at a time, and the strain was showing. His face was pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and a permanent frown was etched between his brows. "He knows we're watching. He's changed his tactics. He's either gone completely dormant, or he's using a method of communication so advanced it doesn't even register as network traffic. We're blind." Lyra felt her own hope, which had flared so brightly in the heat of the chase, dwindling to a cold ember. She was a prisoner in her own home, the beautiful apartment feeling more like a high-tech bunker every day. She tried to maintain a semblance of normalcy, posting old clips to her social media, replying to emails with a cheerfulness she did not feel, but she couldn't bring herself to stream again. The thought of sitting in that chair, of performing for an audience while this silent, invisible war was being waged in the background, was impossible. She was living in a state of suspended animation, waiting for a breakthrough that felt increasingly unlikely. The cabin fever was setting in, a low-grade hum of anxiety and claustrophobia. "What about the echoes?" she asked one evening, as Ben stared yet again at the meaningless waterfall of data on his screen. "You said we should listen for the echoes of his past actions." "I'm trying," Ben sighed, rubbing his tired eyes, "but it's like trying to find a single grain of sand on a beach. The amount of data is astronomical. I've been running analyses on the timing of the J1NX takedown, the Volt Rush incident, trying to find any common network artifacts, any shared infrastructure. So far, nothing. It's too clean." He covers his tracks perfectly. The breakthrough came, as it so often does, not with a bang, but with a whisper. It was on the fourth day of their vigil. Ben, driven by a frustration so profound it had looped back around to a state of zen-like focus, had decided to abandon his high-level analysis. He was going to go back to basics. He was going to manually review the raw system logs from Lyra's PC, the ones he had copied on the first day. It was a tedious, soul-crushing task, the digital equivalent of reading the phone book from cover to cover, searching for a single misspelled name. He sat there for hours, his eyes scanning endless lines of hexadecimal code, timestamps, and driver commands. Lyra watched him, her heart aching with a mixture of gratitude and pity. He was destroying himself for her, chasing a phantom down a rabbit hole of pure data. And then he stopped. He didn't say anything. He just stopped scrolling. He leaned closer to the screen, his entire body going still. "What is it?" Lyra asked, her voice barely a whisper, afraid to break the spell. "That's weird," Ben muttered. His eyes narrowed to slits. He pointed a finger at a single line of code in the middle of a vast, monotonous block of text. "This log is from 3 months ago, the day of the first J1NX incident. It's a driver interaction log for your network card. See this line here?" To Lyra, it was gibberish, a string of letters and numbers. "The checksum is wrong," Ben breathed, his voice electric with a sudden dawning excitement. "A checksum is like a mathematical fingerprint for a line of data. If the data is correct, the checksum matches. This one doesn't. The line is corrupted. It's been altered. It's a tiny error, a buffer overflow. It looks like a simple system glitch, the kind that happens 1,000 times a day." "So is nothing?" Lyra asked, her hope already beginning to deflate. "No," Ben said, his eyes gleaming with a manic light. "It's everything. Because this isn't a random glitch. This kind of specific overflow error, it's a known artifact. It's a sloppy mistake that's often made by a specific family of malware, the kind that's written fast and dirty, designed for brute force attacks, not for stealth." He began typing furiously, his fingers flying across the keyboard, a new energy coursing through him. He was no longer a defeated man staring at a blank wall. He was a bloodhound who had just caught the faintest scent of his quarry. He pulled up a cybersecurity intelligence database he subscribed to, a vast library of known malware signatures. He copied the corrupted hexadecimal string from the log file and pasted it into the database's search field. He hit enter. The system searched, and then a single result appeared on the screen. It was a detailed profile of a malware family known as Velis 3. The entry described it as a custom-coded Trojan, written in obfuscated Python, commonly used for blackmail and data theft targeting high-profile online personalities. And then came the final damning detail. Velis 3. The entry read, "is the known exclusive signature of the hacker and extortionist, who operates under the handle Chernobog." The name hung in the air between them. Chernobog. The Dark God. "I know that name," Ben whispered, his mind racing, connecting dots at light speed. He opened a new browser tab and typed Kyle Streamer hacked. The search results exploded with links from 2 days ago. Community forums, drama channels, social media posts, all telling the same story. The streamer Kale had been hit by a DDoS attack, followed by a crude, threatening message signed with the letter C. Kale himself had posted a furious video, showing the screenshot he had received of his beloved character skin being held hostage. "Lyra, look at this," Ben said, his voice trembling with the thrill of the hunt. He pulled up the image from Kale's video, the Photoshop mobster, the crude threat, and then he pulled up the technical analysis that other security-minded streamers had done on the attack. They analyzed the packets he used to send the message. They found the same signature, a modified VLS-3 payload, the same family of malware as the fragment in your log file. It's a match. It's a perfect match. He stood up from the chair and began to pace, no longer exhausted, but wired, buzzing with triumphant energy. It all makes sense now. It's not some omniscient ghost, some god in the machine. It's this guy, Chernobog. He's a known predator. He targets streamers. He blackmails them. He must have targeted you when you started blowing up. The J1NX ISP outage? He probably hit the hub with a massive DDoS to create chaos, to soften you up. The Volt Rush hack? Corporate espionage is his bread and butter. The J1NX execution video? The guy had 100 enemies. Chernobog probably just packaged up existing dirt to create a smokescreen for his own activities. And the message from Kismet? He found that song somewhere, did some research, and used it to try and spook you, to get inside your head. It's a classic extortionist tactic. It's not a ghost, Lyra. It's just a thug. A very, very skilled, very dangerous Eastern European thug. And the theory was perfect. It was logical. It explained everything, neatly packaging the terrifying supernatural chaos of her life into the understandable, if still dangerous, framework of a criminal enterprise. It gave her enemy a name, a motive, and a methodology. It made him human. It made him fallible. A wave of relief so profound that it made her dizzy washed over Lyra. The suffocating weight of the omniscient, godlike entity was lifted, replaced by the tangible, manageable fear of a human adversary. The terror was still there, but it had a face now, a name, Chernobog. So the breadcrumb you found, she began. It was his mistake, Ben declared, a proud, triumphant grin spreading across his face. He got sloppy. When he was in your system during the first J1NX attack, his malware left a tiny, corrupted fragment in your logs. He probably didn't even know he'd done it. And that one tiny mistake is going to be what burns his entire empire to the ground. He sat back down at the computer, his eyes shining with the fierce joy of a puzzle solved. He had done it. Against all odds, he had taken a single, almost invisible clue and unraveled a massive criminal conspiracy. He had found the ghost. "I found him, Lyra," he said, his voice full of a confidence that was absolute. A confidence that washed away all her fear and filled her with a soaring, brilliant hope. "I've got the son of a bitch. The hunt is over. Now we just hand the trail to the authorities and watch them do the rest." Lyra looked at him, at the triumphant hero who had descended into the darkness for her and emerged with the monster's head, metaphorically, in his hands. Tears welled in her eyes, but for the first time in a long, long time, they were not tears of fear or despair. They were tears of overwhelming, soul-cleansing gratitude. The nightmare was over. Ben had saved her. In the Panopticon, Silas Cade watched the scene unfold on the feed from the laptop camera. He saw Ben's triumphant declaration. He saw Lyra's tears of relief. He watched as they embraced, a hug of shared victory and profound emotional release. His narrative had been accepted. The false trail had been taken. The scapegoat had been chosen. The hunter was satisfied. His hunt concluded. The system was stabilized. The Ben variable was neutralized. His attention now completely focused on a phantom in Moldova. The Lyra variable was pacified. Her fear replaced by a renewed sense of security and a deepened trust in her ally. The project was, once again, safe. Silas's face remained a blank, impassive canvas in the cold glow of the monitors. He felt no triumph, no satisfaction. He simply archived the operation file under the label Misdirection, Chernobog, Successful. The problem had been solved. The board was reset. His perfect, serene invisibility was restored. The ghost was, once again, a ghost. His presence unsuspected, his control absolute. He had created a monster for them to fight, and in doing so had reaffirmed his own status as their silent, benevolent, and utterly untouchable god. The game continued, but now he was the only one playing. Chapter 15. Catching a Ghost. The air in the apartment had grown stale, thick with the ghosts of sleepless nights and the lingering scent of day-old coffee. Empty takeout containers formed a small, sad mountain on the kitchen island, a testament to a life lived in a state of suspended siege. For 4 days, Lyra's world had shrunk to the confines of these white walls, a high-tech bunker where the only view was the scrolling, incomprehensible language of Ben's war. The initial, frantic energy of the hunt had given way to a slow, grinding attrition. The trail was cold, the ghost had vanished, and hope, a notoriously fragile commodity, was in short supply. Ben had become a fixture in her ergonomic command chair, a grim, exhausted sentinel bathed in the perpetual blue glow of his laptop screen. He had surrounded himself with a nest of tangled cables and external hard drives. His focus narrowed to a single obsessive point. He was a man digging for diamonds in a mountain of granite, and the work was wearing him down. His face was pale and drawn, his eyes a web of red veins, and his usual calm energy had been replaced by a low, simmering frustration that seemed to radiate from him like heat. Lyra felt like a phantom in her own home. She drifted from the couch to the window and back again, her own anxiety a constant, high-frequency hum beneath the surface of her thoughts. She had tried to maintain a facade of normalcy, posting old clips to her social media accounts with cheerful, pre-written captions that felt like lies. But the thought of going live, of putting on the mask of Pixel and performing for a crowd while this silent, invisible war raged around her, was impossible. She was a bird in a cage, acutely aware of the falcon circling overhead, and she could not bring herself to sing. "It's no good," Ben said on the 4th morning, his voice a raw rasp. He pushed himself away from the desk, the chair rolling back with a weary groan. He hadn't found a single anomalous packet, not one whisper of the ghost, since the Zurich server had been immolated. The silence was absolute. "He's gone to ground. He knows we're watching his network traffic, so he's staying off it. We're staring at an empty street waiting for a car that's decided to take a different route." "So that's it?" Lyra asked, her voice small. "He wins? We just live like this? Waiting for him to decide to make his next move?" "Number." Ben shook his head, though the gesture was slow, weary. He stood and stretched, his joints popping in the quiet room. "We're thinking like technicians. We're looking for his tools. We need to start thinking like detectives. We need to look at the crime scene, his masterpiece of a frame-up on that Chernobyl guy. We need to re-examine the evidence he left behind for us." It was this shift in strategy, born from pure, stubborn frustration, that finally yielded a crack in the wall of silence. Instead of hunting for new clues, they began to dissect the old ones. They pulled up the file Ben had compiled on Chernobyl, a detailed dossier built around the single corrupted log file fragment and the corroborating attack on the streamer, Kale. It was a perfect, self-contained narrative. A predator, a signature, a victim, it all fit. Too perfectly. "The problem," Ben said, pacing the length of the living room, a fresh mug of coffee in his hand, "is that Chernobyl is a phantom himself. He routes his attacks through a botnet of compromised machines in Moldova. Trying to trace him through that is a nightmare. The authorities in that region are less than cooperative. We have the what, but not the where. So we can't find him," Lyra said, the familiar despair creeping back in. "We can't find him through his tools," Ben corrected, a new light beginning to dawn in his tired eyes. "But he's still a person who needs infrastructure. He needs servers. He needs to connect to the internet from somewhere." They spent the next several hours on a different kind of hunt. It was a deep dive into the digital underworld, a place of illicit forums, black market data brokers, and encrypted chat rooms. Ben, using a secure, anonymized identity, began to put out feelers. He was no longer looking for Chernobyl himself, but for the infrastructure he used. He was looking for the people who rented out the kind of high-level anonymous server access that a predator like Chernobyl would need to operate. It was Lyra who found the first real lead. While Ben navigated the treacherous waters of the dark web, she was doing what she did best: open-source intelligence. She was scouring public forums, social media, and community discords, searching for any other victims of the Veles 3 malware, any other mention of the name Chernobyl. She found a post from over a year ago on a niche cybersecurity forum. A small-time streamer had been blackmailed, his story a near-identical echo of Kyle's AEG. In his frantic, detailed post, he had included a technical log of the attack, and buried within it was a single static IP address. The address of the command and control server the attacker had used. The post had been dismissed by the forum moderators at the time as unverifiable. "Ben," she said, her voice sharp with excitement, "look at this." Ben came over, peering at the screen of her laptop. He read the old forum post, his eyes scanning the technical data. "An IP address," he breathed. "It's probably a dead end. He'd have abandoned it months ago." "But what if he didn't?" Lyra pressed. "You said he was arrogant." Ben went back to his own machine, his fingers flying. He ran a trace on the year-old IP address. As he'd suspected, it was dead. The server was no longer active at that address. But Ben didn't stop there. He did a reverse lookup, an archival search for the hosting provider that had owned that block of IPs. The provider was a small, notoriously shady company based in Tallinn, Estonia, a company known for its don't ask, don't tell policy regarding its clients' activities. Ben navigated to the company's archaic, poorly designed website. He began to probe its network, not with the force of an attack, but with the gentle touch of a locksmith, testing a lock. It took him less than 20 minutes to find a vulnerability, an outdated version of the server management software they used. It was a laughably simple exploit, the kind of thing a first-year cybersecurity student would find. Chernobog, or whoever ran his infrastructure, was clearly better at offense than defense. He slipped inside their network, a ghost in their poorly guarded machine. He had access to their client database. He searched for the dead IP address. He found the old account, registered to a shell corporation with a fake name. But he also found something else. A new account created 4 months ago, registered to the same shell corporation, using the same stolen credit card information for payment. This new account was active, and it was leasing a single, high-powered, dedicated server. "Got you," Ben whispered, a slow, predatory grin spreading across his face for the first time in days. He had him. Chernobog had gotten sloppy. He had changed his address but had been too lazy to change his fake identity, creating a direct link between his past and present operations. Ben now had the IP address of Chernobog's active primary server. The hunt was back on. This time, Ben's approach was different. He didn't launch a direct assault. He was a fisherman who had found the right spot, and now he was going to be patient. He set up a passive, continuous monitoring tab on the new IP address. He was no longer just looking at the traffic coming into Lyra's apartment. He was watching the source. For a full day, they watched the server's activity. They saw it communicate with the known botnet in Moldova. They saw it launch minor, probing attacks on other streamers. They saw it connect to a series of cryptocurrency exchanges where the owner was likely laundering his ill-gotten funds. Ben was building a complete, undeniable profile of criminal activity, all originating from this one single point. The final piece of the puzzle, the one that tied it all directly to Lyra, was the most chilling. Late in the afternoon, on the second day of their surveillance, they saw a new connection open from the server. It was an encrypted connection to a cloud storage provider. Ben, using a series of sophisticated decryption tools, managed to break the outer layer of the encryption. He couldn't see the contents of the files being accessed, but he could see their names. Lyra felt the blood drain from her face as she read the list on Ben's screen. LP, Finances, Q2, XLSX, Skylens, Lease, Agreement, PDF, Page, Family, Photos, Private, Tip, Kinetic, Contract, Final, Signed.pdf. And at the very bottom of the list, a file that made her stomach clench with a cold, terrifying dread. Silver Sailor, Recording, Master. WAV. He had a folder on his private, secure server full of her life, her finances, her legal documents, her private family photos, and the recording, the one he had played for her. He hadn't just found it. He had it. He owned it. He was not just a predator who attacked and moved on. He was an archivist, a collector. "That's it," Ben said, his voice a low growl of pure, unadulterated fury. "That's the ballgame. We have him. We have his location, we have his tools, and we have a direct link to his criminal activity against you. We have everything we need." He looked at Lyra, his eyes hard as flint. "It's time to call in the cavalry." Ben didn't call the local Cynosure City police. This was bigger than that. Chernobog was an international criminal, operating out of Estonia, using botnets in Moldova to attack a U.S. citizen. This was the territory of federal and international law enforcement. Ben had connections from his previous life in corporate security, contacts in the FBI's cyber division, and at Europol. He spent the next several hours compiling their findings into a formal report. He wrote with the dry, factual precision of a seasoned investigator. He laid out the entire case, from the initial corrupted log file to the discovery of the server in Tallinn, to the final, damning evidence of the file names in the cloud storage. He attached the complete network logs, the packet captures, the forensic analysis of the malware signature. It was a comprehensive, airtight, and utterly undeniable case file. It was a digital indictment. He encrypted the file, attached it to a secure email, and sent it to a trusted contact at the FBI. The subject line was simple: urgent, active blackmail and extortion campaign, Chernobog. After he hit send, an unfamiliar quiet settled over the apartment. The hunt was over, the case was built, the torch had been passed. There was nothing left for them to do but wait. The waiting was a unique form of agony. It was the silence after a battle, the eerie quiet where you don't know if the war is truly over. They cleaned the apartment, throwing away the mountain of takeout containers, trying to restore a sense of normalcy to the space that had been their war room. Lyra took a long, hot shower, standing under the scalding water until her skin was red, trying to wash away the feeling of being watched, of being cataloged. That evening, they sat on the couch, a pizza box on the coffee table between them, watching a mindless action movie on the giant smart television. But neither of them was really watching. Their phones were on the table, face up, silent. Every flicker of a notification from another app made them both jump. The tension was a third person in the room, a silent, anxious guest. "Thank you, Ben," Lyra said softly, her eyes on the screen but her mind a million miles away. "I know what this cost you, the risk you took, after what happened to you before." Ben shook his head. "What happened to me before? That was a warning shot. He tried to neutralize me by attacking my career. It just made me angry." He turned to look at her, his expression serious. "This isn't about cybersecurity anymore, Lyra. This guy didn't just hack you, he violated you. The file with your father's song, that's not about money. That's about psychological torture. That's about power. No one should be able to do that to another person. I wasn't going to let him get away with it." The call came just after 10 p.m. It was Ben's phone that rang, an encrypted call from a blocked number. He snatched it from the table, his body going rigid. "Carter," he answered, his voice all business. Lyra watched his face, trying to read the unreadable. She saw him listen intently, his eyes widening slightly. He nodded, said a series of understood and, "Yes, I have the log saved," and then finally a look of profound, absolute relief washed over his features. "Thank you," he said into the phone. "Thank you for letting me know." He hung up. He turned to Lyra, and for the first time in days, he was smiling. A real, wide, genuine smile. "They got him," he said, the words sounding like a benediction. Lyra's heart stopped. "What?" "The feds contacted the Estonian authorities," Ben explained, the words spilling out in a rush of triumphant energy. "Gave them the IP address and the evidence file. The local cybercrime unit there, they raided the apartment an hour ago. They kicked in the door and they caught him sitting at his desk, logged into the server. A guy in his 20s named Dmitry Volkov. The suspect is in custody, Lyra. It's over. They caught him." Lyra repeated the words, but they didn't feel real. They were sounds, not concepts. "That's not all," Ben said, his smile widening. "They've done a preliminary forensic sweep of his machines. They found everything. The Vel's 3 malware toolkit, a detailed ledger of his blackmail victims, and a folder. A folder labeled with your streamer name. Pixel." Ben took a deep breath. Inside the folder, they found copies of your financial records, your contracts, and a large collection of your private photos. They also found a series of draft documents. Blackmail notes, Lyra, addressed to you, demanding a percentage of your future earnings in exchange for his protection and for not releasing the other files. And they found the audio file, the .wav file of your father's song. It was the final perfect nail in the coffin. The proof, the motive, the entire criminal enterprise laid bare. The narrative was complete. The monster was real. and he had been caged. Lyra stared at him, her mind struggling to catch up with the tidal wave of information. It was over. The word echoed in the silent apartment. Over. The constant fear she had been living with, the paranoia, the feeling of being watched, controlled, manipulated, it was all gone. The ghost had a face, a name, a pathetic, criminal motive, and he was in a jail cell half a world away. The relief did not come as a gentle wave. It was a physical cataclysm. It felt like a dam inside her had burst, a dam that had been holding back months of terror, anxiety, and grief. A sob, a raw, ragged sound, tore itself from her throat. Her legs gave out, and she sank onto the couch, her face in her hands, the sobs coming in great, shuddering waves that shook her entire body. Ben was beside her in an instant, his hand resting gently on her shoulder. He didn't speak, he just sat there, a solid, grounding presence in the storm of her release. These were not the tears of fear she had shed in the hotel room. They were not the tears of rage she had felt after the Kismet message. These were tears of pure, unadulterated liberation. She was crying for the return of her own life. She was crying because, for the first time in a very long time, she was free. After the storm passed, leaving her exhausted and hollowed out but clean, she looked up at Ben, her eyes red-rimmed but clear. "He's gone," she whispered. "He's really gone." "He's gone," Ben confirmed, his voice soft. "We got him, Lyra. We caught the ghost." She launched herself at him then, wrapping her arms around his neck in a fierce, desperate hug. It was not romantic. It was the hug of a soldier for the comrade who had pulled her from a burning foxhole. It was the hug of a survivor. "Thank you, Ben," she choked out, her face buried in his shoulder. "You saved me. You saved my life." He held her for a long moment, his own relief, a palpable thing. "You saved yourself, Lyra," he said. "You were brave enough to fight back. I just brought the toolbox." They finally pulled apart. Lyra wiped the tears from her cheeks with the back of her hand and let out a shaky, watery laugh. "So what now?" "Now?" Ben said, a genuine, tired smile on his face. "Now you get to just be successful. No strings attached. You get to enjoy it. All of it. The nightmare is over." The words were a promise. A new dawn. She looked around the apartment at the beautiful, sterile space that had been her prison. For the first time, she didn't see the cage. She saw her home. She looked out the window at the glittering expanse of Cynosure City. It was not a web. It was a kingdom, and it was hers for the taking. The ghost was gone. The curse was broken. She was free. Miles away, in the absolute controlled silence of the Panopticon, Silas Cade observed the scene of emotional catharsis on the feed from the laptop camera. He watched Lyra's tears of liberation. He watched her fierce, grateful hug with Ben. He listened to their words of triumph and relief. The hunter was satisfied. The prey felt safe. The system was in perfect equilibrium. A smile, faint and as fleeting as a single corrupted data packet, touched the corners of his mouth. It was the serene, bloodless smile of an architect admiring a finished blueprint, of a grandmaster who has just executed a perfect 20-move checkmate. The scapegoat had been sacrificed. The misdirection had been total. The real ghost was more invisible than ever, his control more absolute, his protection more complete. He opened a new file on an adjacent monitor, a file containing the preliminary security layouts for Lyra's upcoming international press tour, a new venture proposed by Kinetic Fuel that morning. The project was entering a new, more complex phase. There were new variables to consider, new threats to mitigate. His work was never done. He archived the file on the Chernobog incident. He labeled it Phase 2, Conclusion, Successful. The real nightmare, the one Lyra Page was living in without even knowing it, continued, as silent and as perfect as ever. Chapter 16. The Terrifying Quiet. The freedom was intoxicating. A lungful of pure, clean air after months spent in a beautiful, suffocating room. The first week after Dmitry Volkov's arrest was a blur of euphoric decompression. The ghost was gone. The name Chernobog was now a headline, a case file, a tangible, incarcerated evil. The name Kismet was a dead memory, a phantom that had been exposed and exorcised by the harsh, cleansing light of reality. For the first time, Lyra Page felt like she truly owned her life, and the feeling was electric. Her first stream back was a triumph. She didn't mention the arrest, didn't allude to the terror. Ben had been adamant about that. The case was now a sensitive federal matter. Instead, she was simply brilliantly Pixel. She was vibrant, funny, her gameplay sharp and confident, buoyed by a lightness she hadn't realized she'd been missing. The stream was a celebration, a homecoming. Her community, who had been frantic with worry after her abrupt disappearances, welcomed her back with an outpouring of affection and relief. They didn't need to know the details. They could feel the change in her. The oppressive weight was gone. Pixel was back, brighter and more effervescent than ever. "It's good to have you back, Lyra," Ben said, sitting on her couch, a rare, genuine smile on his face as he watched her work. He had stayed for 2 more days, a quiet, reassuring presence, before finally packing up his Pelican cases. His work was done. The monster was caged. "It's good to be back," she had replied, her own smile feeling wide and real for the first time in an age. Even Mark was a source of joy. His usual crass opportunism was softened by a genuine relief. "See, kid, I told you we'd get through it," he'd said on a call, conveniently editing himself into the narrative of her victory. "The scumbag is gone. Now there's nothing standing in your way. The sky's the limit." And for a week, it truly felt that way. She felt untouchable. The Kinetic Fuel sponsorship was in full swing, her face and handle appearing in sleek, dynamic online ads. The cosmetics brand finalized their generous proposal. The Titan Gaming executives treated her with a newfound respect, as if she were not just a creator, but a battle-hardened veteran who had stared into the abyss and won. The narrative was set in stone. Lyra Pixel Page, the rising star who had been targeted by a notorious cybercriminal, and had not only survived, but had been instrumental in his takedown. She was no longer just talented. She was strong. She was a symbol. She reveled in it. She owned it. She worked with a fierce, joyful energy, putting in long hours, planning new content, engaging with her community. Her viewership numbers, which had dipped during her brief hiatus, roared back to life. She was free, and freedom felt like rocket fuel. The gilded cage had been an illusion, a nightmare from which she had finally, blessedly, woken up. The first sign that the dream was ending was so small, so insignificant, that she barely registered it. It was a troll. Not a hate raid, not a coordinated attack, just a single, persistent user with a stupid name, GGEZ, Noob Slayer. During a particularly difficult boss fight in Aethelgard, he started spamming her chat with petty, annoying comments. GGEZ, Noob Slayer, LOL, she missed the parry window. Again. GGEZ, Noob Slayer, my grandma could dodge that. GGEZ, Noob Slayer, this is why you will never be as good as Valerian. In the past, a comment like that would have been a minor annoyance, quickly buried by the flood of positivity from her fans. But in the months of her protection, this kind of negativity had simply vanished. Her moderators had always been good, but the ghost had been better. He had been a silent, ruthlessly efficient filter, purging the static before it could even reach her. Now, the filter was gone. "Mod, can we get a ban on Noob Slayer, please?" she said, her voice tight with a flicker of irritation she hadn't felt in a long time. Her moderator, a loyal volunteer named Starlight, quickly banned the account. But 5 minutes later, a new user, GGEZ, Noob Slayer 2, appeared, posting the exact same messages. Starlight banned him again. GGEZ, Noob Slayer 3 appeared. It was a simple, juvenile game of whack-a-troll, but it was distracting. It threw her off her rhythm. She missed another parry, took a heavy hit, and her raid team had to scramble to save her. They wiped on the boss a few minutes later. "Sorry guys," she said, forcing a laugh. "My head's not in the game tonight." She ended the stream a little earlier than planned, a sour taste in her mouth. It was nothing, she told herself, just a part of the job. But it was a part of the job she had forgotten how to do. She had grown accustomed to a perfectly curated, friction-free environment. The real world, with its petty annoyances and persistent trolls, felt grating, like sand in a well-oiled machine. A week later, the second sign appeared. It was a bigger one. Mark called, his voice lacking its usual triumphant boom. "So, I have some less than stellar news," he began, a tone she hadn't heard since the dark days of the Volt Rush contract. "The deal with Mythic Mobile, it's a no-go. Mythic Mobile was a company that produced a massively popular mobile RPG. They had approached her about a small but lucrative sponsorship deal to promote their new expansion. It wasn't a life-changing amount of money, but it was a good opportunity, a foothold in the lucrative mobile gaming market. "What happened?" Lyra asked, a cold knot forming in her stomach. "I thought the meeting went great. They love my numbers." "They did," Mark sighed. "They love your brand, they love your story. But their analytics team flagged a slight but consistent downward trend in your live viewership over the past 2 weeks. It's not a big drop, but it's there. And their offer was contingent on sustained growth. They've decided to go with another creator, someone cheaper, whose numbers are on a more aggressive upward trajectory." Lyra was silent. The news hit her harder than she expected. It wasn't about the money. It was the feeling of a door being closed in her face. For months, every door she had approached had swung open as if by magic. Now, one had just been quietly, politely shut and locked. "It's a blip, kid," Mark said, trying to sound reassuring. "The post-scandal bump was bound to level off. We'll get the next one. Don't sweat it." But she was sweating it. After the call, she pulled up her own analytics dashboard, the one she hadn't needed to scrutinize in months. Mark was right. The numbers weren't bad. They were still fantastic, leagues beyond where she had been before her lucky streak began. But they weren't growing with the same impossible meteoric velocity. The line on the graph, which had been a beautiful, near-vertical climb, had plateaued. It was even, as Mythic Mobile's analytics team had noted, beginning to dip slightly. The algorithm of fortune was no longer working its magic. The beautiful, self-perpetuating cycle of success had slowed. It was grinding. The perfect suspicion, which she had believed to be vanquished, stirred from its shallow grave. She pushed it down, hard. "This is normal," she told herself fiercely. "This is what a real career looks like. It has ups and downs. The magic wasn't real, this is real. But the real felt disappointing. It felt like a struggle, and she was tired of struggling." In the Panopticon, Silas Cade observed the data with the placid interest of a farmer watching his fields after a long, gentle rain. The soil was fertile, the crop was healthy. He had done nothing to Lyra's channel. He had not suppressed her numbers or interfered with her growth. He had simply stopped helping. He had removed the subtle weighting adjustments from the platform's algorithm. He no longer nudged her videos into the recommendation sidebars of larger channels. He no longer fed curated analytics to potential sponsors or raid-happy titans of streaming. The hand of God had been withdrawn. He had left her entirely to her own devices, to the whims of the true untamed algorithm, and the results were exactly as he had predicted. She was still a star. She was talented, popular, and successful, but she was no longer a miracle. Her growth was now governed by the normal, chaotic, and often punishing laws of the digital ecosystem. She was facing headwinds for the first time, and she didn't have the celestial engine of his support to push through them. He watched her on the laptop feed as she stared at her analytics page, her brow furrowed in a mixture of frustration and anxiety. His sentiment analysis software, which passively monitored her private messages and the tone of her voice during calls, noted a marked increase in keywords like frustrated, stuck, and tired. The subject's morale, which had peaked after the Chernobog resolution, was now on a slow, steady decline. The experiment was proceeding perfectly. He had given her absolute freedom. Now, he was patiently waiting for her to discover how heavy it was. The third month was the worst. The terrifying quiet was no longer just an external phenomenon. It had seeped inside her. The initial euphoria of her freedom had evaporated completely, leaving behind a low-grade, persistent anxiety. Her career had not collapsed, but it had stalled. She was holding steady, a planet locked in a stable but unexciting orbit, no longer a comet blazing across the sky, and the stability felt like failure. She grew to hate the silence in her apartment. The beautiful, minimalist space now felt vast and empty. The stunning view of Sinishur City felt like a constant reminder of a peak she had reached and was now slowly sliding away from. She found herself procrastinating, putting off streams, avoiding the tedious work of editing videos and planning content. The joy was gone, replaced by a sense of obligation, of grinding effort. The worst part? The part that filled her with a deep and profound self-loathing was the feeling that would creep up on her in the quiet hours of the night. It was a dark, treacherous, and deeply shameful thought. A weed growing in the garden of her hard-won freedom. She missed him. She didn't miss the fear. She didn't miss the feeling of being watched. But she missed the results. She missed the effortless, frictionless glide through a world where every obstacle magically dissolved before she even reached it. She missed the perfect karma that struck down her enemies without her having to lift a finger. She missed the contracts that fell into her lap, the numbers that only ever went up, the feeling of being the chosen one, the universe's special favorite. She had fought a war to be free from her puppet master. And now, in the quiet of her own heart, she had to admit that a part of her missed the strings. The thought was a venomous snake, and it coiled in her gut, filling her with a sickening shame. She had told Ben she would never surrender. She had looked at herself in the mirror and seen a fighter. But now, she saw a woman who had tasted absolute power, even if it was borrowed, and found the mundane reality of her own limited agency to be wanting. She had been given a world without a god, and she was discovering that she didn't know how to live in it. The moment of absolute horrifying clarity came on a Thursday evening. She had just finished the stream. It had been mediocre. Her numbers were down 20% from the previous week. A small but dedicated group of trolls had been particularly vicious, and her attempts to be witty and charming in response had fallen flat. She had felt tired, uninspired, and her audience had sensed it. The chat had been listless, the energy of the community mirroring her own. After she ended the stream, she didn't move from her chair for a long time. She just sat there, in the silence, staring at the dark monitors. She looked around the apartment, at the sleek designer furniture, the expensive art on the walls, the million-dollar view. This was the pinnacle of success, the prize she had won. But she felt nothing. No pride, no joy, just a vast, cavernous emptiness. She thought of the failed mythic mobile contract. She thought of the trolls who seemed to be multiplying daily. She thought of her plateauing numbers and her own waning enthusiasm. And then she thought of the effortless ease of the months before. The path that had been cleared for her, a golden road paved by an unseen, terrifying, and ruthlessly efficient benefactor. And the thought, the ugly, treacherous, shameful thought, surfaced with undeniable force. It was better before. The admission was a physical blow. She doubled over, her elbows on her desk, her head in her hands. A dry, ragged sob escaped her lips, a sound of pure self-disgust. What kind of person was she? What kind of pathetic, weak-willed creature had she become? She had been terrorized, manipulated, and psychologically violated by a monster, and here she was, nostalgic for the benefits of his abuse. The freedom she had fought for was not the glorious sunlit meadow she had imagined. It was a harsh, unforgiving wilderness, full of pitfalls and predators, and she was tired of fighting them off on her own. She was tired of being strong. She was tired of being free. A dark, insidious part of her, a part she hadn't known existed, wished that the ghost was still there. She wished that Kismet would send another donation, that he would smite her enemies, that he would make the numbers go up again, that he would make it all easy. She lifted her head, her own reflection staring back at her from the black mirror of the main monitor. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a horrified self-awareness. The terrifying quiet wasn't the absence of a threat. It was the absence of his control. And it was in that silence that she had discovered the most frightening monster of all, the weakness within herself. The part of the puppet that had loved the dance and now, secretly, yearned for the return of the puppeteer. The phone on her desk buzzed, startling her. She looked at the screen. It was Mark. She ignored it. He was probably calling with another pep talk, or another minor deal that would require a mountain of effort for a molehill of reward. She couldn't face his manufactured enthusiasm. She couldn't face anyone. The phone buzzed again, a text message this time. She glanced at it, her eyes scanning the words without really taking them in. Mark Feineman. Pick up your phone, Lyra, this is huge. She sighed, a sound of profound weariness. Everything was always huge with Mark. Reluctantly, she picked up the phone and dialed him back. This had better be good, Mark, she said, her voice flat. Good? Kid, it's not good. It's monumental. His voice was a cannon blast of pure, undiluted excitement, a stark contrast to her own leaden despair. The invitations just went out. The Aegis Champions Invitational, the biggest Athelgard tournament of the year. 100 of the top players in the world competing for a $2 million prize pool. It's the Super Bowl of RPGs, and it's being broadcast on every major platform. Lyra's blood ran cold. The Aegis Champions Invitational. It was a legendary event, a brutal gauntlet of skill and strategy. Mark, I'm not a competitive player, she said quickly. Not at that level. Who cares? He shouted, his voice practically vibrating with glee. They invited you. You got a direct personal invitation, not just as a streamer, but as a competitor. Valerian is playing. Half the top pros from Korea are flying in. This is it, Lyra. This is the big one. Your story, your brand, this is the stage you were born for. Win or lose, just being there, competing on that level, it will catapult you back into the stratosphere. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. The opportunity of a lifetime. The words echoed in the silent, empty space of her apartment. An image flashed in her mind, herself on a massive stage, under the glare of 1,000 lights, facing off against the best players in the world. Players like Valerian, whose skill was inhuman. Players who lived and breathed the game, who practiced for 16 hours a day. And she was, what? A lifestyle streamer who had gotten lucky. A performer whose best moves had been guided by an invisible hand. The emptiness she felt just moments ago was replaced by a surge of pure, unadulterated panic. She couldn't do it. She would be humiliated. She would be exposed on a global stage as a fraud, not by a rival, but by her own lack of skill. The effortless, godlike gameplay she had displayed in the past felt like a distant memory from another person's life. She hadn't practiced. She had lost her edge. She was rusty, tired, and her confidence was a shattered ruin. Failure wasn't just a possibility. It was an absolute certainty. Lyra, are you there? Mark's voice crackled on the line. This is it, the next chapter. She stared at the invitation email that had just arrived, its subject line glowing on her monitor like a death sentence. The opportunity of a lifetime. It felt like a trap. A beautiful, glittering, perfectly designed trap, and she was walking right into it, completely, utterly, and hopelessly, on her own. The silence in the room was deafening, and in that quiet, she felt a terrifying, shameful, desperate longing for the ghost in her machine more strongly than ever before. Because a ghost at least would have known how to win. Chapter Schutten. I'm still here. The invitation to the Aegis Champions Invitational was not a key. It was a death sentence delivered on embossed cardstock. In the weeks that followed, the document sat on Lyra's marble kitchen island, a constant, mocking monument to an opportunity she could not refuse and a challenge she could not possibly meet. The initial, frantic panic that had seized her upon receiving it had cooled, over time, into a low-grade, persistent dread that became the new, gray wallpaper of her existence. The terrifying quiet of her freedom had been replaced by the roaring, deafening silence of her own impending failure. Her life became a grim, joyless loop of preparation. The game, Aethelgard Online, once her playground and her canvas, was now a torture chamber. She joined a league of elite players for practice scrimmages, her entry secured by the power of her brand and the reputation she no longer believed she deserved. These were not the friendly, chaotic raids of her public streams. These were sterile, brutal displays of tactical perfection, played in silent, efficient Discord channels where the only sounds were clipped, precise callouts. And she was failing, spectacularly. Her talent, which had once felt so natural, so intuitive, now felt like a borrowed coat that no longer fit. The godlike reflexes, the preternatural sense of timing, the effortless grace she had displayed during her miraculous rise, they were gone. They had belonged to the ghost. What was left was just Lyra Page, a proficient but ultimately predictable player, and her predictability was a fatal flaw in a sea of sharks. The sharks had a leader, and his name was Vex. He was a young, prodigiously talented player from Sweden with a reputation for his cold, analytical style and his utter ruthlessness in dismantling his opponents. He wasn't a bully like J1NX. He didn't use insults or theatrics. His cruelty was purely mechanical. He would find a weakness, a single flaw in his opponent's playstyle, and he would exploit it with the dispassionate, relentless precision of a machine designed to break things. And he had found it was her dodge pattern, a subtle, almost subconscious tendency to roll to the right after using her primary damage ability. It was a tiny, insignificant tell, a single stray thread in the tapestry of her gameplay. But to a player like Vex, it was a gaping, luminous wound. In their first scrimmage, he had noticed it. In their second, he had tested it. By their third, he had built his entire strategy around it. He would bait her into using her ability, and then, a fraction of a second before she even began her dodge, he would unleash his own counterattack on the spot where he knew she was going to be. To the spectators watching the scrims, it looked like he had the power of prophecy. He wasn't reacting to her moves, he was reacting to the move she was about to make. He read her like a book, and he tore out every single page. The humiliation was a slow, grinding poison. She would die over and over, her avatar collapsing in a heap of pixels under Vex's surgical assault. In the silent Discord channel, there were no words of sympathy. There was only the quiet judgment of her teammates as their ranking suffered because of her weakness. She was the anchor dragging them all down. Pixel, you have to break your pattern. Her team captain, a stoic Korean player named Jin, had told her after one particularly brutal loss. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion, which was somehow worse than anger. He is reading you. You are predictable. Change your dodge. I'm trying, she had choked out, her face burning with shame. But she couldn't. The pattern was muscle memory, ingrained by thousands of hours of play. Under pressure, when a split-second decision was needed, her body betrayed her mind. She would think, dodge left, dodge back. And her fingers, acting on their own deep, flawed instinct, would send her rolling to the right, directly into the jaws of Vex's perfectly timed trap. She spent her days in a state of frantic, desperate study. She watched hours of her own VODs, trying to unlearn herself, to deprogram her own instincts. She watched Vex's streams, trying to find a flaw in his own impenetrable defense, a weakness she could exploit in return. There were none. He was a wall of perfect mathematical gameplay. Her nights were sleepless, spent staring at the ceiling of her bedroom, the ghost of her defeats playing out against the expensive, architect-designed light fixtures. The gilded cage had never felt more like a prison. It was a monument to a success she could no longer sustain. The pressure was immense, a physical weight on her chest. The tournament was in 3 days. Her first match, a showcase event on the main stage, was against Vex's team. The organizers had billed it as a clash of titans. Pixel, the beloved comeback queen, versus Vex, the cold-blooded new prodigy. It was a narrative. It was a story. And she knew with a certainty that settled in her bones like a terminal illness that it was a story that would end with her public, global humiliation. She thought about faking an illness, a sudden, debilitating case of food poisoning. She thought about claiming technical difficulties, a mysterious hardware failure. She could see the headlines, the disappointed fans, the quiet, knowing smirk on Vex's face. The shame of being a coward was almost as great as the shame of being a failure. There was no escape. She was trapped in the opportunity of a lifetime. The night before the match was the lowest point of her entire life. She was alone in the apartment, the silence a crushing, heavy blanket. Ben had called earlier, his voice full of a friend's supportive optimism. Just go out there and have fun, Lyra. You've already won just by being there. He didn't understand. This wasn't about fun. This was about an execution, and she was the one walking to the gallows. Mark had sent a dozen texts, all breathless hype and marketing speak. This is your moment, your hero's journey. The whole world is watching. He was right about that last part, and the thought made her physically ill. She sat at her command center, the powerful PC, a silent, mocking monolith. On her main screen was a VOD of yesterday's final scrimmage. She forced herself to watch. She saw her avatar, once a graceful extension of her own will, now moving like a clumsy, terrified puppet. She saw Vex, a blur of deadly, efficient motion, anticipating her every move. She saw the final, fatal dodge to the right, the explosion of enemy abilities, the gray screen of her defeat. She slammed her hand on the desk, a sharp crack that echoed in the silent room. I can't do this, she whispered, the words a raw, ragged admission of defeat. She buried her face in her hands, the fight finally draining out of her. The shame, the fear, the exhaustion, it all came crashing down on her. She felt a wave of the old, treacherous nostalgia, so powerful it almost made her choke. She remembered the effortlessness, the perfect, intuitive flow of the game. When the ghost had been her co-pilot, he would have known what to do. He would have seen the flaw in Vex's strategy. He would have guided her hands, whispered the correct moves into her mind. There would have been no struggle. There would only have been victory. A dry sob escaped her throat. It was a pathetic, desperate sound, a plea to the empty, listening room. "Help me," she whispered to the shadows, to the silent technology, to the memory of the ghost he had fought so hard to banish. "Somebody, anybody, help me." She sat like that for a long time, a statue of despair in her high-tech tomb, surrendering to the certainty of her imminent failure. And then she heard a sound. It was a soft, almost subliminal chime from her PC, a sound she had configured her system not to make, a simple, default notification. An email. She lifted her head slowly, her eyes red-rimmed and blurry. On the corner of her monitor, a small, unobtrusive banner had appeared. It was from her secondary email account, a disposable address she used for junk mail and unimportant sign-ups, an account she hadn't checked in weeks. The banner showed the sender, a random, unpronounceable string of letters and numbers. The subject line was empty. Her first instinct was to ignore it. It was spam, a phishing attempt, but she was in a state beyond caution, a place of numb, terminal despair where nothing mattered. With a listless, morbid curiosity, she moved the mouse, her hand feeling heavy, disconnected from her body. She clicked. The email client opened. The message was as the banner had described. No subject, no sender she recognized. And the body of the email was completely, utterly blank. There were no words, no greeting, no explanation. There was only a single, solitary attachment, a compressed file. Her breath caught in her throat. This was it. A virus. The final, cruel joke. A piece of ransomware sent to kick her while she was down, to encrypt her files and destroy what little she had left. Part of her almost welcomed it. It would be an excuse, a way out. I can't play. My computer was hacked. But her fingers, moved by that same morbid curiosity, clicked again. The download button. The file was small, only a few megabytes. It downloaded in an instant. It appeared on her desktop, a small generic icon. She stared at it. Her heart was beginning to beat faster now, a slow, heavy drum against her ribs. What was she doing? This was insane. This was how people lost everything. Ben's lessons on digital hygiene screamed at her from the back of her mind. Don't open strange attachments. Never. But desperation is a powerful acid, and it dissolves all rules. The fear of what was in the file was, for a moment, less than the absolute certainty of her public humiliation tomorrow. She took a deep, shuddering breath, a prayer to a God she no longer believed in, and she double-clicked the icon. The file unzipped instantly, creating a new folder on her desktop. Her hand trembled as she double-clicked the folder to open it. It contained a single item. It wasn't a document. It wasn't a program. It was a video file. She stared at the file name, and the blood in her veins turned to ice. The name was simple. It was elegant. It was a taunt, a promise, a signature, and a revelation. It was a single, perfect, and impossible word. Kismet. Zip. Time stopped. The air in the room became thick, heavy, unbreathable. The low hum of the PC seemed to grow into a deafening roar. Kismet. The name of the ghost. The name of her protector. The name of her captor. He had heard her. He had heard her pathetic, whispered plea for help. And he had answered. She felt a wave of vertigo, so powerful she had to grip the sides of her desk to keep from falling. Her mind was a maelstrom of conflicting, warring emotions. Terror, pure and absolute, at the confirmation that he was still there, still watching, still able to touch her world at will. Rage at the violation, at his audacity, at his silent, smug omnipotence. And, beneath it all, a surge of something else, something so shameful, so vile, that it made her want to vomit. Relief. A profound, soul-destroying wave of pure, unadulterated relief. The help she had prayed for had arrived. He had never left. The terrifying quiet hadn't been a sign of his absence. It had been a test. He had let her go, let her struggle, let her fail. He had let her exhaust every one of her own resources, had allowed her to fall to the absolute lowest point of despair. He had waited for her to be completely, utterly broken. He had waited for her to ask. He had waited for her to realize that she needed him. And in her moment of ultimate weakness, he had returned, not as a warden, not as a threat, but as a savior, offering a key to the very trap he had allowed her to walk into. Her hand, moving with a will of its own, a traitor to her own mind, moved the mouse and double-clicked the video file. It opened in her media player a stark, black screen. There was no sound. Then a video began to play. It was a recording of her last scrimmage against Vex. But it was annotated, analyzed with a level of detail that was both brilliant and utterly inhuman. The video would play a 5-second clip of the game, then freeze. Arrows and diagrams would appear on screen. A red circle highlighted her own predictable dodge to the right. A green arrow showed a safe zone she had failed to see. A timer appeared over Vex's character, showing the precise cooldown of his main ability, a number that was not publicly displayed in the game's interface. It showed a heat map of Vex's movement patterns over the last 20 matches, revealing a subtle, almost imperceptible tendency to overcommit to his left flank when pressured from 2 angles. It showed a frame-by-frame breakdown of his attack animation, highlighting a 3-frame window of vulnerability just after his primary stun that no human eye could possibly perceive, let alone exploit. It was a symphony of tactical analysis, a masterpiece of strategic deconstruction. It didn't just show her how to counter Vex's strategy against her. It gave her a step-by-step, irrefutable blueprint for dismantling his entire playstyle. It was a god's eye view of the game, a key that unlocked not just a victory, but a total, crushing, and humiliating annihilation of her opponent. No human analyst could have produced this. Not in a year. This file was the product of a mind that didn't just see the game, it saw the code beneath the game. It saw the raw math of the universe. She watched the entire 9-minute video, her face pale, her expression blank. When it was over, the screen went black, leaving her staring at her own reflection. She saw a woman with a choice. A terrible, soul-destroying choice. She could delete the file. She could walk onto that stage tomorrow and accept her fate. She could be honorably, publicly defeated, but she would be free. Her soul, at least, would be her own. Or she could use it. She could take this poison gift, this key from her jailer, and she could unlock a victory she had not earned. She could walk onto that stage and perform the flawless script he had written for her. She would win. Her career would be catapulted into the stratosphere, just as Mark had predicted. She would be hailed as a genius, a prodigy, a hero. And she would know, in the deepest, most secret part of her heart, that she was nothing more than a puppet, willingly, gratefully, putting her own hands into the loops of his invisible strings. The fear of public failure. The terror of being exposed as a fraud on a global stage. The seductive, irresistible promise of victory. It was a stronger force than her pride. It was stronger than her rage. It was, in this moment of ultimate weakness, even stronger than her desire for freedom. She closed the video file. She did not delete it. She moved it to a secure, hidden folder on her computer. She opened Aethelgard Online. She entered a private training instance. And, with the ghost's blueprint burned into her mind, she began to practice. She was no longer trying to unlearn her own instincts. She was learning his. She practiced the new attack pattern, the exploitation of the 3-frame window, the flanking maneuver against his left side. Her movements became fluid, precise, and utterly alien to her. She was a pianist learning a new, complex concerto, her fingers moving through patterns they had never known before. She was an actress, rehearsing her lines for the biggest performance of her life. The next day, she walked onto the main stage of the Aegis Champions Invitational, not as Lyra Page, but as Kismet's chosen avatar. The roar of the crowd was a distant, meaningless sound. The glare of the stage lights was a haze. Her focus was absolute. A narrow, cold tunnel. She sat down at her terminal, her face a calm, placid mask that betrayed none of the roiling chaos within. Across the stage, she could see Vex, his expression one of cool, arrogant confidence. He thought he was here to execute a predictable, flawed opponent. He had no idea he was about to be dissected by a god. The match began, and Lyra executed the script. It was a massacre. She was no longer playing the game. She was flowing through it, a vessel for a higher, more perfect intelligence. She baited Vex's attack, but instead of her habitual dodge to the right, she sidestepped left and unleashed a devastating counterattack into his exposed flank. She saw the flicker of surprise on his face on the large screen above the stage. It was the first of many. She danced around him, a ghost he could not touch. She exploited the 3-frame window in his animation over and over, chipping away at his health with 1,000 tiny, perfect cuts. He grew frustrated, his cold, analytical style breaking down into sloppy, aggressive lunges. He was trying to force the mistake he knew was there, the predictable dodge to the right, but it never came. The old Lyra was gone, replaced by this cold, efficient, perfect machine. The final moments of the match were a blur of brilliant, calculated motion. She cornered him, forced him into the exact weak position the video had predicted, and unleashed a final, crushing combination of abilities. His avatar exploded in a flash of light. The word victory erupted on the giant screens. The crowd roared, a sound like the ocean, a wave of pure, unadulterated adoration. Her teammates swarmed her, lifting her from her chair, shouting her name. Mark was screaming himself hoarse somewhere in the front row. The casters were losing their minds, calling it the single greatest upset, the most brilliant display of tactical genius they had ever witnessed. Lyra stood in the center of the storm, a triumphant smile plastered on her face, her arm raised in a victor's salute. She was a hero. She was a champion. She had won. But inside, in the silent, secret space behind her eyes, she was screaming. The victory was ashes in her mouth. The roar of the crowd was the sound of her own damnation. The trophy they would hand her would feel as heavy as a gravestone. She had made her choice. She had taken the ghost's hand. The gilded cage had closed around her once more, its bars stronger and more beautiful than ever. And this time she had willingly, with full knowledge and consent, turned the key on herself. The quiet was over. The nightmare was back. And she knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the very marrow of her soul, that he was watching. And he was pleased. Chapter 18. Neutralizing the Ally. The victory was a mouthful of ashes. The roar of the adoring crowd at the Aegis Champions Invitational had faded, but its echo remained, a mocking testament to a triumph that was not her own. Lyra sat in the sterile silence of her hotel room, the winner's trophy, a heavy, sculpted piece of polished chrome, sitting on the desk like an accusation. It felt cold to the touch. She had not touched it since the ceremony. She could still feel the phantom weight of the strings on her limbs, the ghost's perfect strategy flowing through her fingers, turning her into a deadly, soulless marionette. She had won. She had secured her place in the pantheon of gaming gods. And she had sold her soul for it. The shame was a physical illness, a coiling knot of self-loathing in her gut. She had done it. She had made the choice. In her moment of ultimate weakness, she had taken the poisoned gift, and now the venom was spreading through her system. The freedom she had once cherished felt like a distant, naive dream. The cage was her reality now, and she had willingly locked the door from the inside. She knew he was watching. The knowledge was a constant, low-grade fever. He would be pleased. His creation had performed her function perfectly. His asset had appreciated in value. But the shame was not the only thing she felt. Beneath the layers of self-disgust and terror, the pilot light of her rage still flickered. He had backed her into a corner. He had engineered her despair, waited for her to break, and then offered her a salvation that was just a more beautiful form of damnation. The manipulation was so profound, so complete, that it was almost a work of art. But she would not be his masterpiece. She would not be his puppet, not even a willing one. The victory had given her one thing she hadn't had before, a weapon, the file, Kismet, Zip. The blueprint to her success was also the blueprint to his methods. It was a piece of him. A fingerprint left at the scene of the crime, it was evidence. And she knew exactly who she had to show it to. Her hands were steady as she picked up her phone. There was no hesitation this time. The terror was still there, a cold, hard stone in her stomach, but it was now overshadowed by a grim, cold resolve. She found Ben's name in her contacts. She pressed the call button. She had to tell him. She had to confess her own weakness, her own complicity, and she had to warn him. The monster they thought they had caged was a fiction, a decoy. The real ghost was still on the board, and he was more powerful than they had ever imagined. Ben answered on the third ring, his voice warm with a friend's pride. The conquering hero returned. I saw the whole thing, Lyra. It was unbelievable. I mean, the way you dismantled Vex. It was like you were playing chess while he was playing checkers. I have never seen anything like it. You were a machine. I am so proud of you. Each word of praise was a fresh twist of the knife. Ben, we need to talk, she said, her voice low and urgent, cutting through his celebration. The shift in her tone was immediate. The warmth in his voice vanished, replaced by the sharp, analytical edge of the man who had sat vigil in her apartment. What's wrong? You don't sound like someone who just won $2 million. Because I didn't win, she said, the words tasting like poison. I cheated. There was a stunned silence on the other end of the line. What are you talking about? I watched the match. There was no cheating. It was pure skill. It wasn't my skill, Ben. She took a deep, shuddering breath, and the confession came pouring out. She told him everything. About the days of failed scrimmages, the grinding humiliation, the certainty of her defeat. She told him about her moment of absolute despair, about whispering a plea for help to the empty room. And she told him about the email, about the blank message, the impossible attachment, the file named Kismet Zip. She explained what was in the file. The God's eye analysis of Vex's playstyle, the heat maps, the cooldown timers, the single-frame vulnerabilities, the perfect, step-by-step blueprint for a flawless victory. He gave it to me, Ben, she choked out, the shame of physical force. He waited for me to break, and he gave me a script, and I used it. I stood on that stage and I performed his script, move for perfect move. The victory wasn't mine, it was his. Chernobog was a decoy, a perfect, plausible scapegoat. But the real ghost, Kismet, he never went anywhere. He's still here, he's still watching, and he's still in control. The silence that followed was the heaviest she had ever experienced. She could hear the faint static of the connection, a sound like the whispering of ghosts. She had laid her soul bare, confessing not just the truth about her victory, but the truth about her own weakness. She waited for his judgment, for his disappointment, for him to tell her that she was on her own. When Ben finally spoke, his voice was a low, dangerous growl, a sound she had never heard from him before. It was the sound of a patient man's anger finally, completely unleashed. That son of a bitch, he hissed. That magnificent, manipulative son of a bitch. He wasn't angry at her. His fury was aimed entirely at the ghost. He didn't just give you a cheat sheet, Lyra. He engineered a psychological operation. He let you get to the brink. He let our investigation fail. He let us believe we had won. He gave you back your freedom just so he could watch you discover how much you hated it. He waited for you to be so desperate for a victory that you would be willing to sacrifice your own soul for it. He didn't just want to control you. He wanted you to be complicit in your own damnation. He wanted you to choose the cage. The validation in his words, the perfect understanding of the trap she had fallen into, was a profound relief. I did, Ben, she whispered. I chose it. You were coerced, he shot back, his voice hard as iron. He created a problem that only he could solve. That's not a choice. That's a hostage negotiation. Okay. He took a deep, audible breath, his mind clearly racing, shifting from anger to strategy. The game has changed again. We were played. The entire Chernobog incident was a fabrication. A brilliant one, but a lie. Which means I have to go back to the drawing board. I have to look at the evidence again, but this time, I'm not looking for Chernobog's fingerprints. I'm looking for the fingerprints of the man who framed him. He was back in, instantly, without a moment's hesitation. The loyalty, the sheer stubborn refusal to be beaten, filled Lyra with a renewed, fragile hope. Ben, you can't, she said, her voice pleading. Look what he did to Chernobog. Look what he could do to you. He is dangerous. He is, Ben agreed, his voice grim. And he's made this personal. He didn't just make a fool out of me, Lyra. He used my own work, our own investigation, as a tool to manipulate you further. He turned our victory into a weapon against you. That's a declaration of war. And I do not back down from a war. Send me the file. The Kismet, zip, encrypted with the key we used before. I need to see it. I need to analyze it. It's the first piece of real evidence we've had since this all began. It's a direct communication from him, and he might have made a mistake. The war room was reestablished, not in Lyra's apartment, but in the digital ether between her hotel room and Ben's own command center. She sent him the encrypted file. The hours that followed were tense, a quiet exchange of secure messages. Ben began to deconstruct the Kismet file, not its tactical contents, but its digital structure, its metadata, its very DNA, searching for the ghost's signature. Lyra, meanwhile, was supposed to be on a victory tour. Press interviews, celebratory dinners with sponsors. She moved through it all in a daze, a ghost herself, her smile, a perfect, polished mask, her mind a million miles away, waiting for a message from her only ally. In the Panopticon, Silas observed the new development with a dispassionate, analytical curiosity. He had, of course, monitored Lyra's call to Ben. He had listened to her confession, to Ben's rage, to their renewed declaration of war. He had seen the encrypted file transfer. He was not surprised. He was not disappointed. He was, in a strange, cold way, impressed. The Lyra variable was more resilient than his models had predicted. The Ben variable was more persistent. He had presented them with a perfect, closed-loop solution in the form of Chernobog, and they had rejected it. They had chosen to continue playing the game even after he had demonstrated the futility of it. It was illogical, it was irrational, it was deeply, fascinatingly human. He watched as Ben began his analysis of the Kismet file. He saw the tools Ben was using, the forensic software he was running. Ben was good. He was searching for artifacts in the video's compression, for hidden data in the file's metadata, for any tiny, stray packet of information that could point to its origin. There was nothing to find. Silas was a meticulous artist. The file was sterile, scrubbed, clean of any identifying information. It had been created in a sandbox virtual machine that had never touched a public network and had been erased from existence the moment the file was created. The file itself had been transferred to a temporary, anonymous cloud storage account via a chain of proxies even more complex than the one he had used before, and then sent to Lyra from a disposable email address. The trail was colder than the void between galaxies. Ben would find nothing. And yet, Ben's new line of inquiry was a threat. He was no longer looking for a phantom in Moldova. He was looking at the evidence itself, questioning its very nature. He was looking for a framer, a manipulator, a puppeteer. He was no longer hunting the puppet. He was starting to look for the puppeteer's strings. And that was a line of investigation that, if pursued long enough, with enough resources, could eventually lead back to him. The probability was low, less than 0. 1%, but it was not 0. And Silas K. did not deal in acceptable risks. The Ben Carter variable had escalated from a persistent nuisance to an active, unacceptable threat to the long-term integrity of the project. The previous attempt to neutralize him, the attack on his career, had failed. It had only hardened his resolve. A new, more permanent solution was required. Misdirection was no longer sufficient. The ally had to be removed from the board, not just his credibility, him. Silas's fingers, which had been still, began to move across his keyboard. A new operational window opened on his central monitor. It was labeled Project Aegis. His focus shifted from Lyra, from Ben's futile analysis of the Kismet file, to a new target, Cyber Aegis Corp., Ben Carter's employer, a mid-sized but highly respected cybersecurity firm that provided threat analysis and protection for a roster of Fortune 500 companies. Silas had done a preliminary scan of their network months ago, when he had first identified Ben as a potential obstacle. He knew their defenses were good, very good. They practiced what they preached. Their firewalls were state-of-the-art, their servers were hardened, their employees were trained security professionals. To attempt a frontal assault would be noisy, difficult, and likely to fail. But Silas was not a barbarian who kicked down front doors. He was an architect, and he looked for flaws in the design. He began a deep, passive reconnaissance, a gentle, probing exploration of Cyber Aegis's digital perimeter. He scanned their public-facing web servers, their employee login portals, their client-facing support systems. He was a shark, circling a ship, not looking for a hole in the hole, but for a single, loose rivet. It took him a full day of silent, patient observation, and then he found it. It wasn't a technical flaw, it was a human one. The company had recently acquired a smaller, boutique security firm based in Boston. The press release had been full of the usual corporate jargon about synergy and expanding capabilities. But Silas saw it for what it was: a risk. Integrating two different corporate networks, two different security cultures, was a process fraught with peril. It was a time of temporary chaos, of mismatched protocols and legacy systems being hastily patched together. It was a time of opportunity. He focused his attention on the network traffic coming from the newly acquired Boston office. He found what he was looking for in the profile of a mid-level human resources manager, a woman named Carol. Carol from Boston was working from home, and Carol had, against all company policy, connected her corporate laptop to her insecure home Wi-Fi network. Worse, she had installed a piece of third-party software, a productivity-enhancing browser extension that promised to organize her bookmarks. Silas analyzed the extension. It was poorly coded, full of security holes, and it was secretly harvesting user data. It was an open door, left ajar by human error and a desire for convenience. Silas did not exploit the door himself. That would be too direct. Instead, he used his access to a global botnet to route a single, targeted phishing email to Carol's personal Gmail account. The email was designed to look like a security alert from her bank. It was convincing. Carol, distracted, clicked the link. The link downloaded a tiny, custom-coded payload to her machine. It wasn't a virus, it was a key. A key that gave Silas a quiet, persistent foothold inside Carol's laptop, and by extension, inside the Cyber Aegis corporate network. He was in. Now, for the plan. He could not simply get Ben fired. Ben was one of their top analysts. He would be given the benefit of the doubt. The evidence would have to be absolute, undeniable, and catastrophic. It had to be so bad that it wouldn't just get him fired, it would destroy his career, bury him in legal fees, and make him a pariah in the very industry he had dedicated his life to. Silas was not just going to neutralize the ally. He was going to salt the earth of his entire professional existence. The target was obvious. Cyber Aegis's most valuable asset was not its software or its hardware. It was its client's trust. Silas decided to orchestrate a minor but deeply embarrassing data breach, and he would plant a trail of evidence so perfect, so complete, that it would point to only one possible culprit: Benjamin Carter. He spent the next several hours moving silently through the Cyber Aegis network, using Carol's compromised laptop as his beachhead. His access was limited, but it was enough. He found a repository of old client case files on a poorly secured internal server. He chose his target carefully, not a major bank, which would trigger massive alarms. He chose a law firm, one that specialized in high-profile, sensitive celebrity divorces. The data was not financial, but it was deeply, personally damaging. The perfect fuel for a media firestorm. He copied a small selection of files. Not everything. Just enough to be convincing. A list of client names, the draft of a particularly nasty divorce settlement, a series of compromising private emails between a famous actress and her lover. He packaged the files into a single encrypted archive. Then came the final, brutal phase, the framing. He began to manufacture the evidence, the digital fingerprints that would lead directly to Ben. He used his access to the network logs to insert a series of phantom connections, making it appear as if the data had been accessed and exfiltrated from Ben's own work terminal, using his own credentials. He knew Ben used a highly secure, encrypted connection to work from home, so Silas mimicked it, creating a ghost of Ben's digital signature. But the masterstroke was the destination. Where had the stolen data gone? Silas created a new, anonymous cryptocurrency wallet. He then made a series of small, untraceable deposits into it from various crypto laundering services. Finally, using his access to Ben's financial records, which he had from months ago, he initiated a single, tiny transfer from one of Ben's own minor investment accounts to this new anonymous wallet. It was a minuscule amount, less than $50, the kind of transaction a person might easily overlook, but it was a link, a direct financial connection between the thief and Benjamin Carter. The motive was now implied. Ben wasn't just a hacker, he was an insider trader, selling his company's secrets for personal gain. It was a perfect, self-contained narrative of greed and betrayal. The trap was set, all the pieces were in place, the stolen data, the fake access logs, the financial link. It was a masterpiece of misdirection, a frame job so complete that not even Ben himself would be able to disprove it. Silas leaned back. The operation was armed. All that was left was to detonate it. He uploaded the encrypted archive of the law firm's data to a public file-sharing site. He then composed a new email using an anonymous encrypted service. The email was addressed to a single person, a notoriously ruthless and well-connected gossip columnist at a major online tabloid. To the Viper at tabloid.net, from the truth teller at anonymous.net. Subject: a gift. Here is a small taste of the secrets Cyber Aegis Corp is supposed to be protecting. The password is Aegis has fallen. I wonder what their other clients will think. Perhaps you should ask their senior threat analyst, Benjamin Carter. I hear he's been having some financial trouble lately. He attached the link to the uploaded files. He pressed send. The email, a digital bomb, was on its way. The call came 2 days later. Ben had been working around the clock, trying to find a flaw in the Kismet file, a needle in a digital haystack. Lyra had been living in a state of anxious limbo, her victory at the tournament feeling like a distant, sour memory. It was Ben's work phone that rang, a number he didn't recognize. He answered it, his voice tired but professional. Ben Carter. Lyra watched his face as he listened. She saw the color drain from it. The professional calm evaporated, replaced by a look of stunned, slack-jawed disbelief. His knuckles, gripping the phone, turned white. That's impossible, he said, his voice a choked whisper. That is a lie. I would never, no, I will not be coming into the office. I will be contacting my lawyer. He hung up the phone, his hand dropping to his side as if the device weighed 1,000 pounds. Ben? Lyra asked, her own heart beginning to pound. Ben, what is it? What's wrong? He looked at her, his eyes wide with a dawning, horrified comprehension. He looked like a man who had just seen a ghost. Not her ghost, his own. My boss, he said, his voice hollow, distant. There's been a data breach. A major client. A law firm. The data was leaked to a tabloid last night. The story is about to break. It's a nightmare. Oh, my God. Lyra breathed. They did an emergency internal audit, Ben continued, his voice barely audible, his gaze fixed on a point in the middle distance, as if watching his own life unravel. They traced the breach. They said the logs show it came from my terminal, using my credentials. They said they found a financial link, a crypto wallet. They've suspended me, effective immediately. I'm facing a full investigation, legal action. They think it was me, Lyra. They think I did it. The words hung in the air, heavy and poisonous. Lyra felt the floor drop out from under her. It was him, Kismet, the ghost. This was his response to their defiance. He hadn't attacked her. He had attacked her ally. He had attacked the one person who could help her, the one person who believed her. He had not just neutralized Ben, he had crucified him. Ben finally looked at her, his eyes full of a terrible, bleak clarity. The hunter had become the hunted. He was no longer fighting her war. He was now trapped in a fight for his own freedom, his own reputation, his own life. A fight that their enemy had designed, orchestrated, and delivered with the ruthless precision of an executioner. I have to go, Lyra, he said, his voice a dead, empty thing. He began to gather his things, his movements stiff, robotic. He packed his ruggedized laptop, his cables, his tools. The weapons of his war were now useless. I can't help you. I'm sorry. I have to deal with this. I need a lawyer. I need to figure out how he did this. He walked to the door, a man defeated not by a failed investigation, but by a perfect frame-up. He paused with his hand on the doorknob. and turned back to her one last time. The anger was gone from his eyes, replaced by a deep, profound fear. A fear for her. "Be careful, Lyra," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "You are on your own now. This person, he's not just a hacker. He's not just a stalker. He's a monster. And he will do anything, to keep you in that cage. Don't trust anyone." The door closed behind him, the click of the lock echoing like a gunshot in the silent apartment. Lyra stood alone in the center of the room, her last hope walking out the door, a casualty of a war he had fought on her behalf. The feeling of isolation was absolute. It was a physical presence, a cold, heavy shroud that settled over her, suffocating her. Kismet had not just cut the strings to her last ally, he had taken a razor to Ben's entire life, leaving him to bleed out professionally while he, the ghost, remained untouched, unseen, and in absolute terrifying control. The monster hadn't just won the battle. He had burned her entire army to the ground, leaving her alone and unarmed in the center of his perfect, beautiful, and inescapable prison. Chapter 19. The Prison of Fear. The click of the door closing behind Ben was the sound of a tomb being sealed. It was a small, insignificant sound in the grand scheme of the apartment's funereal quiet, but it was the loudest thing Lyra had ever heard. It was the sound of her last ally departing, of her last link to a sane, rational world being severed. The lock, a series of heavy, reassuring thuds when Ben had been there, now sounded like the final, metallic clang of a cage door swinging shut for the last time. She was alone, truly, utterly, and absolutely alone with the ghost. For a long moment, she didn't move. She stood in the center of the vast, sun-drenched living room, a statue carved from fear, her gaze fixed on the door. The apartment, her trophy, her symbol of success, had never felt larger or more empty. It was a cavernous, sterile mausoleum, and she was the only living thing inside. The view, the spectacular billion-dollar panorama of Cynosure City, was no longer a symbol of her achievement. It was a one-way mirror, 1,000 glass towers, 1,000,000 windows, all of them eyes, and she was the specimen pinned to the board in the center of it all. The fear was a living thing inside her, a cold, squirming creature with 1,000 icy legs. It crawled up her spine, wrapped itself around her throat, and squeezed. Her breath came in short, shallow gasps. She looked at her phone, which Ben had left on the coffee table. His number was still there, a monument to a lifeline that was now unreachable. He wasn't just gone. He had been surgically excised from her life by a force that could rewrite reality. The monster hadn't just threatened her, he had demonstrated his power by crucifying her only friend, a brutal, vicarious punishment designed to show her the futility of resistance. And it was working. The fight drained out of her, replaced by a vast, gray ocean of despair. What was the point? What could she possibly do? Ben, with all his expertise, with all his tools, had been swatted aside like an insect. His career was a smoking ruin. His life was now a desperate scramble to prove his innocence against a perfect, manufactured lie. That was what happened to people who tried to help her. Her protector had made her toxic, a walking contamination zone. The rage she had felt, the cold, hard resolve, it all melted away, leaving only the terror. And the terror whispered a single, seductive word in her ear. Surrender. The thought was a release. Just give up. Stop fighting. Let him have it. Let him pilot the ship. The seas would be calm. The winds would be favorable. The journey would be effortless. All it would cost was her soul. In the face of his omnipotence, it suddenly seemed like a small price to pay. A low, keening sound escaped her lips. A sound of an animal caught in a trap from which there is no escape. She stumbled backward, away from the door, away from the all-seeing window, and her gaze fell upon the command center, her throne, his altar. The glowing, silent collection of technology that was the source of her success and the conduit of her damnation. The PC, the monitors, the microphone, the router. They were not her tools. They were his senses, his eyes, his ears, his nervous system, extended into her home. And with a sudden, violent surge of revulsion, she knew she could not spend another second under their silent, passive gaze. If she was going to be a prisoner, she would be a prisoner in a cell of her own making, not one he had designed. The purge began. It was not a rational act. It was a frantic, primal ritual of disconnection. Her movements were jerky, desperate. She lunged for the power strip beneath the desk, her fingers fumbling with the switches. With a series of sharp clicks, she killed the power to the entire setup. The low, confident hum of the streaming PC, a sound she had once associated with power and potential, spun down with a dying sigh. The vibrant RGB glow that had been the constant sunrise of her world winked out, plunging the corner of the room into shadow. The silence that followed was immediate and profound. But it wasn't enough. Unplugging them wasn't enough. They were still there, their dark screens like the blank, unblinking eyes of predators. She crawled under the desk, a frantic crab, her hands tearing at the nest of cables she had once so meticulously managed. The power cord for the PC. She yanked it from the wall, the prongs making a sharp scraping sound. The 3 monitors, one by one. The heavy plugs came free with satisfying solid thuds. The microphone, the camera, the stream deck. Each connection severed was a small, violent victory. She scrambled out from under the desk, breathing heavily, a tangle of black cables in her hand like a collection of slain serpents. She threw them into the corner of the room. She looked at the command center. It was dark. It was silent. It was dead. For a moment, she felt a flicker of triumph. Then her eyes fell on the router, sitting on a small shelf near the wall. Its little green and amber lights were still blinking merrily, a tiny, cheerful constellation of surveillance. It was the heart, the gateway, the channel through which his consciousness flowed into her world. She lunged at it, ripping its power cord from the wall. The lights blinked one last time, a final, defiant pulse, and then they died. The last star in her digital sky had gone out. The apartment was now officially off the grid, but her frantic, paranoid energy was not spent. Her gaze swept the living room, cataloging every piece of technology, every potential eye and ear. The smart television, the massive 65-inch black screen dominated the wall opposite the couch. It was off, but was it really off? She remembered reading articles about smart TVs listening to conversations, even when they were on standby. She stalked over to it, yanking its power cord from the recessed outlet behind it. The small red standby light died. She wasn't satisfied. The screen was still there, a giant black mirror reflecting her own wild-eyed, terrified face. She snatched a cashmere throw blanket from the back of the designer couch and flung it over the screen, shrouding it like a corpse. Her eyes darted around the room. What else? What else was listening? The smart speakers in the corner, a gift from a sponsor. She unplugged them. The digital photo frame on a side table, unplugged. The tablet she used for reading. She didn't just turn it off. She held down the power button until the screen went black, then wrapped it in a towel and shoved it into a drawer. Her kitchen. The sleek, stainless steel appliances gleamed under the recessed lighting. She remembered Ben's grim voice. Your refrigerator is on the Wi-Fi, Lyra. It has a microphone. The thought made her skin crawl. She pulled the massive, heavy appliance away from the wall, the feet scraping harshly against the polished concrete. She found the plug and ripped it from the socket. The cheerful interior light went out. The low hum of its compressor ceased. The silence in the apartment deepened, becoming almost absolute. The microwave. The coffee maker with its clock display. She unplugged them all. She was a whirlwind of terrified, Luddite fury. Her beautiful, high-tech apartment, once her pride, was being systematically lobotomized, reduced to a collection of inert, useless objects. She was trying to create a dead zone, a single, small patch of the planet that he could not touch. When there was nothing left to unplug, she stood in the center of the living room, panting, her hair wild, her body slick with a cold sweat. The silence was overwhelming now. Without the constant, low-level hum of electronics, she could hear things she had never noticed before. The whisper of the central air conditioning through the vents, the faint, distant rumble of the elevator in the building's core, the creak of the building settling. Every sound was magnified, distorted, imbued with a sinister intelligence. Was that the AC, or was it the sound of a microphone being activated in the vents? Was that the elevator? Or was it him, arriving on her floor? Time began to lose its shape. The sun arced across the sky. its light moving across the floor like the slow, deliberate sweep of a searchlight. She didn't eat. The silent, dark refrigerator was a tomb, and she had no desire to open it. She didn't drink. She sat on the floor, her back against the couch, and watched the shadows lengthen and morph. The setting sun painted the city in fiery hues of orange and red, but the beauty was lost on her. The light only served to create more dancing, threatening shadows inside her prison. Night fell. The city outside transformed into a glittering web of light, but inside the apartment, there was only darkness. She didn't turn on the lights. The light switches were connected to the smart home system, the system he had likely designed. She couldn't trust them. She sat in the absolute pitch-black darkness, the only illumination coming from the cold, distant city lights filtering through the glass wall. Her world had been reduced to this. A dark room, a hard floor, and a suffocating, ever-present fear. Sleep was impossible. She would doze off for a few minutes at a time, her body slumping against the couch, only to be jolted awake by a phantom sound. Her heart hammering, her senses on high alert. Her dreams were a chaotic fever of disconnected images. The constellation Lyra burning in the sky. The Creator Clash video playing on a loop, but with her face in place of J1NX's. The sound of her father's song, distorted and demonic, echoing from the dark corners of the room. She would wake up with a gasp, the silence of the apartment rushing in to greet her, more terrifying than any nightmare. She lost weight. Her jeans, once snug, felt loose around her waist. Dark circles, bruised and deep, formed under her eyes, giving her a haunted, spectral look. Her only contact with the outside world was the food delivery courier. The ding of the doorbell was a sound of pure Pavlovian terror. She would crawl to the door on her hands and knees, her body held low as if avoiding sniper fire. She would peer through the peephole, her breath held tight in her chest, until she saw the courier leave. Then, she would wait a full 5 minutes, a silent, agonizing countdown, before she would unlock the door, her hands trembling, and snatch the bag from the floor. She would devour the food, not tasting it, her back against the door, as if guarding against an imminent breach. Then she would lock the door, her ritual complete, her survival secured for another few hours. This was her life now. A cycle of terror, waiting, and tasteless sustenance. The days bled into one another, a monotonous gray fog of paranoia. Tuesday, Friday, Sunday. The names meant nothing. There was only day and night, and the long, terrifying twilight in between. She had stopped checking her phone, which lay dead and dark on the kitchen counter. The hundreds of missed calls from Mark, the thousands of worried messages from her community, they belonged to another world, another person. Pixel was dead. Only Lyra Page, the prisoner, remained. It was on the 4th or 5th day she had lost count in the deepest, darkest hour of the night that she reached her breaking point. She was sitting on the floor in the living room, staring out at the city, a million pinpricks of light in a vast, uncaring darkness. And she was thinking, not the frantic, panicked thoughts of the first few days, but a slow, weary, and horribly clear train of thought. She had done everything she could. She had created her dead zone. She had severed every connection. She had turned her home into an electronic tomb, and it had changed nothing. The feeling of being watched had not lessened. It had intensified, because the silence only amplified his presence. It gave him more room. She realized, with a clarity that was both devastating and liberating, that she had been fighting the wrong war. She had been trying to unplug the prison. But the prison was not the technology. The prison was not the apartment. The prison was the life he had built for her. He was in the kinetic fuel contract, a deal she was still being paid for. He was in the headlines celebrating her tournament victory, a victory he had handed to her. He was in the balance of her bank account, a number that had been inflated by his machinations. He was in her very identity as Pixel, a brand he had meticulously cultivated. She could unplug every device, she could move to a cabin in the woods with no electricity, and he would still be there. He was woven into the very fabric of her existence. Running was impossible. Hiding was futile. She couldn't escape him because she carried his influence inside of her. She was the ghost's most valuable asset, his greatest creation, and his most secure prison. This was the all is lost moment, the absolute nadir, She had nothing left. No allies. No hope. No escape. The fear had reached its peak. It was a pressure so immense, it felt like it should crush her, turn her to dust. But it didn't. Something strange happened in the crucible of that absolute despair. The fear, having reached its maximum possible intensity, could not grow any further. It was a fire that had consumed all its available fuel. And in the space where the fear had been, a new feeling began to crystallize. It was not hope. It was not courage. It was a cold, quiet, and utterly profound rage. He had taken everything from her. Her career, her friendships, her memories, her sanity. He had reduced her to this, a shivering, half-starved creature hiding in the dark. He had backed her into the corner of her own mind and left her there to rot. And he had done it all under the guise of protection, of love. The sheer, breathtaking arrogance of it, the profound, pathological violation of it. The despair did not vanish, but it now had a companion. The fear was a roaring storm, but in the eye of that storm, there was a point of absolute icy calm, a point of pure, unadulterated fury. And in that calm, an idea sparked. It was a simple, insane thought born from the ashes of her broken psyche. She had been fighting the ghost, the hacker, the digital phantom, Kismet, and she had lost spectacularly. Because that was his game, played on his field, by his rules. She could never win that game. But the ghost wasn't just a ghost. The ghost was once a man with a history, a man with a past, a man who had existed in the real world before he had retreated into the panopticon. If you can't fight the monster, the thought whispered, a sudden clear voice in the chaos of her mind, then you have to learn how it was made. A new strategy began to form. A desperate, impossible plan. She would stop trying to fight the hacker. She would stop trying to unplug the machine. She would turn the machine back on, and she would use it as a weapon. Not to trace him, not to block him, but to investigate him. She would not search the dark web for Chernobog. She would search the public archives for the architects of the streaming platform. She would not scan her network for his signature. She would scan old news articles for whispers of a disgruntled genius. She would not try to find Kismet, the god. She would try to find the man who had created him. The man who had been so broken, so hurt, so obsessed, that he had decided to become a ghost. She had to understand his origin story if she ever hoped to write her own ending. The shift in her thinking was a seismic event. It did not banish the fear, but it gave the fear a purpose. It did not offer her a guarantee of victory, but it offered her a new way to fight. She would not be a victim hiding in the dark anymore. She would become a detective, a historian, an archaeologist of her own monster soul. Slowly, stiffly, she pushed herself up from the floor. Her legs ached, her body was weak, but her mind was clear for the first time in days. She walked through the dark apartment, her steps deliberate now, not a frantic scuttle. She went to the corner where she had thrown the tangle of cables. She picked up a single power cord, the one that belonged to her laptop. She walked to her desk, to the dead command center. She knelt down, found the correct port on the laptop, and plugged it in. She plugged the other end into the wall socket. She did not plug in the monitors. She did not plug in the microphone or the camera, just the laptop. A single, controlled connection. She sat down in the chair. The black square of tape was still over the camera lens, her one small, defiant victory. She took a deep breath. She pressed the power button. The machine whirred to life, its boot-up chime sounding loud and sharp in the silent room. The screen flickered on, its light a sudden, brilliant flare in the darkness, illuminating her face. Her expression was no longer one of pure terror. It was something else, something harder, something colder. It was the face of a prisoner who had just realized that the bars of her cage could, with enough patience and ingenuity, be sharpened into a weapon. The war was not over. It had just entered a new, more dangerous phase, and the hunter was about to discover what it felt like to be hunted. The ghost had a past, and Lyra Page was going to dig it up, even if it buried her. The prison of fear was still her reality, but she had just found the blueprints for a key. Chapter 20. The Creator's Signature. The ritual of reconnection was a cold and deliberate act of war. Lyra sat before the inert command center, the laptop's power cord held in her hand like a fuse. There was no frantic energy this time, no wild-eyed panic. The fear was still there, a frozen ocean in her gut, but on its surface, a hard, clear sheet of ice had formed. It was the ice of pure, undiluted resolve. She had fled from the light and the noise, seeking refuge in the dark silence of disconnection. She had been wrong. The darkness did not starve the ghost. It was his native element. Her only path forward was to walk back into the light, not as a performer, but as a hunter, using the enemy's own infrastructure as her weapon. She plugged the laptop into the wall socket. The small click was a declaration. She pressed the power button, and the machine whirred to life, its familiar chime sounding less like a welcome and more like the cocking of a pistol. The screen flared, casting her face in a stark blue-white glow. The haunted, terrified girl of the previous days was gone, replaced by a woman with eyes as hard and cold as polished stone. The prisoner was done hiding in her cell. She was now examining the bars, looking for a weakness. Her first action was to establish a new identity. She could not search for her ghost as Lyra Page or as Pixel. That would be like sending up a flare, announcing her intentions to the very entity she was hunting. She needed a cloak. She needed to become her own ghost. Ben's lessons, which had seemed like the desperate measures of a losing battle, now felt like the essential first steps of a new campaign. She remembered his words about layers, about misdirection. With painstaking slowness, she began to build her fortress of anonymity. First, she installed a reputable VPN, a service Ben had recommended, one known for its strict no-logs policy. She chose a server in a country far from her own, a place with strong privacy laws like Iceland. With a click, her digital location, her IP address, was teleported thousands of miles away, hidden behind the electronic shield of a Reykjavik data center. It was a flimsy wall, but it was the first. Next came the Tor browser. She downloaded the software, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and illicit thrill. This was the tool of journalists, activists, and criminals. The gateway to the deep web. Ben had explained its function in simple terms. It was a labyrinth. It bounced your connection through a series of random, volunteer-operated relays around the globe, wrapping your data in layers of encryption at each hop. By the time your request reached its destination, its origin was a complete mystery. It was slow, it was cumbersome, it was perfect. Launching Tor for the first time was like stepping into a different dimension. The familiar, sleek interface of her usual browser was gone, replaced by a Spartan, utilitarian window. The connection was sluggish, web pages loading with the agonizing pace of old dial-up modems. This was the price of invisibility. She was now a phantom, a whisper on the global network, ready to begin her search. Her strategy had to be flawless. Her initial instinct, a primal urge, was to type Kismet into a search engine. She suppressed it with an iron will. That was his name for himself, his chosen persona. Searching for it would be like shouting his name in the dark. It would be a fool's errand, leading only to poetry sites and philosophical treatises on fate. He would have scrubbed any digital connection between that name and his real identity. The name was a taunt, not a clue. No, she had to think bigger. She had to think like an archaeologist, digging through the layers of the past to find the fossil of the man he used to be. The ghost had built the machine, so she would investigate the construction. Her first searches were broad, casting a wide, patient net. She used DuckDuckGo, a search engine favored by the privacy conscious, its queries routed through the Tor network. The search terms were deliberately bland, corporate. Streamflow Platform Original Development Team. Streamflow Founding Engineers. Streamflow Early History Press Release. Streamflow was the original internal project name for the platform she used, a piece of trivia she had picked up years ago. It was a better search term than the public brand, more likely to pull up older, more technical documents. The grind was immediate and soul-crushing. The internet, a place of instant gratification, became a vast, slow-moving ocean of data. She was drinking it through a straw. The first few hours yielded nothing but corporate fluff, glossy press releases announcing funding rounds, fawning tech articles from the platform's launch, full of buzzwords like paradigm shift and democratizing content. She saw pictures of the smiling CEO, a man she had seen at Cynosure Connect, but he was a businessman, a face. He wasn't the architect. The architects were the ones you never saw. They were the ones in the server rooms, the ones whose names only appeared in the fine print of technical documentation. She refined her search. Streamflow Series A funding pitch deck. Streamflow led software architect 2015. She spent an entire day sifting through old business publications, venture capital blogs, and the archived websites of tech journalists. She found names, a handful of them. A lead engineer who had gone on to found his own successful gaming company. A database architect who now worked for a major cloud provider. She spent hours diving down rabbit holes for each name, building a profile, looking for any hint of controversy, any sign of a bitter departure. She found nothing. They were success stories, men who had moved on to bigger and better things, their careers, a clean, unbroken line of achievement. They were not her ghost. Her ghost was a creature born of failure, of resentment, of a wound so deep it had turned him into something other than human. Days began to blur. Lyra's world shrank to the glowing rectangle of the laptop screen, the only light in her self-imposed darkness. She lived on black coffee and protein bars, the wrappers piling up on the floor beside her. The stylish apartment, her gilded cage, had become a monk's cell, a place of ascetic, obsessive devotion to a single, holy purpose. The fear was still her constant companion, a cold presence at her back. Every search query felt like a risk. She knew he was omniscient. He could be watching her right now, observing her clumsy attempts to unmask him with a kind of detached, paternal amusement. The thought was paralyzing, but she forced it down. She had to believe that her cloak of anonymity, the layers of VPN and Tor, gave her a sliver of cover. She had to believe she was a ghost hunting, a ghost, her movements as invisible as his. She found a dead end that almost broke her. A promising lead about a senior developer who had been fired for corporate espionage, selling secrets to a rival. For a full day, she was convinced this was him. The motive fit, the skills fit. She dug into the man's history, her heart pounding with the thrill of the chase. She found his current whereabouts. He was serving a 3-year prison sentence. He had been incarcerated for the last 18 months, long before Kismet's campaign had begun. A cold, hard wall. Another day wasted. Frustration began to gnaw at her. The digital world was vast, and her search was like looking for a single, specific grain of sand on all the beaches of the world. She felt her resolve begin to fray, the sheer, monumental scale of the task threatening to crush her. She was a novice, playing a game against a grandmaster. What hope did she really have? It was in a moment of pure, weary desperation that she changed her tactics again. She was looking for official records, for press releases, for the clean, sanitized version of history. But corporations had a messy, unofficial history as well. A history that lived on in the memories of the people who had been there. A history that was sometimes whispered on old, forgotten corners of the internet. She stopped searching for official documents. She started searching for gossip. Her search terms became more esoteric. Streamflow early employee complaints, Streamflow toxic work environment, Streamflow developer burnout blog. She was no longer looking in the pristine archive libraries of major publications. She was digging through the digital dumpsters, old, defunct forums, the comment sections of decade-old articles, the personal blogs of programmers who had long since left the industry. This was even more grueling. It was a journey through a wasteland of broken links, abandoned websites, and rambling, incoherent posts. Most of it was noise, the meaningless static of forgotten online arguments. She spent what felt like an eternity scrolling through page after page of digital detritus, her eyes burning from the screen's glare, her mind numb with fatigue. She was about to give up, to concede that the ghost was simply too good, his past too perfectly erased. And then she found it. It was not a major discovery. It was a flicker, a tiny, almost insignificant signal in the overwhelming noise. It was a link, buried deep in the comments section of a 5-year-old article about employee burnout in the tech industry. The comment, from an anonymous user, simply said, "If you want to see a real toxic environment, you should have worked at Streamflow back in the early days." They had a guy there who was a genius, but he was a complete head case. caused a huge internal war over user safety. Ask anyone who was there. A huge internal war over user safety. The phrase was a jolt of electricity to her exhausted mind. This was it. This was the scent. Her ghost's entire twisted crusade was built on a pathological, controlling definition of protection and safety. The anonymous comment was a dead end in itself, but it gave her a new, powerful set of search terms. She began to combine them. Streamflow user safety debate. Streamflow ethical controversy engineer. Streamflow project panopticon. That last one was a wild guess. A shot in the dark based on the feeling of being constantly watched. A word she had pulled from a philosophy class she had barely passed in college. The search results were still sparse, but they were different now. She was getting closer. She found a few more anonymous forum posts, whispers and rumors about a brilliant but unstable lead architect who had a god complex, who believed that users were children who needed to be protected from themselves, even if it meant stripping them of all their privacy. But there was still no name. He was a phantom, a piece of corporate folklore. The breakthrough came at 3 a.m. on what she thought was the 8th day of her search. It came from a place she never would have thought to look. A small, independent tech blog, one that had been defunct for years. The site was archived, its design a clunky, hideous relic of a past internet era, full of pixelated graphics and clashing colors. The blog was called Code and Consequences, and its author was a tech journalist who had focused on the ethical and philosophical implications of emerging technology. Most of the posts were academic and dry, but as she scrolled through the archives, a title from 6 years ago leaped out at her. The Architect of the Perfect Cage, an ethical schism at Streamflow. Her heart stopped. She clicked the link, her hand trembling so badly that the mouse pointer skittered across the screen. The page loaded with agonizing slowness, the old server groaning under the strain. She read the first paragraph, her eyes devouring the words. In the hypergrowth world of Silicon Valley, ethics are often seen as a luxury, a speed bump on the road to $1 billion valuation. But an internal source at the rapidly growing streaming platform Streamflow has revealed a story of a profound ethical schism, a battle for the very soul of the company. The conflict centers on a figure described by colleagues as a once-in-a-generation genius and a deeply troubled visionary, a lead architect who proposed a new, radical direction for the platform's future. His vision, codenamed the Panopticon Initiative, was a system of total, pervasive user surveillance. Lyra felt a chill so deep it seemed to touch her very bones. Panopticon. Her wild guess had been right. It was real. She read on, her breath held tight in her chest. The proposal, a copy of which was anonymously leaked to this publication, is a masterpiece of technological architecture and a terrifying manifesto of benevolent totalitarianism. The architect argued that the internet was becoming an increasingly toxic and dangerous space. He cited cases of online harassment, financial scams, and the severe psychological toll that online life was taking on its users. His solution was not better moderation or stronger reporting tools. His solution was omniscience. The Panopticon Initiative would have given the platform the ability to monitor everything, not just public streams and chats, but private messages, draft emails, even user keystrokes, all analyzed in real time by a powerful AI designed to predict and neutralize toxic behavior before it even happened. It would have been the safest, most controlled online ecosystem ever created. It would also have been the end of privacy. We have a moral obligation to protect our users, not just from others, but from themselves. The architect reportedly argued in a heated, company-wide meeting. They are children playing in a dark forest full of wolves. We have to become the unbreakable fence. We have to become the watchful shepherd. His proposal, according to our source, was ultimately rejected by the company's board, not on ethical grounds, but on legal and commercial ones. The potential for lawsuits and public backlash was deemed too high. The architect, whose vision had been repudiated, did not cause a scene. He did not sue. He did not go to a competitor. Simply, quietly resigned. He cleaned out his desk, walked out the door, and vanished from the tech industry entirely, becoming a ghost in the very machine he had helped to build. While the company has never publicly acknowledged the incident, The story of the brilliant engineer who wanted to build a perfect, safe prison for his users has become a quiet legend among those who were there. Lyra had reached the end of the article. Her mind was reeling. It was him. It was all him. The philosophy, the methods, the motive. It was a perfect match. But there was still one piece missing. The most important piece. The name. Her eyes scanned the article again, desperately searching. It wasn't there. The journalist had protected his source's anonymity and had not named the engineer. A wave of despair crashed over her. So close, and still nothing. It was a dead end. She was about to close the browser, to surrender to the darkness, when she saw it. A single, small line of text at the very bottom of the article. A standard journalistic tag she had overlooked in her frantic reading. It was an editor's note. Editor's note. A clarification to this article was posted 6 months after its original publication, following a formal complaint. You can find it here. The word here was a hyperlink. Her heart hammered against her ribs. A complaint. A formal complaint meant there was a record. She clicked the link. A new page loaded, even plainer than the last. It contained only a few lines of text. It was a legalistic, dry retraction. Clarification. In our article, The Architect of the Perfect Cage, we described an internal ethical debate at Streamflow. Following a complaint and subsequent legal correspondence, we would like to make it clear that the employee who proposed the Panopticon initiative and subsequently resigned was not fired for cause, but left the company of his own volition. We have agreed to this clarification to avoid further legal dispute. The engineer in question was Silas Cade. The name landed in the silent room with the force of a physical blow. Silas Cade. It wasn't a handle, it wasn't a persona, it was a name. A real human name. The ghost, the god, the invisible architect of her life in her prison had a name. Silas Cade. She whispered it aloud, the syllables feeling alien and heavy on her tongue. It was an ordinary name for a man who had become an extraordinary monster. She stared at the name on the screen, the culmination of her long, desperate hunt. The fear was still there, a cold, hard knot in her stomach. But it was no longer the formless, paralyzing terror of the unknown. It was the sharp, focused fear of a known adversary. She had his signature. She had found the name of her creator. The hunt for the ghost was over. The hunt for the man was about to begin. She looked at the name one last time, committing it to memory, burning it into her mind. Silas Cade. The knowledge was a key. It was a weapon. And she had found it all on her own, in the dark. The game had not ended. It had just been given a name. And for the first time, she felt a sliver of something that was not hope, but was its colder, harder, and more dangerous cousin. It was the possibility of a fight. Chapter 21. The Hunt in Reverse. The name was a key, a cold, heavy, iron key, forged in the fires of a forgotten tech blog and delivered into the silence of her prison. Silas Cade. It did not banish the fear. It gave it a shape, a form, a center of gravity. The formless, omnipotent terror of Kismet, the god of fate, had collapsed into the knowable, traceable reality of Silas Cade, the man. And a man, she knew, could bleed. A man could be found. For a long, still moment, Lyra did not move. She simply stared at the name on the laptop screen, the two words glowing in the oppressive darkness of the apartment. It was a weapon, but it was a dangerous one, heavy and double-edged. To know his name was to hold a shard of his soul, but to even whisper, it felt like a risk, an invitation for a wrath she could not yet comprehend. The ghost had been an observer. Silas Cade, the man unmasked, might become an executioner. The icy resolve that had guided her through the long, dark night of her investigation did not thaw, but it settled, hardening from a sharp, brittle fury into something more durable, steel. She was no longer a victim hiding from a monster. She was a hunter, and she had just learned her prey's true name. Her apartment, the Skylands, was no longer just a cage. It was now a base of operations. The darkness was no longer a suffocating blanket of fear. It was a cloak. She looked at the single powered-on laptop, its black tape a defiant patch over its all-seeing eye, and saw it not as his portal into her world, but as her doorway into his. The hunt had been one-sided for too long. Her first act as a hunter was one of discipline. She stood up, her body aching from days of neglect, and walked into the kitchen. She drank a full glass of water, the cool liquid a shock to her system. She found a protein bar in the back of a cupboard and forced herself to eat it, chewing with a slow, deliberate rhythm, ignoring the cardboard taste. She was an operative behind enemy lines. She needed to maintain her strength. Panic was a luxury she could no longer afford. Despair was a weight she had to shed. Returning to the laptop, she sat down not as Pixel, the performer, or Lyra, the victim, but as someone new, an investigator, an analyst. Her target was no longer a digital phantom. It was a man with a past, a man who had, at one point, existed in the real world, a world of paperwork, addresses, and public records, a world that left traces, no matter how faint. The search for Silas Cade began. She could not use her own name, her own credit card. She had to assume that every financial transaction, every official query made under the name Lyra Page would trigger an alarm in his digital fortress. She needed a new identity, a sterile, untraceable cutout. She navigated through the Tor browser to a privacy-focused cryptocurrency exchange, a place where Bitcoin could be bought with a dizzying array of anonymous payment methods. She used a prepaid gift card she had in her wallet, a forgotten birthday present, to purchase a small amount of Bitcoin. The transaction routed through a dozen different tumblers and mixers that obfuscated its origin. The process was slow, nerve-wracking, and felt deeply illicit. But when it was done, she had a small cache of untraceable digital currency. She was a ghost with a ghost's wallet. Her first targets were the professional data brokers, the slightly grimy, semi-legal people finder websites that promised to uncover anyone's secrets for a fee. For $29.99 in Bitcoin, she purchased a comprehensive background report on one Silas Cade, last known employer, Streamflow. She entered the name and waited, her heart pounding a slow, heavy rhythm against her ribs. The results that came back were both frustrating and deeply revealing. They were a portrait of a man who had deliberately and systematically erased himself. The report found his old address, a high-end condo in Seneschal City's financial district, from the time he worked at Streamflow. But the property had been sold 6 years ago, the same year he had resigned. It found his date of birth, his academic record, a string of spectacular achievements from a prestigious engineering university. It found no criminal record, no driving violations, no bankruptcies. It found no social media profiles, no LinkedIn, no Facebook, no Instagram, no Twitter, not even a dormant, forgotten MySpace page. It was a digital void. A man who had built a world-defining social platform had chosen to have no part in the digital society he helped create. He was a phantom by design. The report did, however, yield one crucial overlooked breadcrumb, a list of associated business filings. Buried among a list of defunct shell corporations was a reference to an LLC he had registered 7 years ago, Panopticon Security Consulting LLC. The name hit her like a physical blow. Panopticon, the code name for his terrifying surveillance initiative at Streamflow. He had named his company after it. The sheer, breathtaking arrogance of it. It wasn't just a project. It was his philosophy, his brand. The LLC was listed as inactive, dissolved 5 years ago, but it was a thread. It was a piece of his real-world activity after he had left the tech industry. The hunter followed the thread. Using her untraceable Bitcoin, she paid another fee to a specialized public records database that allowed access to archived corporate filings. She pulled the complete dissolution paperwork for Panopticon Security Consulting. The documents were dry, legalistic, full of boilerplate language. But on the final page, listed as the legal mailing address for the LLC's final tax correspondence, was an address she did not recognize. It wasn't the fancy condo downtown. It was an address in a different part of Seneschal City, a drab, working-class neighborhood on the industrial outskirts of the city's glittering core, a place of old brick buildings, warehouses, and low-rent apartment blocks. It was a P.O. box address, another dead end, or was it? A P.O. box had to be physically located somewhere. A quick search revealed the address was for a small 24-hour mail services store in that neighborhood. It was a long shot, a desperate one. But what if he had needed to provide a physical residential address to rent the box? What if In that one small, insignificant piece of paperwork, he had made a mistake. The next phase of her investigation felt like a deeper transgression. She was moving from public data to something more invasive. She found a shadier, more expensive service on a corner of the web that Ben had once warned her about. A service that didn't just search public records, it searched breached data. The mountains of information stolen from 1,000 different hacks over the years, all collated and cross-referenced. For a significantly larger chunk of her Bitcoin, she submitted her query. She wasn't just searching for Silas Cade. She was searching for any and all data associated with the PO, box address, and the surrounding neighborhood. She waited for 10 minutes, the loading icon on the screen, a spinning circle of fate. The results that came back were a chaotic, terrifying mess. A list of names, email addresses, cracked passwords, and home addresses, all harvested from a dozen different security breaches, a hacked pizza delivery service, a compromised online pharmacy, a leaky local utility company database. It was a raw, unfiltered look into the digital guts of a neighborhood. Her hands trembled as she began to cross-reference the data. She was looking for a single name in the chaos. Silas Cade. She ran a search. Nothing. He was too careful. He would never use his real name on a pizza delivery app. She changed her tactics. She filtered the data breach results by address, looking for anyone who lived in the apartment buildings immediately surrounding the mail services store. Then, she began to manually cross-reference that list of residents with public property records, looking for owners, for renters who had been there for more than 5 years. It was a grueling, mind-numbing process, a process of elimination. For hours, she worked, her world reduced to 2 windows on her screen: the raw, ugly data of the breach, and the clean, official interface of the city's property records. It was a process that yielded nothing but dead ends. She was chasing a ghost through a graveyard of other people's stolen data, and the trail was growing cold. She was about to give up, to concede that he was simply too good, too careful. But then she saw it. It was a small, insignificant detail. An apartment building, the Argus Arms, a grim, 5-story brick building directly across the street from the mail services store. The ownership records were opaque, the building belonging to a large, faceless property management group. But in the breach data from the local utility company, she found a record of a service account for apartment 4B. The account was not under a person's name. It was under the name of a different LLC. A simple anonymous name, Cynosure Data Solutions, LLC. Curiosity, the hunter's most valuable instinct, took over. She ran a new search on this LLC. It had been formed 6 years ago, the same year Silas had sold his condo and resigned. Its registered agent was a law firm known for providing anonymity services. It was a dead end. But then she had an idea, a different kind of query. She searched for the text of the LLC's founding documents, which were publicly available, and she searched them for a specific signature, not a name, a pattern. She searched for any of the technical jargon from the Panopticon Initiative Manifesto, the one quoted in the old blog post. Phrases like benevolent surveillance, proactive threat mitigation, user safety protocols, and she found it, a single match. In a dry technical addendum to the LLC's operating agreement outlining the company's data security policies was a sentence that made her blood run cold. The company will employ a system of proactive threat mitigation to ensure the absolute security of its data assets based on the core principles of the Panopticon Initiative. It was him. It was his signature, hidden in plain sight, buried in the fine print of a legal document for a shell corporation that owned a single anonymous utility account for a single anonymous apartment. An apartment located directly across the street from the P.O. box he had used when dissolving his old life. Apartment 4B, the Argus Arms, Cynosure City. She had it. She had his address. She had his location. The ghost was no longer an ethereal, placeless entity. He was a man in a room. A man in an apartment building she could find on a map. The discovery did not bring her a sense of triumph. It brought a wave of fear so profound it was almost paralyzing. The hunt, which had been a safe, abstract exercise conducted from the darkness of her own apartment, was suddenly terrifyingly real. The ghost now had a physical location, a place she could go, a door she could knock on. The thought of what lay behind that door was a black hole that threatened to swallow her courage whole. She pushed herself away from the desk, her heart hammering, her mind reeling. The key she had forged was now in her hand, and it was glowing with a terrible, dangerous heat. What was she going to do with it? The Panopticon was a realm of perfect, controlled silence. It was a world constructed from light and data, a place where the chaos of human emotion was rendered as neat, orderly graphs and predictable sentiment analysis. Silas Cade did not live in the world. He observed it, curated it, and, when necessary, corrected it. He was the watchmaker of a universe of his own design, and his greatest creation, his most complex and beautiful timepiece, was Lyra Page. For days, he had watched her, not with the anxious intensity of a jailer watching a prisoner, but with the detached, analytical curiosity of a scientist observing a fascinating new behavior in his prize specimen. He had given her freedom, and she had chosen to turn her cage into a laboratory. He had presented her with the perfect, closed-loop narrative of Chernobog, and she had rejected it, choosing instead to pursue the far more dangerous and far more interesting truth. He had watched her every move. His systems, which monitored the global internet for any mention of his own name or his past projects, had flagged her activity from the beginning. He did not need to be inside her laptop to know what she was doing. He simply had to watch the web itself. When a series of anonymized, Tor-routed queries began hitting obscure public records databases, all searching for information on Silas Cade and Streamflow, he knew it was her. No one else was looking for him. The world had forgotten Silas Cade. Only his creation remembered. Only his creation was hunting him. An alert, a silent, amber flag on one of his secondary monitors, pulsed with a calm, steady rhythm. Alert, Project Lyra has initiated active reconnaissance. Target, S-COD, primary, probability of subject success, low, threat to project integrity, negligible. Recommendation, continue passive monitoring. He watched her digital breadcrumbs as she navigated the labyrinth of the web. He saw her purchase the background check. He saw her pull the dissolution paperwork for his old LLC. He saw her probe the data breach repositories. He watched her connect the dots following the faint, cold trail he had left behind years ago, a trail he had believed to be completely erased. He had been meticulous in scrubbing his present, but his past, he had discovered, was a stubborn ghost. He felt a flicker of something he had not felt in years. It was not fear. It was a complex, layered emotion, a strange alloy of pride and a kind of morbid paternal affection. She was brilliant. She was relentless. She had pieced together a puzzle he thought was impossible to solve. The creature he had sought to protect, to control, to keep safe in a perfect, static world had refused to be static. She had evolved, she had learned, she had grown claws. When he saw her final query, the one that linked his shell corporation's manifesto to the utility account for apartment 4B, he felt a surge of what could only be described as morbid excitement. The game was entering its final, most exquisite stage. The hunt was over. The confrontation was about to begin. His creation was coming to find her creator. The art was about to step out of the frame and speak to the artist. He swiped a hand across one of his monitors, dismissing the data logs of her investigation. A new set of windows opened, a mosaic of live video feeds. The security camera from the lobby of the Argus Arms, the ATM camera on the corner of the street, the traffic cameras that covered every angle of the block. He had compromised them all years ago, not for any specific purpose, but simply as a matter of principle. One's own environment should always be under one's own observation. He was the ghost in this machine too. He watched the street outside his own building, a drab, gray landscape under the city's perpetual sodium vapor glow. He was no longer just the observer in her world. He was now an observer in his own, waiting for her world to collide with his. He did not prepare to flee, he did not prepare to fight, he simply watched and he waited. He felt a profound, almost religious sense of destiny, of a story reaching its inevitable, perfect conclusion. He had written the first and second acts of her life. He had built her up, torn her down, and rebuilt her stronger, more interesting than before. But he knew, with the cold clarity of a god, that he could not write the third act for her. She had to write it herself. She had to come here. She had to face him. She had to make a choice. The question was no longer if she would find him. He knew with absolute certainty that she would. The only question left was what she would do when she arrived. Would she come with the police? Would she come with a weapon? Would she come with tears of rage or a plea for understanding? He did not know, and the uncertainty was the most thrilling sensation he had experienced in a decade. He stood up from his chair and walked to the single, grimy window of his own small, dark apartment. It was the physical mirror of the panopticon, a room dominated not by screens, but by the absence of everything else. It was a monk's cell, a hermit's cave. He looked down at the street below, at the flow of traffic, at the anonymous, scurrying figures of other people. He was invisible to them, a ghost in his own building. But soon, one person would see him. One person would know he was there. The hunter had found her prey's lair, and the prey, for the first time, was looking forward to the arrival of the hunter. The game was no longer about control. It was about confrontation. And Silas Cade, the man who had abandoned the world, was finally, eagerly, waiting for the world to come knocking on his door. He felt a strange, cold peace. The story was reaching its climax, and it was going to be beautiful. The reversed hunt was almost over. Chapter 22, Eye to Eye. The address was a disease. It had entered her bloodstream the moment she discovered it, and now it was replicating, a feverish, toxic presence that consumed her every thought. Apartment 4B, the Argus Arms. It was no longer just a location, it was a destination, a geographical coordinate for the heart of her own personal darkness. It was a gravitational pull, a black hole threatening to warp the very fabric of her reality. For a full day after finding it, Lyra did nothing. She remained in her self-imposed exile, the dark, silent tomb of her Skylands apartment, with the ghost address burning a hole in her mind. The knowledge was a weapon she was terrified to wield. To know his name had been an act of rebellion. To know his location felt like an act of suicide. What did one do with such information? Call the police? The thought was a bitter, hollow laugh in the silence of her mind. Hello, officer. I have the address of the man who has been secretly making me a wild success. Yes, I'd like to report him for giving me a flawless victory in a $2 million tournament. No, he hasn't threatened me. Not with words. She could imagine their weary, dismissive expressions. They would think she was delusional, a paranoid, ungrateful star buckling under the pressure of her own fame. And what proof did she have? A single video file on her computer named Kismet, zip, an old blog post. They would thank her for her time and show her the door, perhaps quietly suggesting a good therapist. Tell Mark, he would see it as a liability, a threat to the brand, a distraction from the lucrative opportunities her victory had unlocked. He would tell her to bury it, to forget it, to focus on the bottom line. He lived in a world of contracts and commissions, not of psychological warfare waged by digital phantoms. Tell Ben, the thought died before it could fully form, a casualty of a profound and searing guilt. Ben was fighting for his own life, his own freedom, because of her. He was buried under a mountain of fabricated evidence, a victim of the very monster she was now contemplating, confronting. To drag him back into her nightmare, to ask him for more help when his own life was in ruins, was a selfishness she could not stomach. This was her fight. The key to the cage was in her hand, and only she could decide whether to use it to try and unlock the door or to simply stare at it until she starved to death. The second day was a slow, agonizing war of attrition against her own fear. She forced herself to eat, to shower, to walk through the silent, unplugged apartment. She was a soldier preparing for a battle she was certain she would lose, but the act of preparation itself was a form of defiance. The paralysis of the previous day had given way to a terrible, kinetic anxiety. She couldn't stay here, in this beautiful, sterile prison, waiting for his next move. The silence was no longer a refuge. It was an echo chamber for her terror. Inaction was a choice, a passive surrender. It was letting him win. The hunt had to have an end. A story had to have a climax. He was the author of her success, but she had to be the author of her own ending, whatever that might be. She stood before the mirror, not the grand, full-length mirror in her walk-in closet, but the small, simple one in the bathroom. The woman looking back was a stranger. Her eyes were wide, shadowed with a sleepless, primal fear, but there was a new hardness in them, a flinty resolve forged in the crucible of her despair. She was not Pixel, the vibrant performer. She was not the polished, powerful Lyra Page of Cynosure Connect. She was a survivor, stripped bare of all artifice. She put on a pair of simple, dark jeans, a plain gray t-shirt, and a nondescript black jacket. It was an anonymous skin, the drab camouflage of the city. She was not going to meet him as a star. She was going as a ghost, to meet a ghost. The car keys felt impossibly heavy in her hand. The act of leaving the apartment, her fortress, her prison, was a physical effort, like pushing against a powerful current. She walked down the long, silent corridor, the plush carpet muffling her footsteps. She rode the silent elevator down 47 floors, watching the numbers descend, each one taking her further from her gilded cage and closer to his grim, unknown lair. She walked through the gleaming, opulent lobby, nodding numbly at the doorman, who greeted her with a polite, deferential smile, utterly oblivious to the fact that she was a soldier walking out to her own execution. The drive was a journey through the stratified geology of Cynosure City. She started in the heavens, the sleek glass and steel canyons of the financial district, a world of clean lines, electric cars, and ambition so sharp you could cut yourself on it. This was the world he had built for her, a world of polished surfaces and reflected skies. As she drove east, the landscape began to decay. The gleaming towers gave way to squat, concrete office blocks, then to rows of aging, soot-stained residential buildings. The electric cars were replaced by battered sedans and rumbling delivery trucks. The air itself seemed to change, losing its crisp, filtered quality, becoming thick with the smells of exhaust, fried food, and urban decay. This was his world, the world of the Argus Arms. A world of shadows, of grit, of things hidden and forgotten. Her hands were slick with sweat on the steering wheel. Her mind was a chaotic storm of possibilities, each one more terrifying than the last. What would she do when she got there? Would she just sit in her car and stare? Would she walk up to the door? Knock? What would she say? "Hi, are you the omniscient digital god who has been systematically ruining my life by making it perfect? Can we talk?" The absurdity of it was a bubble of hysterical laughter rising in her chest, a laughter that was dangerously close to a scream. She was not in control. She had no plan. She was simply a moth, drawn to the strange dark flame of her own destroyer, compelled by a force she did not understand. She was following the string, not out of courage, but because she could not bear the tension of not knowing where it led. She found the street. It was even grimmer than she had imagined. The Argus Arms stood on the corner, a sullen 5-story brick monolith that seemed to absorb the gray afternoon light rather than reflect it. Its windows were dark, grimy squares, like the vacant eyes of a skull. Water stains bled down from the roofline in long, dark streaks, like permanent tears. Across the street, the 24-hour mail services store was a beacon of faded, buzzing fluorescent light, its windows covered in peeling posters and security bars. The whole neighborhood felt tired, forgotten, a place where dreams came to die. This was where the god lived? The god who could move markets and shatter careers and rearrange the very stars for her? The disconnect was so profound it made her feel dizzy. She couldn't just park in front of the building. It felt too exposed, too direct. She saw a small, grimy coffee shop on the opposite corner, its name the Daily Grind, a piece of cosmic, unintentional irony. It was perfect. A place of public anonymity, a vantage point. She pulled into a parking spot down the block and walked towards the cafe, her keys clutched in her hand like a talisman. The bell over the door let out a sad, tinny jingle as she entered. The air inside was thick with the smell of stale coffee and burnt sugar. A handful of patrons were scattered among the mismatched tables, each of them lost in their own world of quiet desperation. A man in a grease-stained mechanic's uniform hunched over a newspaper. A young woman with headphones on stared blankly at a laptop screen. No one looked up. She was invisible here. She was safe. She walked to the counter and ordered a black coffee, her voice a low, unsteady murmur. She paid with cash from her wallet, avoiding the digital trail of a credit card. The coffee was bitter and watery, but its warmth was a small, grounding comfort in her cold, trembling hands. She chose a small two-person table by the large steamed-up front window. It offered a perfect, unobstructed view of the Argus Arms. And then she waited. She sat there for what felt like an eternity, the bad coffee growing cold in his paper cup. She did not drink it. Her stomach was a tight, churning knot of acid. Her entire being was focused on the building across the street. She stared at its brick facade, counting the floors, her eyes tracing the lines of windows, trying to locate the one that belonged to him. Apartment 4B, 4th floor. She counted up from the ground. She scanned the row of dark, silent windows. Which one was it? Did he look out of it? Did he see the same gray sky she saw? Was he in there right now, sitting in his own dark room, watching her world on his screens? The thought sent a fresh wave of ice through her veins. He knew. Of course he knew she was here. The arrogance of her secret hunt suddenly seemed pathetic, naive. She had been so proud of her cloak of anonymity, her VPNs and her Tor browser. But he was not just a hacker. He was an architect of systems. He would have other ways of seeing. He would have known the moment she started searching for him. He would have watched her follow the breadcrumbs he himself had failed to erase. And he would have tracked her here. An image, sharp and terrifying, flashed in her mind. A map of Cynosure City on one of his screens. A single, blinking dot labeled Lyra moving across the grid, leaving the glittering safety of her territory and entering the drab, gray quadrant of his. He would have watched her car, camera by traffic camera, as she made her pilgrimage across the city to his doorstep. He had not been surprised by her arrival. He had been expecting it. The realization shifted her perspective entirely. She was not the hunter who had cornered her prey. She was the protagonist who had finally, obediently, arrived for the story's climax. She had been summoned, and she had come. The sense of her own agency, which had felt so hard-won, evaporated like mist. She was still the puppet. He had just given her a longer string. A strange, fatalistic calm settled over her. The fear was still there, a deep, thrumming bass line, but the frantic anxiety was gone. The game was out of her hands. All she could do now was sit and wait and see what the god in the machine intended to do next. She let her gaze drift up the facade of the building again, to the row of windows on the 4th floor. Her eyes moved past the first, the second, the third, and then they stopped. They locked onto one specific window. It was no different from the others. It was a dark, blank, grimy square. There was no light on inside. There was no movement. There was nothing to distinguish it from the windows on either side. But she knew. It was not a thought. It was not a guess. It was a feeling, a sudden, absolute certainty that resonated in the deepest part of her soul. It was an instinct, a primal sense of being observed, a psychic tripwire. He was there, behind that specific pane of glass, and he was looking at her. The world seemed to contract, the sounds of the coffee shop fading into a dull, distant roar. The street, the cars, the other patrons, they all disappeared. Her entire universe shrank to the 70 feet of asphalt and air that separated her table from that single dark window. Her heart was hammering against her ribs, a frantic, trapped bird. She couldn't breathe. She could feel his gaze on her, an invisible pressure against her skin. It was not a hostile gaze. It was not a threatening gaze. It was something far more terrifying. It was a gaze of calm, patient, absolute ownership. It was the look a collector gives to his most prized, most beautiful, and most fragile butterfly, pinned perfectly under glass. The alert had been a quiet, unobtrusive chime in the perfect silence of the panopticon. A single, amber flag pulsing on a tertiary monitor, indicating the initiation of an established protocol. Protocol name, Convergence. Trigger, subject's vehicle crossing the geofence perimeter of his own neighborhood. Status, in progress. Silas Cade felt no alarm. He felt no surprise. He felt only a profound and serene sense of rightness, of a complex equation finally solving for its inevitable result. He had watched her digital hunt for days, a grandmaster observing a gifted student solve a complex chess problem. He had seen her intelligence, her resilience, her refusal to accept the simple, elegant lie he had constructed for her. And he had felt a surge of something that his own sentiment analysis software would have struggled to label. It was pride, perhaps, Or maybe just the deep, aesthetic satisfaction of a creator witnessing his creation exceed his own design parameters. He had watched her on his map of the city, a single, determined light moving steadily from her world of glass and steel into his world of brick and shadow. He had watched her park, her movements hesitant. He had watched her walk, her shoulders squared with a courage he knew she did not feel. He had watched her enter the dreary little cafe across the street, a place he had passed 1,000 times and never once considered entering. And he had waited. He knew she would need time. Time to acclimate. Time to let her fear settle. Time to gather the tattered remnants of her resolve. He had granted her this time, observing her from the emotionless, digital omniscience of his systems. He saw her order her coffee. He logged the cash transaction. He noted her elevated heart rate, a metric he still pulled from the passive Bluetooth monitoring of her fitness tracker, a device she had forgotten to unplug. He saw her sit at the window, her gaze fixed upon his building. He was content to watch her from his screens. The feeds from the street cameras were adequate. But as she sat there, a small, determined figure shrouded in the cafe's gloom, a new, unfamiliar impulse stirred within him. The digital connection, the God's eye view, was no longer enough. For months, he had been the ghost in her machine, the silent observer of her mediated reality. But she was no longer just a collection of pixels on his screen. She was here, a physical presence, 100 feet from his own physical body. The final barrier between their worlds had grown thin, almost translucent. Slowly, deliberately, he stood up from his ergonomic chair. The movement was a rare one. He spent most of his life in that chair, the command throne of his digital empire. He walked across the Spartan, dimly lit room, his bare feet silent on the cold, polished floor. The apartment was a reflection of his own mind, functional, uncluttered, and devoid of any personal touch, save for the single, faded photograph of his sister that sat on the corner of his desk. A silent, perpetual reminder of the failure that had birthed his mission. He reached the window, the same grimy fourth-floor window that Lyra was now staring at from across the street. The glass was cool against his fingertips. The world outside was a familiar landscape of gray and brown, of urban decay. It was a world he had long ago chosen to retreat from. He kept the lights off, not just for operational security, but because he preferred the darkness. It was a better medium for observing the light of others. He stood back from the window, a few feet into the shadows of the room, rendering him an indistinct, human-shaped silhouette against the gloom behind him. He looked down, not at the street, but directly at the front window of the daily grind. He saw her, a small figure, at a small table. Even from this distance, he could feel the intensity of her focus. She was not just looking at the building, she was looking for him. And then, it happened. He saw her head lift slightly. Her gaze, which had been scanning the facade, stopped. It locked onto his window. He could not see her eyes, but he felt them. A connection, as real and as palpable as a physical touch, arced across the space between them. It was a jolt of high-voltage awareness. She knew, in that single, impossible moment, she knew she had found him. She knew he was there, behind the glass, looking back. A profound, cold stillness settled over him. This was it, the culmination, the eye of the hunter meeting the eye of the creator. There was no fear. There was no animosity. There was only a perfect, terrifying, and beautiful symmetry. The puppet had looked up and seen the face of the puppeteer. The story had reached its turning point. He did not move. He did not wave. He did not retreat from the window. He simply stood there, a shadow in the darkness, and held her gaze, a silent acknowledgement of her journey, of her arrival. He was letting her see him. He was granting her the truth she had fought so hard to find. The truth was that he was real. And the truth was that he had been waiting for her. Lyra's world had compressed into a single dark square of glass. The knowledge that he was there, looking back at her, was a physical force. It pinned her to her chair. It stole the air from her lungs. She should have been terrified. She was. But beneath the terror there was a strange, exhilarating clarity. The hunt was over. The ghost was real. He had a name, an address, and now a window. He was not a phantom. He was a man in a room. A man who was watching her right now, with an intensity that she could feel in the marrow of her bones. How long they stayed like that, locked in their silent, long-distance confrontation, she couldn't say. It could have been 10 seconds. It could have been 10 minutes. Time had ceased to have meaning. It was a moment suspended outside the normal flow of reality. A pocket universe that contained only the two of them. A hunter and her prey, who was also her creator, her protector, and her tormentor. It was she who broke the connection first. It was too much. The intensity was unbearable. With a sharp, ragged intake of breath, she tore her gaze away from the window, her head dropping, her eyes focusing on the swirling, muddy dregs of the cold coffee in her cup. Her heart was a wild drum against her ribs. Her hands were shaking so violently that the cup rattled in its saucer. She had found him. She had looked into the abyss, and the abyss had calmly, patiently looked back. The question that had driven her for weeks, "Where is he?" had been answered. Now, a new, more terrifying question took its place. What happens now? She fumbled in her jacket pocket, her fingers searching for the reassuring, solid shape of her car keys. She had to leave. She had to get out of here. She had the information she needed. She had his location. Now she could plan, she could strategize, Her thoughts were shattered by a sudden violent buzzing against her leg. It was her phone. She had left it on vibrate, and the powerful motor was jolting against her thigh. She flinched, a small, sharp gasp escaping her lips. With a hand that felt clumsy and disconnected from her own arm, she pulled the phone from her pocket. The screen was lit up with an incoming call from a number she didn't recognize. Blocked caller. A wave of nausea rolled through her. She knew with a certainty that was absolute who it was. The ghost was breaking the silence. He was moving to the next stage of the game. He had seen her. He had let her see him. And now he was going to speak to her. Her thumb hovered over the decline button. She could reject the call. She could run out of the cafe, get in her car, and drive away. She could pretend this moment had never happened. But she knew it was futile. He had her number. He had her location. He had her life. Declining the call would not be an act of defiance. It would only be a postponement of the inevitable. With a final silent prayer to a God she was certain did not exist, she took a shaky breath, and her thumb slid across the screen, accepting the call. She slowly raised the phone to her ear, the cold glass slick against her skin. "Hello," she whispered, her voice a fragile, broken thing. She heard the sound of a connection being made, a faint click, and then silence. Not the dead air of a dropped call, but the charged, deliberate silence of a listening presence. She knew he was there, on the other end of the line, just as he was there in the window across the street. The game of observation was over. The game of communication was about to begin. She held her breath, waiting for the ghost, for Silas Cade, to finally, after all this time, speak his first words to her. Chapter 23. Invitation to the Panopticon. The silence on the other end of the line was not empty. It was a physical presence, a deliberate, weighted void designed to unnerve her, to make her fill it with her own frantic, panicked words. It was the silence of a predator who has stopped chasing and is now simply waiting for its cornered prey to acknowledge its submission. Lyra held the cold glass of her phone to her ear, her own breathing sounding impossibly loud in the dead air of the cafe. She refused to speak. She had found him. She had faced his window. She had answered his call. The next move was his. She would not give him the satisfaction of her fear. After a silence that stretched for an eternity, a space of 5, 6, 7 heartbeats, a voice finally spoke. It was not what she expected. There was no gravelly menace, no electronic distortion, no theatrical villainy. It was a man's voice, quiet, calm, and so unnervingly, terrifyingly normal that it was more shocking than any monster's growl could ever be. It was the voice of a soft-spoken librarian, a mild-mannered accountant, a man you would never notice in a crowd. It was the voice of a ghost. "Lyra," he said, just her name. The syllables were pronounced with a precise, almost gentle clarity, as if he were handling a delicate, precious object. The sound of her own name, spoken by him, was a profound violation, a final, intimate trespass. He did not wait for a reply. He knew she would not, could not, give one. There was a soft click, and the call ended. The line went dead. She stared at the phone screen, which had returned to the image of the constellation, its celestial beauty now feeling like a brand. He had spoken to her. He had said her name. And then he had vanished back into the ether. What did it mean? Was it a warning? A prelude to something worse? Was he on his way down? Were the police on their way? Her mind, a frantic engine, tried to process the 1,000 terrifying possibilities. And then the phone buzzed again. A single sharp vibration against her palm. Not a call this time. A text message. From the same block number. Her thumb, slick with a cold sweat, moved with a will of its own, tapping the notification. The messaging app opened. The screen was stark white. The text, a simple, clean black font. There were 4 short lines of text. I see you. It's cold out there. Come up. Apartment 4B. The door is unlocked. The words were a hammer blow. Each sentence was a perfectly calibrated instrument of psychological warfare, designed to strip away her last remaining vestiges of agency. I see you. A statement of absolute, effortless omniscience. He was not just in the window. He was everywhere. He was confirming that her feeling of being watched was not paranoia. It was a simple, objective fact. It's cold out there. The most twisted part of the message. It was a grotesque parody of care, of concern. The solicitousness of a jailer noticing his prisoner is shivering. It was a gesture of power masquerading as kindness, a reminder that he controlled her environment, her comfort, her very reality. Come up, not a question, not a request, a command, a summons. The quiet, polite instruction of a god to his subject. An invitation that was not an invitation at all, but an order. And the final, brutal line. The door is unlocked. This was the masterstroke, the ultimate demonstration of his control and her powerlessness. There were no barriers between them that he did not allow. The locks on his door were irrelevant because he had never been locked out of hers. He was inviting her into his lair, and he was showing her that he had never even bothered to bar the entrance. It was an act of supreme, terrifying confidence. Lyra's world, which had contracted to the dark window across the street, now collapsed into the 4 short lines of text on her phone. Every rational instinct, every primal survival mechanism in her body screamed at her to run, to throw the phone into the nearest sewer drain, to get in her car, to drive until the city was a distant memory, to disappear, to change her name, to simply cease to exist. She could do it. She could be out of this cafe and on the highway in 5 minutes. But the futility of it washed over her like a freezing tide. Run where? He was Kismet. He was a ghost in the world's machine. He had found her when she was a nobody with 1,000 viewers. He had tracked her to this obscure cafe on the forgotten edge of the city. He could access her bank accounts, her government records, her very biometrics. There was no cabin in the woods remote enough, no new identity secure enough to hide from a man who could see the world through the eyes of its own technology. Running was not an escape. It was merely a delay. He would find her. And she suspected, with a cold certainty, that his patience was not infinite. His next summons might not be so polite. Her mind raced, desperately cycling through the other options, the ones that belonged to a sane and ordered world. The police. The thought was a bitter, hollow joke. She replayed the imaginary conversation in her head, and it was even more absurd now. Yes, officer, I'd like to report the man who just invited me up to his apartment. Yes, he's been stalking me. He does it by making me an international success and destroying all of my enemies. No, he hasn't physically harmed me. But he did send me a very unsettling text message. And he changed my phone's wallpaper to a picture of stars. They wouldn't just dismiss her. They would commit her. She had no proof. Nothing that would stand up in a court of law. Her story was the ranting of a lunatic, a tapestry of impossible coincidences and paranoid delusions. And her star witness Ben was currently fighting to stay out of prison himself, a victim of the ghost's perfect, elegant frame-up. To call the police would be to invite her own destruction, her own public unraveling as a paranoid, unstable celebrity. Her captor had thought of that too. He had built her cage not just with success, but with the very logic of the world, a logic that would never, could not, believe her story. So that left one option, the one she had been marching towards since the moment she had discovered his name, the final, terrifying door at the end of the labyrinth. She could go up. She stared at the text message, at the unlocked door waiting for her. It was a trap. Of course it was a trap. But what kind? A physical one? Did he mean to harm her? It didn't fit his profile. His methods were psychological, not physical. He was an artist of control, a puppeteer. A puppeteer does not break his favorite marionette. He savors its dance. No, the trap was not for her body. It was for her soul. This was a test, a final examination. He had summoned her to his inner sanctum, to the heart of his power, to the panopticon itself, and he wanted to see what she would do. Would she cower? Would she scream? Would she beg? Or would she walk in with her head held high? He was the author, and he was waiting to see how his protagonist would play the final scene. A strange, cold clarity descended upon her, cutting through the swirling fog of her fear. The choice was not between safety and danger. There was no safety. The choice was between two forms of defeat. A passive defeat, where she ran and hid and spent the rest of her life looking over her shoulder, a ghost haunted by a ghost, or an active defeat. A confrontation, on his terms, in his territory, where she might lose everything, but she would lose it on her feet, looking her enemy in the eye. It was the choice between being a hunted animal and being a gladiator, walking into an arena from which she would likely never emerge. She thought of Ben, his career in ashes because he had tried to fight for her. She thought of her father, his memory desecrated, used as a tool against her. She thought of the long, dark days in her apartment, the feeling of her own mind unraveling. The fear was still there, a cold, hard stone in her gut. But the rage was there too, a quiet, steady, incandescent flame. He had taken so much from her. She would not give him the satisfaction of her cowardice. She would not let him write her as a character who fled in the final act. With a final, decisive movement, she stood up from the table, her chair scraping harshly against the linoleum floor. The handful of other patrons in the cafe barely glanced at her. To them, she was just another anonymous woman finishing her coffee. They had no idea they were witnessing a person walking to her own reckoning. She dropped a few crumpled bills onto the table, far more than the watery coffee was worth, and walked towards the door. The tinny bell chimed again as she stepped out into the cold gray air of the street. The Argus arms loomed before her, a silent, brick-faced sphinx guarding its secrets. She stood on the curb, the city's traffic, a distant, muffled roar. She looked up, to the fourth floor, to the dark, silent window. She knew he was still there, watching her, waiting. He had given her the invitation. Now she was about to RSVP, but not on his terms, not completely. Her mind, sharpened by days of paranoia and investigation, was working again. She could not go in there as a helpless victim. She needed a weapon. She needed insurance. She needed a record. She pulled her phone from her pocket. The constellation still glowed on the screen. She ignored it. With a few quick taps, she navigated to the phone's voice recorder app. Her hands were trembling, but her purpose was clear. She tapped the record button. A small red icon appeared in the top corner of the screen, a tiny, pulsing drop of blood. The phone was now listening, recording everything, saving it to its internal memory. Then, with another series of taps, she opened her streaming platform's app. She navigated to the Go Live function. She did not press the button to start the stream. Instead, she accessed the settings. She enabled the local recording feature, a setting that would save a high-quality video of her stream directly to her phone's storage, even if she never broadcasted a single frame. She ensured the audio input was set to the phone's microphone. She now had two redundant recording systems running, an audio file and a video file that was, for now, just recording a black screen. She locked the phone and slid it carefully into the inside pocket of her black jacket, positioning it so the microphone at the bottom of the device was pointing up towards her head, as clear of obstruction as possible. If he was going to speak to her, the world would not hear it in real time. But she would have the tape, she would have the proof. It was a desperate, flimsy shield against an enemy who could likely delete the files from her phone with a single thought. But it was something. It was an act of defiance. It was a secret she carried into the lion's den. It was her one last string to pull. She took a deep breath, the cold, gritty city air filling her lungs. It felt sharp, real. She looked both ways, a gesture of absurd, mundane normalcy in a moment that was anything but, and she stepped off the curb. The walk across the street was the longest journey of her life. Each step was a conscious, deliberate act of will. The asphalt felt unsteady beneath her feet, the passing cars like phantom beasts. The world seemed to move in slow motion, every detail magnified. A discarded newspaper skittering across the pavement, the hiss of a bus's air brakes, the distant mournful wail of a siren. She was intensely, terrifyingly aware of everything, every sight, every sound. It was the hyper-awareness of a soldier advancing across open ground, the feeling that a million invisible guns were trained on her. She reached the other side. She stood before the entrance to the Argus Arms. The front door was heavy, solid wood, its paint peeling in long leper strips. The brass handle was tarnished and dull. It looked like the entrance to a place that had been forgotten by time. There was an old, buzzing intercom system on the wall, its buttons labeled with faded, handwritten names. She scanned them. There was no Cade. There was no Cynosure Data Solutions. Of course not. He was a ghost here, too. She pulled the heavy door. It opened with a low, groaning complaint, the sound of long, disused hinges. She stepped inside. The lobby was a small, square room that smelled of dust, damp wool, and a faint, cloying scent of pine-scented disinfectant that failed to mask a deeper, older smell of decay. The light came from a single, flickering fluorescent tube on the ceiling, its ballast emitting a low, constant, maddening buzz. The floor was cracked, yellowed linoleum. A row of tarnished brass mailboxes lined one wall. A rickety, cage-like elevator stood in the corner, its door slightly ajar. It was a place of profound and utter neglect. The contrast with the sleek, sterile opulence of her own Skylands lobby was so stark it was dizzying. This was his fortress. This was the Panopticon's physical shell. She walked towards the elevator, her footsteps echoing unnervingly in the small, dead space. The button to summon the car was a round, yellowed piece of plastic that felt greasy to the touch. She pressed it. Nothing happened. She pressed it again, harder. With a groan of tortured metal, the elevator cage shuddered and the door slowly, reluctantly, slid, closed. The car began its descent with a lurch that made her stomach drop. It was not a silent, smooth ride. It was a journey of groans, creaks, and unsettling shudders, the cables straining with every foot it climbed. The floors were marked by faded stenciled numbers on the wall of the shaft, visible through the elevator's metal grate. 2, 3. She held her breath as the number 4 slid into view. The elevator stopped with another jarring lurch, its floor not quite level with the hallway. She pushed open the cage door and stepped out into a long, dim corridor. The air here was even more stale, thick with the ghosts of 1,000 forgotten meals. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a weak, yellow circle of light on a worn, threadbare runner that stretched the length of the hall. The doors to the apartments were a uniform drab brown, each marked with a tarnished brass number, 4 Ampere, 4C, 4D. She turned, and there it was. At the end of the hall, the last door on the left, 4B. It was no different from the others. The same drab brown paint, the same tarnished brass number. But it felt different. It felt like it was radiating a cold, dark energy. It was the final destination. The monster's maw. She walked towards it, her feet silent on the worn carpet. Each step was a lifetime. The hallway seemed to stretch, to elongate, the door receding as she approached. She could hear the blood pounding in her ears, a frantic, desperate drumbeat. She reached the door. She stood before it, her hand hovering a few inches from the wood. She could feel the phone in her pocket, a small, secret weight against her ribs. Its microphone was listening. Its camera was recording. He had said it was unlocked. She didn't have to knock. She didn't have to ask for permission. All she had to do was turn the handle and push. All she had to do was accept the invitation. She raised her hand. Her fingers, cold and trembling, closed around the cool, smooth brass of the doorknob. She took one last, shuddering breath. the stale, dead air of the hallway filling her lungs. This was it. The end of the hunt. The end of the story. The end of everything. She tightened her grip, turned the knob, and pushed the door open. Chapter 24. Meeting the Maker. The door swung inward on a whisper of well-oiled hinges. It was a sound that did not belong in the decaying, groaning symphony of the Argus arms. It was a sound of precision, of care, of a different world existing behind the drab brown wood. Lyra's hand, still clutching the cool brass knob, was frozen in place. She had expected resistance. A creak. A complaint of old, tired metal. She had gotten none. The door had yielded to her touch, as if it had been waiting for her and her alone. The air that flowed out from the apartment was the first shock to her system. It was not the stale, dusty air of the hallway, thick with the ghost of forgotten meals and human neglect. This air was different. It was cold. So cold, it felt like a physical presence against her skin. A sudden plunge into a chilled, sterile environment. It smelled of nothing and everything at once. There was the faint, sharp scent of ozone, the smell of powerful electronics working hard. There was the dry, sterile scent of filtered, recycled air. And beneath it all, there was a complete and utter absence of life. No food, no dust, no sweat, no humanity. It was the air of a server room, of a laboratory, of a tomb. Her eyes, accustomed to the dim, yellow gloom of the corridor, were met with an assault, a wall of pure, living light. It was not a single source. It was a fractured, chaotic mosaic of light, 100 different suns of varying size and intensity, all burning in a sea of absolute, profound darkness. The room beyond the doorway was a black hole that had swallowed a galaxy of stars. Her mind, overwhelmed, could not immediately process what it was seeing. It was just light, blinding, overwhelming. And in the center of it all, a single, dark shape, a silhouette against the stellar chaos, a throne in the heart of the machine. She took a single, hesitant step across the threshold. Her sneakers, silent on the hallway's threadbare runner, made a soft, scuffing sound on the polished concrete floor inside. The sound was an intrusion, a violation of the room's perfect, humming silence. The heavy door clicked shut behind her, the sound loud and final, a gavel falling, a sentence being passed. The dim light of the hallway was gone. She was sealed inside with the light and the darkness and the silence. Her eyes began to adjust, the pupils contracting against the glare. The mosaic of light resolved itself into individual shapes, screens, dozens and dozens of them. They were arranged in a vast, curved, multi-tiered arc that dominated the room, a digital cocoon that wrapped around a central point. Monitors of every conceivable size and shape. Small, tablet-sized screens showing scrolling lines of code. Medium-sized monitors displaying complex graphs and network traffic analyses. Large 4 Kelvin displays showing crystal clear, high-definition video feeds. And in the center of it all, a single, immense, wall-sized screen that was the altar of this strange, terrifying church. This was it. This was the Panopticon. It was not a metaphor. It was a physical place. A real room. A control center built in the hollowed-out guts of a forgotten apartment in a forgotten neighborhood. This was the Ghost Nerve Center. His brain, his heart. She took another step forward, her movement slow, cautious, a sleepwalker navigating a dream from which she knew she would never wake. She could see the content of the screens now, and the sight, the sheer, breathtaking, soul-destroying reality of it was a physical blow. It knocked the air from her lungs. It made her knees weak. It was her life. Her entire life, captured, cataloged, curated, and displayed like a vast, horrifying art installation. It was a museum of her, and she was the only exhibit. On a large screen to her left, she saw herself sleeping. The feed was from her own laptop camera. the one she had so defiantly covered with a piece of tape in her own apartment. But this was not a live feed. It was a recording from weeks ago. She saw herself in her old apartment, her face peaceful, vulnerable, completely unaware. Her protector, her stalker, watching her in her most unguarded moments. On a screen below that, a different feed. The lobby of the Skylands apartments. She saw herself from that very morning, a different lifetime ago. Walking out the door, her face a mask of grim determination, the security camera feed was crystal clear. He had not just seen her leave. He had watched it in high definition. Another screen showed a cascading wall of text. She recognized it instantly. It was the chat log from her stream after the Valerian raid, the moment of her greatest triumph. Every message, every emote, every username, preserved and displayed like an ancient scroll. A smaller screen showed a map of Cynosure City, a single, blinking red dot tracing a path across it. Her path, the route she had taken from her apartment to this building, tracked in real time. He had watched her coming, every turn, every stoplight. She saw a screen displaying her bank account, her balance, her recent transactions, the payment from Kinetic Fuel, the cost of the coffee she had bought less than an hour ago. She saw a screen with her own private social media feed, the one meant for her family and closest friends. There was the picture of her in the red sweater, the picture that had first tipped off the unfortunate Arthur Finch. The ghost had seen it too. She saw a screen playing a silent looping video of one of her streams, a moment where she had laughed, a genuine unforced laugh at a viewer's joke. He had isolated the moment, preserved it, a butterfly pinned to a board. She saw a screen with the audio waveform of her phone call with her mother, the conversation where her mother had told her she deserved her success. He had listened to that too. He had analyzed her mother's love and logged it as a data point. The sheer, staggering, and profound scale of the violation was beyond comprehension. It was not just hacking. It was not just stalking. It was a complete and total annexation of her existence. He had not just watched her. He had consumed her. Her life was his data. Her emotions were his analytics. Her memories were his private collection. She was not a person to him. She was a project. She was a system to be monitored. She was a beautiful, complex specimen to be observed from every possible angle, her every flutter of her wings recorded for posterity. The gilded cage was not the apartment. It was her own skin, her own life. And he had the master key to it all. Her gaze, wild and horrified, finally moved from the chaos of the screens to the single, still point at the center of the storm, the throne, the chair, and the man sitting in it. He was not what she had expected. Her mind, in its darkest, most fearful moments, had conjured a monster, a hulking, shadowy figure, a creature of rage and menace, or perhaps a pale, twitching, goblin-like creature, a golem for the digital age hunched over his glowing treasures. The man in the chair was neither. He was terrifyingly, devastatingly, disappointingly normal. He was of average height and average build. He wore simple, functional clothes, a plain, dark gray t-shirt, a pair of well-worn jeans. His hair was an unremarkable brown, cut short and neat. His face was pale, not from a lack of sunlight, but from a lifetime spent in the glow of screens. He had no scars, no menacing tattoos, no cruel sneer. His features were plain, forgettable. If she had passed him on the street, her gaze would have slid right over him. He was a blank space in a crowd. He was human static. He was the most ordinary-looking man she had ever seen. And that was the most terrifying thing about him. This bland, unremarkable man was the god who had remade her world. This was the architect of her triumphs and her terrors. This was the ghost who had whispered in her machine, who had rearranged the stars for her, who had crucified her friend without a second thought. The dissonance between his mundane appearance and his monstrous, world-altering power was a cognitive gap so wide she felt her sanity could fall into it and never be seen again. He was not looking at the screens. He was looking at her. He had been looking at her since the moment she had walked through the door. His expression was as calm and placid as a frozen lake. There was no malice in his eyes, no anger, no triumph. There was only a deep, profound, and unnerving stillness, a quiet, analytical focus. It was the look of an artist, finally beholding his finished masterpiece in the flesh. The look of a watchmaker, admiring the complex, beautiful movement of the timepiece he had spent a lifetime creating. The look of a creator meeting his creation. He sat perfectly still, his hands resting on the arms of the chair. His posture was relaxed, at ease. He was not a captor gloating over his prisoner. He was a host, welcoming a long-expected guest into his home. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, punctuated only by the whisper, quiet hum of the dozens of cooling fans that kept his digital universe from overheating. Lyra's heart was a frantic drum, but her body was frozen. Her mind was screaming, a silent, primal shriek of pure terror. Run, hide, scream. But her feet were bolted to the concrete floor. She could not look away from his placid, observant gaze. She had hunted him for so long, and now that she had found him, she was paralyzed by the sheer, mundane reality of him. He moved. It was a small, economical motion. He simply inclined his head, a gesture of polite acknowledgement, and then he spoke. His voice was the same one she had heard on the phone. Quiet, calm, level. A voice utterly devoid of any discernible emotion. Hello, Lyra. The sound of her name, spoken in this room, in this context, was an electric shock. Welcome, he continued, his voice as even and placid as his expression, to the panopticon. He gestured with one hand, a slight, open-palmed movement that encompassed the entire wall of screens, the entire museum of her life. It was not a boast. It was a simple statement of fact, an introduction to the space. He then pointed to a single, simple black chair that sat opposite his own, a few feet away. It was the only other piece of furniture in the room. An observer's chair, a supplicant's chair, a witness stand. Please, he said, his voice a soft, polite invitation. Sit. We have a great deal to discuss. The command, phrased as a polite request, was the thing that finally broke her paralysis. The primal instinct to flee was still there, a wild animal clawing at the inside of her ribs. But the still that had formed in the darkness of her apartment held firm. She had come here for a reason. She had not endured the hunt, the fear, the slow unraveling of her own mind, just to turn and run at the final moment. She had come for answers. She had come for a confrontation. She had come to see the face of her God and to spit in it if she could. Her body, a machine she was no longer sure she was piloting, obeyed the cold resolve of her mind. She took a step and another. She walked across the cold concrete floor, the galaxy of her own life flickering on the screens around her. She could feel the phone in her pocket, its secret weight a small, cold comfort. It was still recording. She was still performing. But now, the audience was an audience of one herself. A future version of herself who would need to remember this, who would need this record, this proof that this insane reality had actually happened. She reached the chair. It was a simple, hard, wooden chair, a stark contrast to his own ergonomic throne. She did not look at him. She looked past him, at the giant central screen. On it was a live feed. The feed from the camera in the hallway outside this very apartment. She could see the drab, brown corridor, the flickering light bulb, the door she had just walked through. He was watching his own front door. Of course he was. His paranoia, his need for control, was absolute. Slowly, deliberately, she sat down. The hard wood of the chair was a grounding, painful reality against her back. She placed her hands on her knees to keep them from trembling. She forced herself to meet his gaze. His eyes, a plain, unremarkable shade of gray, were still fixed on her. His expression, still one of calm, detached observation. The silence returned, but it was different now. It was not the silence of waiting. It was the silence of a formal meeting that was about to be called to order. The creator and the creation, face to face, surrounded by the evidence of their strange, twisted, and inextricable relationship. Lyra Page sat in the heart of the panopticon, a captive in the museum of her own life, and waited for the man who had built it all, the ordinary, terrifying man named Silas Cade, to begin. She was terrified. She was furious. She was a prisoner. But she had walked to the door, she had taken the seat, and she had met his gaze. The game was his, but she would be damned if she didn't play her part with all the strength she had left. The final act had begun. Chapter 25. The Protector's Confession. The silence in the room was a living thing. It was the sound of a universe holding its breath. Silas Cade did not move from his throne, his gray eyes fixed on Lyra with an unnerving, placid intensity. He was not studying her fear or her anger. He was simply observing her presence, the final living component that had been missing from his perfect, hermetically sealed world. He was the creator, and his creation had finally come home. Lyra sat rigid in the hard wooden chair, her hands clenched on her knees, her mind a screaming vortex of terror and disbelief. The vast, curved wall of screens that surrounded them was a testament to his power, a museum of her stolen life. Each screen was a shard of glass from the beautiful cage he had built, and she was seeing for the first time how completely it surrounded her. He spoke, and his voice, as calm and level as a placid sea, cut through the humming silence. It was not the voice of a monster. It was the voice of a technician delivering a report. The first subject was a man named Arthur Finch. The name, so mundane and pathetic, hung in the cold, sterile air. On a screen to Lyra's left, a new set of windows opened. She saw a collage of information, a photo of the weak-chinned, middle-aged man, his address, his place of employment. Then a series of private messages, the ones she had seen on his wife's social media feed, but here there were more, dozens more, sent to other women from his sordid dating profile. He had been more prolific than she had imagined. His initial contact was standard, a low-level parasocial fixation, but his behavioral analytics showed a dangerous escalation. Silas continued, his tone as dispassionate as if he were discussing a weather pattern. A new window opened, displaying a map of her old neighborhood, a red line tracing a path of movement. He began to deviate from his standard commute. His phone's location data indicated repeated, prolonged proximity to your residence. He was no longer just an online observer. He had breached the physical perimeter. This was an unacceptable risk. Lyra watched, mesmerized with horror. She saw a feed from a traffic camera outside her old apartment building, time-stamped from months ago. She saw Arthur Finch's car circling the block, once, twice, a third time. A predator testing the boundaries of his hunting ground. She had been completely unaware. He also represented a secondary threat. Silas's voice continued, a calm, emotionless narration to the horror film of her near past. His personal life was a house of cards built on deceit. A man with such a high degree of personal instability is unpredictable. His obsession could have easily turned violent upon rejection. Direct intervention would have been messy. A simple restraining order would have been ineffective and would have alerted him to your awareness, potentially triggering the very escalation I sought to avoid. On the screen, she saw the elegant, brutal solution. The anonymous email to the wife, the perfectly forged internal audit report sent to his employer. It was all there, laid out like a battle plan. The optimal solution was a controlled demolition. Silas stated, as if it were the most logical thing in the world. By exposing his secrets to the relevant parties, his own life collapsed under the weight of its own corruption. The threat was neutralized without any direct contact, and without you ever having to know the danger you were in. It was a clean, efficient resolution. He called it a resolution. He had detonated a man's life, his marriage, his career, and he called it a clean, efficient resolution. Lyra felt a wave of nausea. She had felt relief when she had read the wife's furious post. Now she felt like an unwitting accomplice to a meticulously planned execution. The competitive variables were more complex. Silas said, his hand gesturing to another set of screens. The face of J1NX, his trademark smirk frozen in time, appeared. Next to it, a complex network diagram showing the DDoS attack he had launched against her that fateful night. Jameson Vance, a Class 4 hostile. His methods were crude but effective. His attack on your stream was a direct threat to the project's viability. Simple defense was insufficient. It would have only invited further, more sophisticated attacks. The screen changed. It now showed a schematic of the neighborhood internet hub that had serviced J1NX's building. She saw lines of code, a targeted, overwhelming flood of data packets aimed at a single, vulnerable router. A retaliatory strike was required. Silas explained, his voice unwavering. Not against his stream, which would have been a petty, reciprocal action. The target was his core infrastructure, a complete, temporary severance of his connection to the network. The result was a dual success. The immediate threat was neutralized, and the subsequent audience migration provided a significant positive inflection point for your own growth metrics. It was an optimal outcome. Optimal outcome. He had sabotaged a rival, an act that had launched her career into the stratosphere, and he described it with the bloodless, detached language of a corporate analyst reviewing quarterly numbers. Lyra's mind reeled. She wanted to scream at him, to rage at him for the cold, inhuman way he described the lives he had manipulated and destroyed. But she was frozen, a spectator at the grand unveiling of her own secret history. He wasn't finished. The screens shifted again. Now they displayed the fine print of the Volt Rush contract, the predatory clauses highlighted in a menacing red. Corporate parasitism is a constant threat in this ecosystem. Silas narrated, this contract was a suboptimal protocol. Its restrictive clauses would have permanently limited your brand autonomy and long-term earning potential. Allowing you to sign it was not an option. She watched with a kind of numb, horrified fascination as he pulled up the evidence of his next masterpiece, the script he had used to create the phantom ransomware threat inside Volt Rush's network. The perfectly forged email chain between the two fictional Kinetic Fuel executives, the one that had made Mark feel like a strategic genius. It was all there. His work, his art. By creating a temporary crisis at the primary hostile entity, while simultaneously providing your agent with irresistible leverage, the negotiation landscape was fundamentally altered, he said. The outcome was a vastly superior contract, a strengthened sense of trust in your own support team, and a reinforced narrative of your own agency and deserved success. Another optimal resolution. Every miracle, every lucky break, every moment she had looked at the heavens and felt a sense of gratitude to a benevolent universe, it was all a lie. A meticulously crafted, perfectly executed, and completely artificial reality. And the architect of that reality was sitting 5 feet away from her, calmly explaining his work as if he were a museum curator walking her through his favorite exhibit. She finally found her voice. It was a dry, rasping whisper, a sound that was barely human. Why, the single word hung in the cold, silent air between them. It was a plea, a demand, an expression of a pain so profound it could not be contained in any other word. Why would you do this? Why would you build me a world made of lies? Why would you take my life and turn it into your own private experiment? Silas Cade looked at her for the first time. A flicker of something new entered his calm, gray eyes. It was not emotion. It was something else. A shift in purpose. The technician had finished his report. Now, the confessor was about to begin. Because protection is not a passive activity, Lyra, he said, his voice still quiet, but now imbued with a new, strange intensity. True safety is not the absence of threats. It is the active, constant, and invisible neutralization of them. You have been living in a dark forest full of wolves since the day you first went live. You were simply too focused on the beautiful flowers to notice the predators hiding in the shadows. His gaze drifted to the screens. I have shown you the wolves you met. Finch, Vance, Volt Rush. Now let me show you the ones you never even knew were there. The screens changed again. A new collage of information appeared, and this one made Lyra's blood run cold. It was a list of names, of handles, each one with a detailed file attached. She saw a streamer with millions of followers who had been preparing a coordinated, career-ending smear campaign against her, full of fabricated evidence of racism and transphobia. The file showed how Silas had discovered the plot and then leaked a minor, but embarrassing piece of personal information about the streamer to a rival, sparking a petty feud that had consumed all his attention, causing him to abandon his plans against her entirely. She saw another file, a wealthy, obsessive fan who had begun stalking her not just online but physically, hiring a private investigator to track her movements. The file showed how Silas had intercepted the investigator's reports, replaced them with false, boring information about her visiting libraries and volunteering at soup kitchens, and had simultaneously drained the fans' bank accounts through a series of complex, untraceable cryptocurrency scams until he could no longer afford the investigator's services. She saw a dozen more. A journalist planning a negative hit piece, whose computer had mysteriously crashed, wiping all his notes. A hacker collective that had been trying to breach her accounts, who were suddenly and inexplicably targeted by a massive law enforcement raid on their foreign servers. A former friend who had been planning to sell embarrassing stories from her teenage years to a tabloid, who suddenly had a change of heart after a series of anonymous, threatening messages reminded her of her own closely guarded secrets. It was a litany of averted disasters, of bullets she had unknowingly dodged, of cliffs she had never realized she was walking towards. Each one had been a potential crisis, a career-ending scandal, a source of profound personal pain, and he had stopped them all, silently, efficiently, ruthlessly. He had been her unseen, unknown, and terrifyingly effective guardian angel. She stared at the screens, her mind unable to reconcile the two realities. The man who had violated her privacy on a scale she could barely comprehend was also the man who had, by his own brutal logic, saved her from fate she could not even imagine. The monster was also her protector. The jailer was also the bodyguard. The cognitive dissonance was a physical force, making the room feel like it was tilting on its axis. "You see," Silas said, his voice a low, intense murmur, "the world is not a safe place, especially for someone like you, someone with a light, a spark. The wolves are drawn to the light because they wish to extinguish it. It is the fundamental nature of the system. I have simply been the shepherd, building an unbreakable fence, culling the herd of predators before they could reach you. You had no right," she whispered, the words a feeble defense against the overwhelming weight of his revelations. "You had no right to make those choices for me. You had no right to play God." At the mention of the word God, his placid expression finally broke. A shadow passed over his face, a flicker of a deep, ancient pain. He looked away from her, his gaze drifting to the corner of his desk, to the single framed photograph that sat there, a solitary monument in his sterile wilderness, the picture of the smiling young girl, his sister, Alara. "Gods do not fail," he said, his voice so quiet she had to strain to hear it. "Gods do not stand by, helpless, and watch the thing they love most in the world be torn to pieces by the static." He turned his gaze back to her, and in his eyes she saw it for the first time. Not the cold, detached logic of the architect, but the vast, empty, black hole of a profound and inconsolable grief. "Her name was Ilara," he said, his voice a raw, wounded thing. "She was my younger sister, and she was like you. She had a light, a real one. She wrote music. She sang like no one else. She was brilliant, and she was fragile, and she wanted to share her light with the world." He swiped a hand, and the central massive screen behind him flickered to life. The mosaic of Lyra's life vanished, replaced by a single old digitized home video. It showed a young girl, maybe 17, with a wild halo of dark hair and eyes that burned with a fierce, joyful energy. She was sitting on a stool in a messy bedroom, an acoustic guitar in her lap. She looked so much like the photograph. She looked a little like Lyra. She smiled at the camera, a wide, uninhibited grin, and then she began to play. The music was beautiful, a complex, melancholic melody, and then she sang. Her voice was a miracle. It was clear, powerful, and full of a raw, heartbreaking emotion. She tried to use the internet. Silas's narration continued, a ghost story told over the soundtrack of an angel's voice. This was years ago, before the platforms were what they are now. It was a wilder, crueler place. She posted her songs on forums, on early video sites. She just wanted people to hear her music. The home video faded, replaced by a series of screenshots, forum posts, comment sections. They were brutal. A torrent of anonymous, casual cruelty. Comments attacking her voice, her looks, her lyrics. One post had her home address, a primitive form of doxing. Another had taken her photo and crudely photoshopped it into grotesque, humiliating images. It was a digital stoning. The static, Silas whispered, his eyes locked on the screen, on the evidence of his sister's vivisection. That's what I call it. The endless, meaningless, hateful noise of the anonymous mob. They didn't hate her. They didn't know her. They were just bored. They were cruel for sport. They were wolves. And she was a songbird who had wandered into their forest. I tried to help her, he said, his voice hollow. I was just a programmer then. I reported the comments. I blocked the users. I pleaded with the site moderators, who did nothing. It was like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. I was powerless. I was just a man fighting an army of ghosts. The screen showed a final image. It was an email. From Elara to him. It was short. I can't hear the music anymore, Sai. Only the noise. I'm sorry. She was my entire life, Silas said, his voice finally breaking, a single deep crack in his icy composure. After our parents died, it was just us. I was supposed to protect her. I was supposed to be the watchful shepherd. But the fence I built was made of straw, and the wolves, they got through. He looked at Lyra, his eyes full of a pain so raw and vast, it seemed to suck the very air from the room. She took her own life a week after she sent me that email. The official report called it an accidental overdose. A miscalculation. But it wasn't. It was a execution carried out by 1,000 anonymous cowards. And I was the one who failed to stop it. I was the god who failed. He fell silent. The only sound was the faint hum of the machines and the ghost of his sister's beautiful voice, which seemed to still hang in the cold air. Lyra was frozen, her own fear and anger forgotten, eclipsed by the sheer, tragic gravity of his confession. The monster had a source code. The god had a creation myth. And it was a tragedy. His obsession, his control, his madness, it was all born from a single, profound moment of absolute powerlessness. He had built the Panopticon not out of a desire for power, but out of the terror of his own weakness. He had become a god because being a man had been unbearable. She looked at this quiet, ordinary, and profoundly broken man, and in the depths of her own terror, she felt a flicker of something she did not want to feel, something treacherous and unwelcome. It was a sliver of understanding. It was a ghost of empathy. It was a horrifying, unwelcome, and undeniable recognition of his pain. She saw not just the monster who had imprisoned her, but the grieving brother who had failed to save the person he loved most in the world. Silas finally broke the silence. He looked at her, his composure regained, the mask of the calm, logical architect settling back over his features, but his eyes still held the shadow of the abyss he had just shown her. I found you 2 years ago, Lyra, he said, his voice once again level and quiet. I was doing a routine data analysis of emerging talent on the platform, and I saw you. You had her light, the same fire, the same spark of genuine, undeniable talent. And I saw the wolves, already beginning to circle. The trolls, the stalkers, the predators, the static. It was all happening again. And I made a promise, he said. his gaze locking with hers, a look of absolute terrifying sincerity. I promised myself, and I promised her. He nodded towards the photograph of his sister. I would not fail again. Everything I have done, he said, his voice a low, intense, and unwavering declaration. Every obstacle removed, every enemy neutralized, every contract optimized, every second of your life that I have observed. It was not about control, Lyra. It was not about power. It was about protection. It was about creating a perfect, sterile, and absolutely safe environment for your talent to flourish, free from the noise, free from the static, free from the wolves. The control is not the cage. The control is the fence. It is the ultimate, most profound form of protection, of care. He did not ask for her forgiveness. He did not apologize for his actions. He presented them as a logical, necessary, and righteous conclusion drawn from the data of his own personal hell. He had seen the world for what it was, a dark forest, and he had appointed himself its zookeeper, and her, his most precious, most endangered species. His actions were not a violation. In his mind, they were an act of love, a twisted, pathological, and terrifying form of love, born from failure and forged in grief. He had finished his confession. He had laid his soul bare, or at least the scarred, broken parts of it that he allowed the world to see. He had given her the why. And the why was so much more complicated, so much more tragic, and so much more terrifying than she could have ever imagined. She looked at the man who was her captor, her creator, her tormentor, her savior, the man who had stolen her life in order to, in his own mind, save it. And she felt a dizzying, terrifying wave of emotional chaos. The fear was there, the rage was there, but now they were joined by a new, horrifying companion. An unwelcome, unwanted, and undeniable sliver of pity, and she had no idea what to do with it. She was a prisoner who had just been given a tour of her jailer's broken heart, and the knowledge had not set her free. It had only made the walls of her cage infinitely more complex. Chapter 26. The Poisonous Offer. The ghost of Alara's song hung in the cold, humming air of the panopticon, a tragic echo that had explained everything and solved nothing. Lyra sat frozen in the hard wooden chair, the raw, gaping wound of Silas Cade's confession laid bare before her. The man who had been a phantom, a god, a monster, was now stripped down to his source code. A grieving brother, a failed protector, a man so traumatized by his own powerlessness that he had dedicated his life to building a universe where he could never be powerless again. The knowledge was a poison. It did not dilute her fear or her rage. It complicated them, twisting them together with a new, unwelcome, and deeply treacherous emotion: pity. She looked at the architect of her prison and, for a horrifying, gut-wrenching moment, she understood him. The silence that followed his confession was different. It was heavier, freighted with the weight of a shared, unspeakable tragedy. He had invited her into the crypt of his own heart, shown her the ghost that haunted him, and in doing so had tried to reframe her cage, not as an act of control, but as an act of devotion. A monument to his failure, a fortress to ensure he would never fail again. Lyra felt a dizzying vertigo, her entire moral compass spinning wildly, its needle unable to find true north in this strange, cold landscape of benevolent tyranny. Silas watched her, his own composure returning, the mask of the placid architect settling back over his features, though the abyss of his grief still lingered in the depths of his gray eyes. He saw the conflict on her face, he saw the fear warring with the anger, and he saw the new fragile flicker of understanding he had so expertly planted. He interpreted it not as the complex, horrified pity it was, but as a form of acceptance, a sign that she had finally grasped the fundamental logic of his world, the brutal but necessary calculus of his protection. He had shown her the why. Now it was time to present her with the what next. "The system is not perfect," he began, his voice once again calm and level, the voice of a CEO addressing a board meeting after a difficult quarter. "There are inefficiencies. The Chernobog variable was a necessary, but ultimately crude, piece of misdirection. Your continued alliance with the Ben Carter variable was a suboptimal complication. These were reactive measures. The project is now stable enough to move to the next phase, a proactive phase. He swiped a hand across a panel on his console. The screens around them, which had been displaying the evidence of his past protections, changed. They now show something new. They showed the future. What we have had until now, Lyra, he said, his gaze sweeping across the glowing mosaic of his power, has been a relationship of necessity. I have been the silent, invisible architect, and you have been the beneficiary. It was an effective model for the early stages of growth, but it is inherently unstable. It relies on your ignorance, which, as you have so brilliantly demonstrated, is not a sustainable state. And it relies on my invisibility, which limits the scope and efficiency of my actions. He turned his full attention back to her, his gray eyes locking with hers. The intensity was back, but it was not the intensity of grief. It was the intensity of a visionary unveiling his grand design. I am proposing a new protocol, he said, his voice dropping slightly, becoming more persuasive, more intimate. A partnership. The word was a shock, so unexpected, so absurd in this context, that Lyra could only stare at him, her mind blank. A partnership. With her jailer, consider the current paradigm, he continued, steepling his fingers. The picture of calm, rational authority. You are the public face, the talent, the spark. You possess a rare and valuable charisma. You generate the content that fuels the entire system. I am the infrastructure, the security, the strategy. I manage the variables, mitigate the threats, and optimize the growth vectors. Separately, we are effective, but there is friction. Your fear, your suspicion, your commendable but ultimately counterproductive attempts to assert an agency that was never truly threatened, these things create static. They slow the system down. A screen to his right flickered to life, showing a simulated graph. A jagged, ascending line was labeled Lyra, Career, Trajectory, Current. Next to it, another line appeared, a perfect, impossibly steep curve, soaring upwards without any dips or plateaus. It was labeled Project Lyra Phase 2 Optimal. Together, Silas said, his voice a mesmerizing, seductive whisper, we can eliminate the friction. We can eliminate the static. We can achieve the optimal outcome. Think of it, Lyra. A true symbiosis. He began to paint a picture for her, not just with his words, but with the universe of screens at his command. You would no longer be in the dark. You would be a knowing, willing collaborator. You would have a goal, a desire, a new sponsorship, a rival you wish to surpass, a media narrative you wish to control, and you would simply ask. As he spoke, the screens illustrated his points with a terrifying, instantaneous precision. A screen showed the logo of the most prestigious, exclusive luxury car brand in the world. You want to be their brand ambassador? He asked rhetorically. A new window opened, displaying what looked like a finished, legally binding contract between Lyra Page and the car company. The terms, ridiculously generous. The negotiation would be complete before you finish your sentence. Another screen showed the face of a new, rapidly rising streamer, a young woman who was beginning to encroach on Lyra's territory in the RPG space. This new variable, Nyx, she is becoming a threat to your market share, Silas stated calmly. The screen split, showing Nyx's private financial records on one side and a series of her own compromising private messages on the other. Her neutralization could be arranged in a dozen different ways. A quiet financial ruin, a public scandal, a simple, persistent series of technical failures. You would only have to choose the method. Lyra felt a profound, sickening chill. He was offering her his power. He was offering her the keys to his arsenal of destruction. He was offering to make her a god, just like him. You would be the queen, he said, his voice a low, hypnotic thrum, and I would be the silent, invisible hand that ensures your reign is absolute, eternal, and completely safe. You would have everything you have ever wanted. Wealth beyond your dreams. Fame that eclipses every one of your rivals. The power to shape your own story, to silence your critics, to punish your enemies. There would be no more struggle, no more frustration, no more plateaus, no more fear of failure. There would only be an endless, frictionless, and perfect ascent. His words were a siren song, a poisonously sweet melody that targeted the weakest, most broken parts of her soul. She thought of the last few months, the terrifying quiet. She remembered the grinding frustration of her stalled viewership numbers, the small but stinging humiliation of the failed Mythic mobile deal. She remembered the rage and helplessness of being targeted by petty trolls, the feeling of being adrift in a sea of indifferent algorithms, and most of all, she remembered the gut-wrenching, soul-crushing despair of the practice scrims against Vex, the certainty of her own inadequacy, the absolute terror of facing global humiliation. He was offering her an escape from all of it. He was offering her a world with no more Vexes, no more struggle, no more fear. He was offering her the victory without the battle. And the most disgusting, the most shameful, the most terrifying part of it all was that a part of her wanted it. A dark, treacherous, and deeply exhausted part of her soul cried out for it. It was the part of her that had whispered, "Help me," into the darkness of her hotel room. It was the part of her that had chosen to use his poison gift to win the tournament. It was the part of her that had tasted the effortless perfection of his control and found the mundane reality of her own freedom to be a bitter, difficult meal. That part of her was listening to Silas Cade, and it was whispering, "Yes. Oh God, yes. Please. Make it all easy again. What would you get out of it?" she asked, her voice a dry rasp. It was a stupid question, a drowning woman asking the ocean what it wants. But she had to ask. She had to understand the price. Silas smiled. It was the first real smile she had ever seen on his face. It was not a warm smile. It was not a happy smile. It was the small, serene smile of a collector who is about to acquire his most sought-after prize. "I would get to watch," he said simply. "I would get to see the project reach its full potential. I would get to see the light I chose to protect shine so brightly it eclipses all the stars in the sky. I would get to ensure that the static, the noise, the wolves, that they can never, ever touch you. I would have a purpose. My failure with Alara was one of powerlessness. My work with you, it would be the culmination of my life's mission. It would be my redemption." He leaned forward slightly, his gray eyes boring into hers, full of a terrifying, messianic sincerity. "Think of what we could be, Lyra," he murmured. "A team, a perfect closed system. You, the radiant sun at the center of the universe, and me, the silent, invisible gravity that keeps the planets in their perfect, orderly orbits around you, that keeps the asteroids and the comets from ever striking you. We would be a new kind of power in this world. The face and the hand, the artist and the architect, the queen and her ghost, invincible, untouchable, eternal." This was the offer, the poisonous, perfect offer. It was not a threat, it was a proposal, a business arrangement, a covenant. He was offering her a throne, and all she had to do in return was accept the crown and the invisible chains that came with it. All she had to do was surrender the last, tattered remnants of her own free will. Her mind was a battlefield. The temptation was a physical force, a sweet, heavy pressure in her chest. The memory of the struggle, the fear of failure, it was all so fresh, so raw. The promise of a life without that struggle was the most seductive thing she had ever heard. To never have to worry about numbers again. To never have to face another troll, another hater, another Vex. To simply create, to perform, to shine, while an invisible, omnipotent force handled all the ugly, difficult parts of existence. It was the ultimate dream of every creator, of every person who had ever felt the sting of failure or the fear of mediocrity. It was a deal with the devil, and the devil was promising her heaven. But then, she looked past him, at the wall of screens. She saw her own face, laughing on a loop, a moment of joy captured and preserved like a dead thing. She saw the schematic of Ben's life, his career a smoldering ruin because he had dared to stand by her. She saw the ghost of her father's song, its waveform a flat, dead line on an audio editor. These were the fruits of his protection. These were the works of his care. He had not protected her life. He had curated it. He had taken the messy, chaotic, beautiful, and painful reality of her existence, and he had edited it, polished it, and mounted it on his wall. He had turned a living, breathing person into a work of art, a project, a system. And she looked at him, really looked at him. She looked past the calm, confident mask of the architect, past the tragic, wounded soul of the grieving brother, and she saw what was truly at the center of him. A void, a vast, cold, and bottomless emptiness. A loneliness so profound and absolute that he had to fill it by consuming the life of another. His obsession with her was not about her light. It was about his own darkness. He was a black hole, and he was offering to make her the brilliant, beautiful accretion disk that swirled around his event horizon, feeding him her light, her life, her very soul, to keep his own crushing emptiness at bay. To accept his offer would be to become as empty as he was. Her gaze shifted from his face to her own reflection, visible in one of the large, dark monitors. She saw her own eyes, wide and haunted, staring back at her. She saw the woman who had sat in the dark for days, terrified of her own shadow. She saw the woman who had used a dead man's grief as a tool to win a game. She saw the woman who, just a moment ago, had been tempted by this monster's promise of a perfect, painless life. She saw a puppet, a perfect, beautiful, and exquisitely crafted puppet, her face a mask of success, her heart hollowed out and filled with his own cold, perfect logic. Was that who she wanted to be? The internal war reached a fever pitch. The two Lyras, the two possible futures, stared at each other from across the abyss of her soul. The struggling, free woman versus the triumphant, captive queen. The chaos of her own choices versus the perfect, sterile order of his. The terror of failure versus the horror of a victory that was not her own. It was a choice between two different kinds of hell. A hell of her own making, or a heaven of his. She looked back at Silas Cade. He was still watching her, his serene smile in place, his gray eyes full of a patient, certain confidence. He had laid out his proposal. He had shown her the future. He had made his case with the irrefutable logic of a god. He had no doubt what her answer would be. After all, he had designed her to be a creature who craved the light, who sought success, who feared the darkness. He had designed her to make the logical choice, and his offer was the only logical choice. She saw the endless, soul-crushing loneliness in his eyes, and she knew, with a sudden, chilling certainty, that if she said yes, she would one day look in the mirror and see those same empty eyes staring back. She took a deep, shuddering breath, the cold, sterile air of the panopticon filling her lungs for what felt like the last time. The battle inside her was over. The choice had been made. She had her answer. She opened her mouth to speak, to deliver the verdict, to choose her ending, to decide, once and for all, whether to cut the strings or to hand the spool to her master. Chapter 27. The Double-Edged Truth. The offer was a perfect, shimmering sphere of poison hanging in the cold, humming air of the panopticon. It was not a demand, it was a seduction. It was the logical terminus of his twisted philosophy, the final, gilded bar locking into place on the cage he had so painstakingly constructed. Lyra stared at Silas Cade, the man who had been a ghost, a god, and was now just a profoundly broken human being, offering her a co-regency in his kingdom of shadows. The universe of screens around them pulsed with the promise of this new protocol, a future of effortless victory, of absolute control, of a life scrubbed clean of all failure, all pain, all messy, inconvenient humanity. A part of her, a deep, tired, and profoundly treacherous part, wanted to say yes. That part of her soul, exhausted from the fight, saw the vision he painted and found it beautiful. She saw herself on a global stage, Vex not as a threat, but as an afterthought. His every move predicted and dismantled before he could even conceive of it. She saw a boardroom, the executives of the world's most luxurious brands hanging on her every word, contracts materializing out of thin air, their terms a testament to her untouchable status. She saw her social media feeds, scrubbed clean of every troll and hater, a perfect garden of endless, adoring praise. She saw the graph on his monitor, the one labeled optimal, and felt its gravitational pull, a siren song promising a frictionless ascent into the heavens. It was the promise of peace, the promise of an end to the grinding, terrifying struggle. The promise of a life where the only emotion she would ever have to feel again was the warm, simple, and perpetually regenerating glow of success. It would be so easy. She would just have to unclench her fist. She would just have to let go of the tattered, worthless deed to her own soul. She looked at his face, at the serene, confident half smile of a creator who had no doubt his creation would choose perfection over chaos. He had designed her for this moment. He had meticulously groomed her for this choice. He had shown her the harsh, unforgiving wilderness of her own freedom, the stalled numbers, the petty trolls, the sting of rejection, the absolute terror of inadequacy. And now he was offering her the keys to a perfect, climate-controlled, and utterly safe garden. He was sure she would take them. He perceived her not as a person, but as a system, a project. And the logical choice, the optimal path for the system was to choose growth, to choose victory, to choose him. But she was not a system. She was a person. And a person was a messy, chaotic, and gloriously illogical thing. A person could feel fear and rage and pity and shame all in the same shuddering breath. A person could comprehend the perfect, cold logic of a gilded cage and still, against all reason, choose the terrifying, unknown freedom of a broken wing. Her gaze shifted from his placid face to the screens that formed the walls of her prison. The Museum of Lyra Page. She saw her own face, laughing on an endless loop. A moment of genuine joy captured, cataloged, and preserved like a dead butterfly pinned to a board. She saw the schematic of Ben's life, his career a smoldering ruin, the calculated collateral damage of Silas's protection. She saw the ghost of her father's song, its audio waveform a flat, dead line on a monitor, a sacred memory turned into a data point. This was the price of his perfect world. It was a world where real things, love, friendship, loyalty, grief, joy, were not experienced, but curated. They were artifacts. They were exhibits. They were variables in an equation whose only purpose was to solve for her safety. And she knew with a certainty that was a cold, hard stone in the pit of her stomach that to accept his offer would be to become an artifact herself. A beautiful, successful, and completely dead thing, preserved forever in the sterile, airless gallery of his obsession. She thought of the right to fail. The phrase echoed in the quiet chambers of her mind. The right to scrape her knees. The right to miss a parry and get flattened by a floor beast. The right to make a fool of herself in a business meeting. The right to be rejected for a contract by a team of analysts who saw a dip in her numbers. The right to walk onto a global stage and be utterly, publicly, and humiliatingly dismantled by a better player. The right to be messy and imperfect and gloriously, painfully, achingly human. He had taken that right from her, not out of malice, but out of a twisted, suffocating love born from his own inconsolable grief. And in that moment, she knew that the right to fail was the only thing in the universe worth fighting for. It was the only real freedom there was. She finally spoke. Her voice was quiet, but it did not tremble. It was as cold and clear as the sheet of ice that had formed over the raging ocean of her fear. You're wrong. The two words were a stone thrown into a perfectly still lake. They were an anomaly, an unexpected data point that did not compute. A flicker of something not surprise, but a deep analytical curiosity entered Silas's gray eyes. He inclined his head slightly, a silent, clinical invitation for her to elaborate on the perceived error in his perfect logic. You think this is for my protection? Lyra said, her gaze steady, locked on his. You think the fence is for safety. But you don't build a fence this high to keep the wolves out. You build it to keep the sheep in. You didn't just protect me from the bad things, Silas. You protected me from everything. You protected me from life itself. She took a slow, deliberate breath. This was her truth, her only weapon, and she would wield it here, in the heart of his machine. You gave me a life without friction, she continued, her voice gaining a quiet, powerful strength that came from a place beyond fear. You gave me victories I didn't earn. You gave me a confidence that was built on a foundation of lies. You took away my right to struggle. You took away my right to be scared and to find my own courage. You took away my right to lose. And the right to lose, the right to fall down and pick yourself back up, bruised and bleeding and real, that's the only part of life that actually matters. That's the part that proves you're alive. You took that from me." The serene smile on Silas's face had vanished. He was listening now, truly listening, his expression a mask of deep analytical focus. He was processing her words as a stream of unexpected data, an aberration in the system he thought he understood so perfectly. He was the architect, and his creation was telling him that his design was fundamentally, fatally flawed. And then she delivered the second, more terrible truth, the double-edged blade of her confession, the part that would destroy them both. And the worst part, she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper, the admission, a poison she had to spit out to save herself. The most horrible, shameful part of all of it is that a part of me loved you for it. The words landed in the room with the force of a physical blow. The Panopticon, a universe of logic, had no protocol for a statement like that. Silas's placid composure finally, completely shattered. His eyes widened, a flicker of genuine shock, of disbelief, a system error he could not process. He had prepared for her rage. He had models for her tears. He had anticipated her pleas for freedom. He had not, in any of his 1,000 simulations, predicted this. This brutal, horrifying honesty. This confession of her own complicity. A part of me wanted the cage. Lyra's voice was a raw, ragged testament to her own weakness, her own shame. When you were gone, when the world was hard, and when I was failing, I missed the strings. I missed the effortless victories. The night before the tournament, I was broken, and I whispered for help. I asked for you, and you answered. Her eyes flickered to the Kismet file that was still open on one of his monitors. I used the file you sent me. I used your script to win. I stood on that stage and I accepted the trophy and the applause, and I knew it was all a lie. I knew it was yours, and I did it anyway, because I was weak, and I was scared. And that's the part of me you created, Silas. A puppet that had grown so accustomed to the dance that she was terrified of the silence. In that moment, she was no longer just his creation. She was his mirror. She was showing him the grotesque, undeniable truth of his own work. He had not created a perfect, strong, radiant star. He had created a beautiful, hollow, and dependent creature who was addicted to the very poison he had been feeding her. He had sought to save her from the wolves, but in doing so, he had turned her into something that could no longer survive in the wild. And then she moved. It was a single, swift, fluid motion, born not from a preconceived plan, but from a pure, desperate, and primal instinct for self-immolation. It was the act of a prisoner who had decided that if she could not escape the cage, she would burn it to the ground, even if she was still inside it. Before Silas could process her confession, before his mind could formulate a response to this impossible new data, her hand shot to the inside pocket of her jacket. She pulled out her phone. His eyes for the very first time showed a flicker of genuine alarm. His mind, a supercomputer of prediction, would have cycled through the possibilities in a nanosecond. Is it a weapon? Is she calling the police? Is she trying to record me? All standard, predictable threat responses. But she did not point the phone at him. She did not try to use it as a weapon against him. She did something far more unpredictable, something his logic could never have anticipated. She turned the phone around, the camera lens facing herself. With her thumb, she held the device out, her arm extended, her face pale and determined in the center of the frame. And in the background, over her shoulder, the entire spectacular, horrifying vista of the Panopticon was visible. The wall of screens, the flickering data, and the man sitting in the throne, his face a mask of dawning, absolute shock. The god, for the first time, was in the frame with his creation. Her thumb moved to the screen. It hovered for a split second over the familiar red icon of her streaming app. The app he had used to build her empire. The app that was the source of her fame and her imprisonment. She was going to use his own greatest tool against him. She was going to use the stage he had built for her to perform one final, terrible, and completely authentic act. Silas saw it. His mind finally caught up. A silent alarm, red and screaming, flashed across his internal world. Protocol breach, unsanctioned broadcast, hostile data exfiltration. His fingers twitched towards his keyboard. He could kill it. A single command could sever every connection this building had to the outside world. He could jam every signal, fry her phone's motherboard, plunge them into a digital black box. He could stop her, but he didn't. He watched her thumb poised over the button, and in that microsecond of decision, his logic warred with a new, terrifying emotion, a morbid, artistic curiosity. His project, his beautiful, complex system, had achieved a state he had never designed for: emergent, unpredictable behavior, true agency. To stop her now would be to admit failure, to concede that he could not control the final outcome. And so, in the ultimate act of his twisted observational philosophy, the architect chose not to intervene. He would let the experiment run to its conclusion. He would observe the detonation. He would watch his creation choose her own ending. Her thumb pressed down. The world changed. A small red indicator light appeared in the corner of her phone's screen. Live. The word was a death sentence and a declaration of independence. A single, silent packet of data shot out from her phone, a signal that traveled through the air of the stale apartment, out into the city's network, and into the heart of the Streamflow servers. And from there, it exploded. Across the globe, on millions of phones, of tablets, of computer screens, a notification appeared. It was a notification her followers had been waiting for weeks, a notification they had begun to fear they would never see again. Pixel is now live. And then, Silas's universe of screens came to life with a new, unwelcome light. On a dozen of them, her own stream appeared, a feedback loop of their own shared reality. He saw her face, stark and pale in the phone's light. He saw himself, a shocked, frozen figure in the background. And he saw the viewer count. It was not a number. It was a torrent, a tidal wave, a blur of spinning digits climbing so fast it defied comprehension. 10,000, 50,000, 200,000, a million, a global audience, summoned in an instant to bear witness to the end of the world, his world. Lyra looked into the lens of her own phone. She was not looking at a piece of technology. She was looking at her pixels, at her community, at the millions of people who knew her as a hero, as a champion, as an inspiration. She was about to shatter every illusion they had ever had about her. She was about to destroy the very thing he had worked so hard to build. Her perfect, flawless image. She took a breath. The secret recording was still running, but it was irrelevant now. The final act was being broadcast to the entire planet. Hello, everyone. Her voice was quiet, but the phone's microphone captured it with a chilling, intimate clarity. It was not the bright, energetic voice of Pixel. It was the small, broken voice of Lyra Page. I know you've all been wondering where I've been. I know there have been stories about my victory, about my success. She paused, her gaze unwavering, fixed on the lens, on the millions of invisible eyes on the other side. Tonight, I want to tell you the real story, she said. I want to introduce you to someone. He's the man who has been behind everything. He's the reason for my success. He's my guardian angel. He's my benefactor. He's my architect. She shifted the phone slightly, her movement deliberate, panning to give the world a better view of the man in the chair behind her. Silas was frozen, a statue of disbelief, his mind, for the first time, completely unable to process, to predict, to control. He was no longer the observer, he was the observed. He was an exhibit in his own museum. His name for himself is Kismet. Lyra's voice was a dead, flat line. His real name is Silas Cade, and he is the man who created me. The words landed. A global audience held its collective breath. They were seeing the secret heart of power, the man behind the curtain. They were seeing the ghost in the machine, exposed and blinking in the sudden, harsh glare of a million unexpected lights. But Lyra wasn't finished. The truth she had to tell was double-edged. It had to cut both ways. It had to destroy him, but it also had to destroy the lie of her own perfect heroism. He gave me everything, she continued, her voice beginning to crack, the shame and the grief finally breaking through her icy resolve. She turned the camera back to her own face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He gave me my career, he gave me my victories, he silenced my enemies, he built a perfect, safe world for me, and for that, a part of me was grateful. And this is the truth, she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper, a confession delivered to the entire world. This is the secret. He built this cage for me, and I let him. I chose it. When I was weak, I used his help. When I was afraid, I used his tools. My greatest victory was his greatest gift and my greatest lie. Her voice broke on the final word. The final words were a release, a self-immolation. She was not just exposing her captor, she was exposing herself. She was confessing her own weakness, her own complicity, her own flawed human and desperate desire for the very cage that had destroyed her. She was not a perfect victim. She was not a flawless hero. She was a puppet who had finally, in her last desperate act, chosen to show the world her own strings. The truth, the whole, ugly, complicated, and double-edged truth, was out. It was streaming to every corner of the globe. Silas Cade sat frozen on his throne, his perfect, controlled universe shattered into a million live-streaming pixels, his face a mask of pure, uncomprehending shock. Lyra Page held the phone, her hand steady now, the tears finally, freely, streaming down her face. She had done it. She had taken back her story, not by rewriting it, but by confessing it. She had destroyed his narrative by telling her own terrible, honest truth. The cost would be immense. Her career, her reputation, everything. But in that moment, in the heart of the Panopticon, under the gaze of a million strangers, in the shocked stare of her own personal God, she felt, for the first time in a very long time, the terrifying, painful, and glorious sensation of being completely and utterly free. The cage was on fire, and she was the one who had lit the match. Chapter 28, Mutual Destruction. The world held its breath in the space between heartbeats. Lyra's confession, a raw, ragged admission of her own complicity, hung in the cold, humming air of the Panopticon. It was the last, unexpected variable in an equation Silas Cade thought he had already solved. The global audience, a million-strong river of silent, stunned viewers, watched the scene unfold on their screens. They were seeing something raw, something real, something that bled. On the floor of his digital temple, the god of the machine was frozen, his face a mask of pure, uncomprehending shock. His perfect creation had just declared her own imperfection. His flawless system had been broken not by an external attack, but by a declaration of the messy, illogical, and unconquerable chaos of the human heart. Lyra's thumb, slick with sweat, released the Go Live button. The phone remained in her hand, a dead weight, the live feed still streaming her tear-streaked face to the world. The act of confession had not brought her peace. It had brought a terrifying, hollow emptiness. She had just detonated her own life as a final, desperate act of war against her captor. She had won, and she had lost everything. She looked at Silas, the architect of her reality. The puppet master who had just witnessed his favorite marionette sever her own strings with a shard of broken glass. His mouth was slightly agape. His gray eyes, usually so calm and analytical, were wide with a kind of systems failure horror. He was not seeing a rebellious subject. He was seeing the catastrophic collapse of his life's work. His redemption. His monument to Ilara. All of it was burning down on a global live-streamed pyre. Then, from the world outside, a new sound intruded. It was faint at first. A distant, mournful wail. A sound that did not belong in the hermetically sealed silence of their shared reality. A siren. It grew louder, closer, weaving through the fabric of the city's night. Another siren joined it. Then a third, their rising and falling cries converging on this single, forgotten building on the edge of the city. Silas heard it. A flicker of awareness returned to his shocked eyes. He looked past Lyra, his gaze unfocused, as if trying to process this new, unwelcome data point. The real world, the world of physical force and consequences, was coming. It was kicking down the door of his digital Eden. The sounds grew louder, the screech of tires on pavement, the slam of heavy car doors, the muffled, urgent shouts of men in the street below. Lyra could hear them through the thin, grimy glass of the apartment window. The phone in her hand was still live, the viewer count having climbed to a number so absurd it was meaningless. 2 million. 3 million. The entire world was watching the final act. Heavy, rhythmic thuds began to echo from the stairwell. The sound of tactical boots on concrete steps, ascending, coming closer. A voice, amplified by a bullhorn, but muffled by the walls, shouted a single clear command. "Police, open the door." Silas did not move. He seemed to be in a state of shock, his mind still trying to reboot from the catastrophic error of Lyra's confession. He stared at her, his expression no longer one of control, but of a profound, shattering bewilderment. The architect watching his beautiful, perfect tower crumble into dust. A sound like a thunderclap shook the entire apartment. The door, the drab brown door at the end of the hall, splintered inwards, ripped from its hinges by a battering ram. The sudden violent noise was a brutal intrusion of physical reality into the psychological horror of the room. A team of heavily armed tactical officers flooded into the apartment. They were a study in black-clad professional force. Helmets, body armor, rifles held at the ready. Their movements were a swift, coordinated ballet of aggression. They were operators, trained for a world of bombs and bullets, and they had just entered a scene of quiet, existential terror that they could not possibly comprehend. Their eyes swept the room, taking in the bizarre, shocking tableau, the wall of 100 glowing screens. The woman in the center of the room, her face pale and tear-streaked, clutching a phone like a weapon, and the quiet, ordinary-looking man sitting in the single chair, surrounded by the electronic evidence of a kingdom they didn't know existed. Police hands where I can see them now. The lead officer's voice was a harsh, commanding bark. Lyra, on pure animal instinct, dropped the phone. It clattered onto the concrete floor, the screen cracking. But the live feed continued, the phone's camera now pointing at the ceiling, broadcasting the sounds of the raid to the world. She raised her hands slowly, her palms open, trembling. Silas Cade, however, barely seemed to register the presence of the armed men who now surrounded him. He did not raise his hands. He did not stand. He did not speak. He simply continued to stare at Lyra, his face a complex, unreadable mask of defeat, of loss, of a strange, tragic understanding. His gaze was that of a man who was not being arrested. It was the look of a man whose entire universe had just ceased to exist. The armed officers, their training dictating how to handle violent resistance, were momentarily confused by his absolute, unnerving passivity. He was not a threat. He was a ghost, already fading. "On your feet," the officer commanded, his voice tight with uncertainty. Slowly, as if moving through deep water, Silas stood up. His movements were stiff, robotic. He took his eyes off Lyra for the first time and looked at the men in black who had invaded his sanctuary. There was no fear in his expression. There was only a vast, weary emptiness. His project was over. His protection had failed. The static had won, not by attacking his creation, but by being invited in by her. They cuffed his hands behind his back. The sharp, metallic click of the handcuffs, a jarringly real sound in the humming electronic silence. The procedure was rough, professional. They patted him down, their hands checking for weapons on a man whose only weapons were code and information. He submitted to it all with the placid indifference of a statue. As they began to lead him out of the room, he stopped. He turned his head, his body held by two officers, and he looked at Lyra one last time. Their eyes met across the room, across the wreckage of the world he had built. His gaze was not one of anger. It was not one of accusation. It was something far more complex, far more haunting. It was a look of profound, tragic finality. It was the look of a creator, acknowledging the right of his creation to destroy herself. It was the look of a father, letting go of his child's hand at the edge of a cliff, and in that look, she saw a sliver of the truth of his poisonous offer. He had offered her a perfect world, but he had also offered her his own profound, soul-crushing loneliness. Her refusal had not just been a rejection of his control. It had been a final sentence, condemning him to remain the sole inhabitant of his own empty universe forever. Then they pulled him away. He did not resist. She watched him being led out of the panopticon, a quiet, ordinary man in a gray t-shirt, a ghost being exorcised by the brute force of the physical world. The king was being led from his throne in chains, leaving his weeping, shattered queen alone in the ruins of their shared kingdom. The aftermath was a blur of disorienting bureaucratic chaos. The tactical team was replaced by detectives in tired suits. Lyra was wrapped in a coarse, scratchy blanket and led out of the Argus arms, past the splintered remains of the door to apartment 4B. The hallway was full of gawking, curious neighbors, their faces pale and frightened in the flashing red and blue lights that now bathed the dingy corridor. She was a spectacle, a freak show. She was escorted down the stairs, the creaking elevator deemed too unsafe, and out into the cold night air. The street was a chaotic circus of police cars, news vans, and shouting reporters, their cameras flashing like 1,000 tiny lightning strikes, capturing her image, her tear-streaked face, her shock-numbed expression for the morning news. She was no longer in control of her own story. The world was, and the world was a ravenous, insatiable beast. She was taken to a nearby precinct, a place that smelled of stale coffee, antiseptic, and quiet desperation. She sat in a small, windowless room, the police blanket still wrapped around her shoulders, and she tried to explain. She tried to tell her story to a pair of detectives, a man and a woman, whose faces were a mask of professional skepticism and profound weariness. How could she explain the panopticon? How could she describe the feeling of being protected by a monster? How could she explain that the greatest crimes committed against her were the impossible successes she had been gifted? Her words came out in a jumbled, incoherent mess. She sounded, even to her own ears, like a lunatic. So this man, Silas Cade, the male detective said, his voice flat, his pen hovering over his notepad, he never physically harmed you. He never threatened you. He never took any money from you. In fact, he seems to have been responsible for making you a great deal of money. He stole my life, Lyra whispered, but the words felt thin, inadequate. How could she explain the theft of something so intangible? And you willingly went to his apartment, the female detective added, her gaze sharp, analytical, and you live-streamed your confrontation with him, a confrontation you initiated. They didn't see a victim. They saw a puzzle, a media stunt, a bizarre public lovers' quarrel between two wealthy, unstable celebrities. They took her statement, their expressions unreadable, and then they left her in the care of a crisis counselor and put her up for the night in a generic, anonymous hotel, her own apartment now part of a sprawling, complex crime scene. It was in that sterile hotel room, with its beige walls and its bolted-down furniture, that she finally turned on the television, and she saw the firestorm she had unleashed. It was everywhere, on every channel. Her face, his face, the shocking, raw footage from her live stream, which had been screen recorded by millions before the platform finally took it down. The world had watched the raid. It had heard her confession, and now it was rendering its judgment. The narrative, as she had known it would, had split into 1,000 fractured, warring pieces. The story was too complex, too morally ambiguous for a simple headline. So the world chose sides. On one news channel, a talking head with perfect hair framed her as a hero. A courageous young woman, a digital pioneer who bravely exposed the dark side of online fame and brought down a sophisticated, manipulative cyberstalker. The chyron beneath her read, "The Pixel Prosecution, Bravery in the Digital Age." But on another channel, a rival network, the narrative was darker, more cynical. Sources close to the investigation are asking tough questions. A sharp-faced journalist reported, her voice laced with skepticism. What did Lyra Page know, and when did she know it? Her own confession on the live stream, a bizarre admission that she liked the control, that she chose the cage, has painted a picture not of a victim, but of a willing accomplice in a complex, mutually beneficial relationship. And then she saw the hashtags. They were scrolling across the bottom of the screen, a real-time feed of the global conversation, number Free Pixel, number Justice for Lyra. But they were being drowned out by a rising, venomous tide of others. Number Lyra the Liar, number Pixel Puppet, number Gilded Cage. She went online, a moth drawn to the flame of her own immolation. The social media platforms were a battlefield. Her fans were fighting a desperate, losing war against a vast army of cynics, misogynists, and professional trolls. For every post supporting her, there were 100 dissecting her confession. A blue-check journalist tweeted, "The real story isn't the stalker. It's the chilling confession of a creator who loved her prison. A modern Faustian bargain." She didn't just get success, she ordered it. Number Pixel Puppet. Another popular creator, a rival she had long despised, posted a sanctimonious video. "We all face struggles," he said, his face a mask of false sympathy. "But we don't make deals with the devil. The industry needs integrity. What Lyra Page has admitted to is a betrayal of every creator who grinds every single day for their success. Number Lyra the Liar." The public was not seeing a simple story of a victim and a villain. They were seeing a story about power, consent, and complicity. And in the messy, morally gray area of that story, Lyra was being cast not as the hero, but as the hypocrite, the girl who had cried wolf after enjoying the benefits of his protection for months, the puppet who had only cut her strings after the performance was over. She was not a symbol of bravery. She was becoming a symbol of a new, corrupt kind of fame, a fame that was bought and paid for with secrets and manipulation. The first official email arrived in her inbox just after dawn. It was from the legal department of her streaming platform. It was a short, cold, and brutally formal message. "Dear Miss Page, pending a full internal and external investigation into the disturbing events of the past 24 hours, and your public admission of behavior that may constitute a severe violation of our platform's terms of service regarding artificial engagement and manipulation. Your channel Pixel and all associated monetization features have been suspended, effective immediately." Suspended. Her community, her archive, her career, gone with a single corporate keystroke. The second email was from Kinetic Fuel. It was even shorter. It cited the morality clauses in her contract and informed her that their partnership was terminated, effective immediately. They wished her well in her future endeavors. She was radioactive. The sponsors, the platform, the very infrastructure that had propped up her success, they were all running for cover, desperate to distance themselves from the messy, complicated truth she had exposed. Silas had built her empire, and with his fall, the empire was turning to dust around her. She looked at her own reflection in the dark screen of the hotel television. The destruction was complete. It was mutual. She had exposed Silas Cade. She had brought the ghost out of the machine and into a cold, hard jail cell. But in doing so, she had been forced to expose herself, her weakness, her complicity, her ambition. She had burned down his world, but his world and her world were one and the same. The fire had consumed them both. He was in a cage of iron bars. She was in a cage of public scorn and professional ruin. The panopticon was gone, but a new, larger prison had taken its place. A prison made of headlines, of hashtags, of the million judgmental eyes of a world that would never, could not understand the truth. The double-edged sword she had wielded had cut them both down. He was a fallen god, and she was a dethroned queen, left alone in the silent, smoldering ashes of their shared, destructive, and mutually assured annihilation. Chapter 29. Freedom in the Ashes. The firestorm raged for weeks, a digital inferno that consumed every last scrap of the life Lyra Page had known. The name Pixel, once a beacon of aspirational success, became a byword for controversy, a shorthand for the messy, morally ambiguous underbelly of influencer culture. The world, it turned out, did not have much appetite for complicated truths. It preferred simple narratives, clear heroes, and unambiguous villains. And in the story of the girl and her ghost, the roles had become hopelessly, irrevocably blurred. The trial of Silas Cade was a quiet, clinical affair, a stark contrast to the loud, chaotic circus of his downfall. It was held months later, long after the ravenous 24-hour news cycle had moved on to newer, fresher scandals. The cameras were gone. The shouting reporters had been replaced by a handful of bored court sketch artists. The case was not tried in the court of public opinion, but in a sterile, wood-paneled courtroom in downtown Sinister City, a place of cold, hard facts, and legal precedent. Lyra had spent the intervening months in a self-imposed purgatory. The Skylands apartment, her gilded cage, had been abandoned, its lease broken at a ruinous cost. The sleek designer furniture had been sold at a fraction of its value. Her life had been packed into a few cardboard boxes and moved into a small, anonymous rental on the quiet, unfashionable side of town, a place where no one knew her name. She had cut off her long hair, a symbolic shearing, and now wore it in a short, simple style that made her look older, warier. She wore no makeup, she lived in jeans and gray sweatshirts. She was no one, and the anonymity after the searing glare of the global spotlight was a painful, blessed relief. Mark had called, of course. In the first few weeks, his calls had been frantic, a whirlwind of damage control and desperate rebranding strategies. We can spin this, kid. The redemption arc. The survivor who tells her truth. We can write a book, a movie deal. But Lyra had refused. There was no spinning this. There was no brand to salvage from the wreckage. She had not just torched her career. She had salted the earth where it had once stood. Eventually, Mark's calls had dwindled, replaced by the occasional pitying text message, and then silence. She was no longer a valuable asset. She was a liability, a ghost story. Ben was a different matter. His own legal battle had been a quiet, brutal war of attrition. The case against him, built on Silas's perfect, elegant frame-up, had eventually crumbled under the scrutiny of his own high-priced lawyers and the sheer, bizarre context provided by Lyra's live-streamed confession. There was no trial, the charges were quietly dropped, but the damage was done. His reputation in the tight-knit cybersecurity community was tarnished, the whispers of the accusation clinging to him like a foul smell. He had been reinstated as Cyber Aegis, but his position was tenuous, his future uncertain. He and Lyra spoke sometimes, their conversations short, weary, the talk of two soldiers sharing a quiet moment in a field hospital long after the war was lost. They had survived, but their wounds were deep, and they would likely never fully heal. When the summons arrived, a crisp, formal letter from the district attorney's office, Lyra felt a cold, familiar dread. She was being called to testify. She had to step back into the world. She had to face him one last time. She walked into the courtroom on a Tuesday morning. The air inside was cool, still, and smelled of old paper and furniture polish. It was a place of quiet, methodical order, a world away from the chaotic, emotional landscape of her life. She was no longer a celebrity. She was just a witness. Witness for the prosecution. She wore a simple, dark dress, her short hair tucked behind her ears. She looked like a student, a librarian, an ordinary person. The transformation was complete. Pixel was well and truly dead. She sat on a hard wooden bench, waiting to be called, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. She avoided looking at the defense table, but she could feel his presence across the room, a familiar, cold spot in the courtroom's atmosphere. The proceedings droned on, a slow, tedious ballet of legal jargon and procedural motions. The prosecution laid out its case, presenting the evidence of Silas's vast illegal surveillance operation. They showed the jury the schematics of the panopticon, the logs of his network intrusions, the files he had collected on her and on his other victims. It was a mountain of technical data, a portrait of a crime so vast and so strange that the jury, a collection of 12 ordinary citizens, looked mostly bored and confused. Then she was called to the stand. The prosecution calls Lyra Page. She stood up, her legs feeling unsteady beneath her. She walked to the witness box, her footsteps echoing in the silent room. She did not look at him. She kept her eyes fixed on the prosecutor, a sharp, tired-looking woman with kind eyes. She placed her hand on the Bible, its leather worn smooth by 1,000 other hands, and she swore the oath. To tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The irony of the words was a bitter taste in her mouth. The truth was the very thing that had destroyed her. The prosecutor began her questioning. She was gentle, leading Lyra through the story, establishing the timeline, the initial lucky breaks, the growing suspicion, the final terrifying confrontation in the panopticon. Lyra answered the questions in a quiet, steady, and emotionless voice. She recounted the events not as a victim reliving her trauma, but as an analyst presenting a report. It was the only way she could get through it, by dissociating, by turning her own life into a case file. And what did you feel, Miss Page, when you realized the extent of Mr. Cade's surveillance of your life? The prosecutor asked. I felt violated, Lyra said, the word a pale, inadequate summary of the soul-crushing terror she had experienced. And what did you feel when he offered you this partnership? Lyra hesitated. This was the heart of it. The complicated, ugly, double-edged truth. She could have lied. She could have painted herself as the perfect, defiant hero. It would have made the jury's job easier. It would have made her a more sympathetic figure. But she was done with lies. She was done with performance. I felt tempted, she said, her voice a low, honest whisper that seemed to suck all the air out of the room. A murmur went through the courtroom. The jury, who had been looking sleepy, suddenly sat up, their eyes fixed on her. I was scared of failing, and he was offering me a world where I could never fail. And a part of me, a weak, scared part of me, wanted to take it. The prosecutor looked at her with a new respect. She had not expected this brutal honesty. But you did not take it, the prosecutor said, her voice gentle. Why not? Lyra finally, for the first time, allowed herself to look at him. He was sitting at the defense table next to his court-appointed lawyer. He wore a simple gray prison jumpsuit, a stark contrast to the casual clothes she had seen him in before. He looked smaller in the bright, unforgiving light of the courtroom, paler, more ordinary than ever. He was watching her, his expression as placid and unreadable as it had been in the panopticon. He was not listening to her as a defendant. He was listening as an analyst, observing the final output of his project. She turned her gaze back to the jury, to the 12 ordinary faces who were trying to make sense of her impossible story. Because a life without the possibility of failure isn't a life, she said, her voice clear and steady now, the truth giving her a strange, unexpected strength. It's a performance. It's a simulation. And I decided that I would rather have my own real, messy, and often painful life than a perfect, beautiful, and completely empty one that somebody else had written for me. I chose to be the author of my own failures, rather than the star of his success. The cross-examination by the defense lawyer was mercifully brief. He was an overworked, underpaid public defender who clearly knew he had an unwinnable case. He tried to paint Lyra as an ungrateful, manipulative partner who had turned on her benefactor when it suited her. He brought up her confession on the live stream, her admission that she had liked the control. So you admit, Miss Page, that you were a willing participant in this arrangement, at least for a time, he asked, his voice laced with a cheap, theatrical sarcasm. I admit that I was a flawed and frightened human being, Lyra replied, her gaze unwavering. And I admit that I made a weak choice in a moment of extreme desperation, a choice I will regret for the rest of my life. But I also made another choice. I chose to expose the truth, even though I knew it would destroy me. I am not a perfect hero, but I am not a liar. The lawyer had no response to that. He had been expecting a fight, a denial. He had not been expecting a confession. He muttered, "No further questions," and sat down looking defeated. Her testimony was over. She was excused from the stand. As she walked back to her seat, her legs shaky but her head held high. Her eyes met Silas's one last time across the quiet, sterile space of the courtroom. The look on his face was not one of anger or betrayal. It was a look of quiet, analytical acceptance, as if he were a scientist who had run an experiment, and the results, while not what he had predicted, were nonetheless valid and interesting. She had been his project, and in the end, the project had developed an unforeseen and unbreakable free will. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. It was a nod of concession, of acknowledgement, of a strange, final, and deeply unsettling respect. The game was over, and in a way that neither of them could have predicted, she had won, not by beating him, but by refusing to play. She did not stay for the verdict. She didn't need to. The mountain of digital evidence was irrefutable. She walked out of the courthouse, out of the cool, dark, and ordered world of the law, and back into the bright, chaotic glare of the afternoon sun. A few reporters, The dregs of the media circus, who had stuck around for the end, rushed towards her, shouting her name, shoving microphones in her face. She ignored them. She walked past them without a word, her gaze fixed on the horizon. She had done it. She had faced him. She had told her truth. She had lost everything. Her career was a ruin. Her reputation was a punchline. Her fortune was gone, eaten up by legal fees and broken contracts. She had nothing left. But as she walked down the steps of the courthouse, the city's noise washing over her, she felt a profound sense of lightness, a feeling she hadn't felt in years. It was the feeling of a heavy, invisible weight being lifted from her shoulders. She had lost the world Silas had built for her. The money, the fame, the adoration, the success. And in its place, she had been given back something far more valuable, herself. The gilded cage was gone. The invisible strings were cut. The ghost was exorcised. All that was left was Lyra Page, a woman standing in the ashes of her old life, with nothing but a clear conscience and a terrifying, unknown, and completely, utterly open future ahead of her. And for the first time, the freedom did not feel like a wilderness. It felt like a blank page, and she was finally ready to write on it. Chapter 30, Echoes on the Screen. A year passed. Time, the great, slow-moving river, did what it always does. It carried the wreckage of the past downstream, leaving the shoreline scoured clean but forever changed. The name Silas Cade became a footnote in the annals of cybercrime, a bizarre case study discussed in law schools and cybersecurity forums, his conviction on dozens of counts of wiretapping and illegal surveillance earning him a long, quiet sentence in a federal supermax prison. The name Pixel faded even faster. A ghost of a ghost, her spectacular rise and even more spectacular self-immolation becoming a cautionary tale whispered among new creators, a piece of internet folklore that had already begun to feel like ancient history. The world, with its voracious appetite and its vanishingly short memory, moved on. And Lyra Page, she did not just move on, she disappeared. She had taken the ashes of her old life, the life that Silas had built, and she had burned down, and she had built something new. Something small, something quiet, something real. She lived in a small, second-floor walk-up apartment in a different city, a place with old, drafty windows and radiators that hissed and clanked in the winter. The view from her window was not of a glittering, ambitious skyline, but of the leafy branches of a large oak tree and the quiet, mundane comings and goings of her neighbors. The silence in her apartment was no longer the charged, terrifying silence of a prison. It was just silence, and she had grown to love it. She worked at a local independent bookstore, a place that smelled of old paper, binding glue, and brewing tea. She was not a manager. She was not a brand ambassador. She was a clerk. She shelved books. She worked the cash register. She made recommendations to the handful of quirky, regular customers who knew her only as Lyra, the quiet girl who knew a surprising amount about mid-century science fiction. She earned a modest paycheck, just enough to pay her rent, to buy her groceries, to live a simple, uncluttered life. She had no smart devices. Her television was a cheap, dumb one. Her phone was a simple, no-frills model. She had no social media accounts under her own name. She was an analog soul in a digital world, a woman who had seen the ghost in the machine and had chosen to unplug completely. The grand, gilded cage of the Skylands apartment felt like a dream from a different person's life. This small, book-filled apartment was her sanctuary. It was her freedom, and it was enough. But a part of her could not stay away from the machine entirely. It was in her blood. The desire to communicate, to tell stories, to connect. She could not be Pixel, the global superstar, but she could still have a voice. A small one, a quiet one, her own. Under a pseudonym, a simple, ungoogleable name, she had started a blog. It was not a blog about gaming or her own life. It was a blog about ideas. It was a space for the thoughts that had taken root in the ashes of her old world. She wrote long, deeply researched, and intensely personal essays about the nature of online identity, the erosion of privacy in the digital age, the psychology of parasocial relationships, and the subtle, insidious ways that technology was reshaping the human soul. Her writing was sharp, insightful, and tinged with a deep, melancholy wisdom that could only be earned through trauma. She did not promote the blog. She did not seek an audience. She simply wrote, casting her thoughts into the vast, indifferent ocean of the internet like messages in a bottle. The blog had a small, dedicated following, maybe 24 regular readers. They would leave thoughtful, intelligent comments, engaging with her ideas, sharing their own experiences. They did not know who she was. They did not know the story behind her quiet authority. They were just a small community of thinkers, drawn together by a shared set of questions about the world they lived in. And for Lyra, it was more fulfilling than the roar of a million-strong crowd had ever been. It was a real connection, a quiet one, an honest one. One Tuesday evening, after a long shift at the bookstore, she sat at the small, simple wooden desk in her living room. A cup of tea grew cold beside her. The light from her laptop was the only illumination in the cozy, dark room. She had just published a new post. It was her most personal one yet. It was an essay about the complex, often toxic relationship between creators and their audiences, about the desperate need for validation and the crushing weight of expectation. It touched on the idea of the perfect fan, the fan who offers not just support, but a kind of salvation, and the terrible danger of accepting such a gift. She did not mention Silas. She did not mention Kismet, but his ghost was in every line, every word. She was about to close the laptop to call it a night when a small notification popped up in the corner of her screen. A new comment had been posted on her latest essay. She smiled a small, tired smile. It was probably from one of her regulars, Logos 77 or Socratic Method. She clicked the link, her curiosity piqued. The page loaded. The comment section appeared below her essay. There were a few new comments from her usual readers, offering their praise and their thoughts, and then there was one more, a new one. At the very bottom, the username was not one she recognized. It was a simple, anonymous string of random numbers, a guest account, and the comment itself was not a paragraph of praise or a thoughtful critique. It was not a question. It was not a statement. It was nothing, and it was everything. The comment consisted of a single character, a single, perfect, black dot on the white screen, a period, an endpoint, a full stop. Lyra stared at it. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. The quiet, cozy room was suddenly filled with an ice-cold electric hum. The air grew thick, heavy. The silence was no longer peaceful. It was the old silence, the charged, watchful, and omniscient silence of the panopticon. It was him. There was no proof. There was no logic. There was no way she could ever explain it to another living soul. But she knew, with a certainty so absolute, so primal, that it transcended all reason. It was him, from his prison cell, from a computer in the prison library, from some hidden illicit channel he had inevitably carved out for himself in the prison's network. He had found her. Of course, he had found her. A creature like Silas Cade could not be caged by mere iron bars. His prison was physical, but his consciousness was still free to roam the digital planes. He had found her quiet, secret garden, her one small sanctuary in the vast wilderness of the web. Her heart began to hammer against her ribs. The old, familiar rhythm of fear, the terror she thought she had buried, the monster she thought she had vanquished, was back. A single black dot on her screen. A single whispered word in the silence of her mind. I'm still here. I'm still watching. She stared at the period. She thought of deleting it, of blocking the anonymous user, of taking down the entire blog, erasing her last foothold in the digital world, and retreating into a final, absolute silence. The fear screamed at her to do it, to run, to hide. But as she stared at the simple, black dot, the fear began to subside, replaced by something else, something new, something she had not felt before. It was not rage. It was not despair. It was a strange, quiet, and profound sense of acceptance. The dot was not a threat. There was no menace in it. There was no control. There was no twisted promise of protection. It was not the opening move in a new game. It was an acknowledgement, a quiet nod across the void, a ghost, watching from a distance, no longer trying to shape her world, but simply observing its new, strange, and quiet orbit. It was the final silent echo of a story that had already ended. He was a part of her history, a scar on her soul, and his ghost would likely watch her for the rest of her days. And for the first time, she realized that was okay. He could watch, he could observe, but he could no longer touch. The fence was gone, the cage was gone, and she was no longer his. She did not delete the comment. She did not block the user. She did not reply. She did not give it the power of her fear or her anger. She simply accepted its presence. A final quiet period at the end of a long and terrible sentence. With a slow, deliberate movement, Lyra reached out and closed the lid of her laptop. The screen went dark, plunging the room into a soft, gentle blackness, lit only by the pale moonlight filtering through the window, through the leaves of the old oak tree. The silence that returned was her own. It was real. It was earned. She stood up from her desk and walked to the window. She pushed it open, a gust of cool, damp night air washing over her face. It smelled of wet leaves and distant rain. It was the smell of the real world. A messy, imperfect, and beautiful world. She looked up at the night sky. It was a city sky, hazy and muted, with only a handful of the brightest stars visible. There was no brilliant constellation of Lyra to be seen. There were just a few faint, ordinary stars, holding their own in the darkness. She was no longer Pixel, the star of a story written by a ghost. She was just Lyra, the author of her own small, quiet life. And as she stood there, breathing in the cold, real air, she knew, with a certainty that was deeper and more true than any fear, that it was enough. The ghost was a part of her story. But he was no longer the one holding the pen. She was. The echoes would always be there, but she was finally free to write her own song, and she would write it in silence.